on Welcome back on day 4 here in Chicagoland, Naperville, Lyle, and I have the treat of having Evan Sclinchy right next to me again. He was missed. And I believe we also have, if I recall correctly, Wabin is joining us from halfway around the world. Are you there, Wabin?
He's not. Okay.
Okay, it's just the two of us
All right,
right now. All right, we're keeping it local, at least for the time being. We might have a
I
surprise for you.
am, but
Oh, wait.
I need
Oh, maybe he is.
to kind of plug in my earphones and etc. But I am around. Yes.
Got
Okay, we
it.
do have Wayman.
All
So I
right.
can't really hear what you guys are saying at the moment, but give me a few seconds and I will be there. All right. Seems like they might have gone off for a moment. Yep. I think there are some technical issues. Yeah, they've dropped out from my feed. Well, I am still around, I think. I think the internet connection is more stable in Singapore.
Jesse and Evans, see the board.
The board? No, I think they can hear me, but I don't think, I think what they just see is a black screen. Okay. So with
All right, so we found a bit of a creative way to join back in for the time being. Apologies for a bit of a hiccup. The hotel Wi-Fi has been a challenge today, more so than any other day. Apologies there. We should be back along with Wayman to provide live commentary for you from here forward.
hello everyone. Well, I actually can't remember what. I didn't see what Austin kept with his first play. Does anyone? Can anyone remind me?
Yes, he kept a tile, by which I mean the leave, T-I-L-E.
Tile. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I'm updating the scores this time.
Oh, I don't mind doing it. I'm back up and running now.
Oh yeah, I think it should be up. Yeah.
Maybe we're like both updating the same scoreboard via the same script.
Yeah, I have it updated, I guess.
Okay. Well, then we both do.
And Camisius is spotted, not playable unfortunately because there's no open M on the board. Interesting.
Yeah, not a lot of great
position.
options here for Dave, huh?
Yeah. I guess the question is, would you get rid of the extra S, or I mean, maybe it telegraphs something, so you want to just keep it and just play something like, I don't know, AI or yeah, suggestion of ASCII, ASCI.
Which
Yeah,
unfortunately does not take the back I, even though it totally should.
That's the way I learned it, exactly.
Yeah, it takes a front F though, which Austin has.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, oh, he plays. Okay. He spots the HUIC hook, which is pretty good, and I think keeping two S's is good. I mean, it doesn't telegraph that he has an S, and he has the hook to Asai.
Yeah, and he's kind of forking open two different parts of the board to use his S if he draws a bingo.
Looks like some of that Brazilian barbecue has been left resonant. In this case, acai is of course not barbecue, but it is a type of fruit that comes from Brazil.
We might have had it at the salad bar. I can't
That's
remember.
true. I don't know. I didn't spend any time there. I had beef. As you can attest to, I tend to have protein with most of my meals.
Yes, you
As
had
we
some
speak.
beef with your beef.
As we speak, I have a whole bunch of protein right in front of me, and I'm having a late breakfast.
Yes, Jesse's currently climbing a mountain of bacon, everybody. A mountain of bacon, let me tell you.
Bacon and huevos. Mm-mm.
How many eggs do you think that is? Like 8, 9?
Probably.
Yeah, okay.
Can anyone spot the bingo which Dave has that's playable if, I mean, on this board, assuming Austin doesn't do anything?
Oh! Yeah, there's a thing through the
Oh.
H. Look at that.
And spotted very quickly by Hubert, airships.
Mm-hmm.
Classic Hubert. Seeing the bingo instantly.
Too good, Hubert. Teach us your ways.
Yeah, why isn't Hubert playing in this?
That's an
Why
excellent
am I
question.
not playing in this?
Another excellent question. You're just full of excellent questions.
Leaving us mere mortals the opportunity.
Giving somebody else a chance to win for a change.
Austin probably plays at J10. Yeah, why are you not playing in this, Jagamukas?
Another excellent question.
So yeah, you seem to have the Quackle running, so I'm gonna.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Yeah, so according to the Quackle that I have running, there's a lot of good words through the I in Hewick. You can play something like Tifo, T-I-F-O, or Philo, F-I-L-O. Tifo appears to be the best play by a significant margin. Oh, Austin's going to play just Fit instead. Okay. It's a little bit weaker, but still playable. And it's back to Dave now, who's got airships, which I imagine we're going to see. Oh, or Pyrists, which just opened up for him. So he's got his choice of bingos. But yeah, Pirates is the higher scoring one by a 7-point margin.
Has a fun little front hook as well. Looks like the chat's pointed this out too.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, apiarists. Yeah. Very interesting. Oh, I appear to have
Yeah, I think you have the
the
board.
entire game placed in the wrong placement on the board. He played Huey with the eye on the star. Okay.
Yeah,
Everything I've been doing the entire time is wrong. Okay.
yeah, that's why I was
Let's
looking at
just
Tifo
retype
and
all
I
the
was like,
moves. My bad. Okay, Fit's actually a great play. Good job, Austin.
yeah, it was between
Fit or
Fit
float
and
were his
float.
options.
Yeah,
Oh, and so Pirates is actually a very similar score to Airships, but he chooses Pirates. And the corrected score should be 89-39 in favor of Dave. And then Lulls is a big play
Yeah.
for Austin.
Austin literally playing the lulls. And for lulls.
Just laughing at Piaris.
And yes, a fun little rack puzzle with Dave's previous rack plus MP, a rather painful 8. Aaron Bader says, the few games I've seen, Dave's been drawing the nuts. Well, he almost did. He just didn't have the PM to work with in this case. It's going to be a question of which never stops, Austin scoring or Dave's winning, because we're seeing plenty of both in this event so far.
So a close game after Austin's play of lulls. The score on your screen is correct now, 89-84. Dave leads. I can't talk. Not a lot of super high scoring bingos for Dave Weekend here. His highest scoring option is Sidemen, which he doesn't want to play because it puts the S in the triple. Sidemen underneath or above Hewick. Although I think pretty much all of his bingos open up triples in one way or another.
Yeah, that's
can't really be helped.
That's pretty terrible score. I mean, for if Sideman is really his highest scoring play.
Yeah, Sidemen is 70. Others are all 64 to 68 ish.
Like, can he consider not even playing a bingo in this turn? Like, everything is suboptimal.
But his non bingos are also pretty suboptimal. Like, do you really want to score 19 or 21? Yeah, it's just there's just not a lot of great options here. If you want to sacrifice some points to not open a triple, you can play Endemial into the L in lulls. That's only 62 points, though.
Yeah, I saw that. But
play, Semi-Nude or Demi-Loon through the U and Hewick. These are all pretty weak plays, though.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
While we wait, sorry, you go.
You know, it's such a good rack, but you know, so few possibilities.
Rusumov in chat points out that Semi-Nude is indeed hot. Hot. While we wait here for Dave's bingo, I'll just give you guys an update. We just got pairings in for the next round, and we're going to have on board one a repeat of Dr. Bing. It's going to be Bing versus Jesse Day. Looking forward to Dave and Jesse coming up next. That's going to be fun. Jesse's having a really good tournament. He started a little slow, but he is now pretty high up there in the standings. He is in 7th place with a record of 13-8.
And you know who else had a pretty rough start, but has come back rip-roaring? It is the one and only William the Conqueror.
William the Conqueror. There you go. Yeah, Will Anderson's in 3rd place. He was 4-7, but he is 9-1 in his last 10 after that. So he's now 3rd place overall.
I can confirm that I went for a workout this morning with William the Conqueror. He was in fine form.
In more ways than one.
Indeed. Logan USA, is that the one and only Adam Logan? Hello, welcome to the chat. Even if you aren't Adam Logan, whoever you are, welcome. Nice to have you.
It's an honor to have anybody named Logan in the chat, even if it's not the Mr. Logan.
We'll take all the Logans. All the logins from all the Logans.
There you go.
And he seems to be playing D minor.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he probably assessed that it was better than playing Sidemen.
So do you want to put an S in the triple or a D? I mean, they're both pretty dangerous, but he picked his poison. All right, so it's back to Austin. And let's see what he's got here. He's going to have plenty of options for words ending in that D for the triple. See if you guys can spot in chat the best possible words into that D. There's a few options here.
Well, he has one lined up on his rack.
Oh, yeah, he has it lined up on his rack. You're right. Wadded is indeed the best play here. 42 points, and it undoubles those T's. Yeah. You can play Wold, but I don't think TT is anywhere near as good of a leave as LO.
What? Very posh. I actually don't know what the definition of what would be for the verbal form here, but I just can't help but think of it as some and caution instead of a pawn saying watch. So for me, it's an interjection.
Wadded can be extended to Usha Wadded. What in the world are we doing
No,
here?
that's a Pokemon.
Oh,
Oshawa
okay.
is a Pokemon.
I'm glad somebody's here to call me out on not understanding the Pokemon trolling.
Welcome to the chat, Jeff Teveno. It is nice to have you here, and yeah, I totally understand. I'm sorry as well, but we are glad to have you in here watching with us today. We will certainly appreciate your expert insight whenever you wish to weigh in. Welcome.
Welcome, Jeff. And
It's
we
been a
have
rough
our
round for the health and safety protocols. Not fun times, but we're doing what we can to get through it.
we have our Pokemon anagrams there. Oshawott equals to Sawtooth.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Touted as well. And Samurott is mutated as an outsmart.
Y'all are
Very
too
good.
much.
That's amazing. And Cesar says James Leon got away with Snorlax once, which is just absolutely amazing. And then for those of you who know James and have not heard the news, definitely would recommend passing on your best wishes to James. He's having a bit of a rough go today, just based on some family news. So send him some love. He could definitely use it.
So if you're not sure of the word wadded, and I'll be honest, I wasn't sure of it myself, Wold is definitely a good backup plan, only a smidge worse anyway. So Austin's going to play Wold, and that's going to bring him to within about 30 points here of Dave.
Yeah, I think the risk is it opens up the triple letter score potentially for the X. But
Yep.
you can't really control that. I mean, if you're really not sure of Wadded, you will just take the one that you're sure of.
So I think somebody in chat already found the best play here of Kate, Keight. Pretty obscure word, not easy to see. That's one of those standalone sixes. It's not a hook on a 5, and there's no hook to make a 7. It is an obsolete past tense of the verb to catch, as the bot just explained.
It's a front hook of 8, though. So
Very true. Yeah.
Or the alternate spelling for Kate Fukawa Connolly.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Not an easy word to spot. These Collins only sixes, especially for us Americans who haven't learned the Collins only words as well as the other ones sometimes.
yeah, I think Dave's probably thinking of using the OK line as well, but no, he seems to have elk lined up. I'm not sure where that would be. It doesn't
Elk
say
thug.
there, so-
Okay. That's,
Yeah, elk thug.
I think that is an inside joke that we're not going to get into right now.
I'm trying to picture an elk who's thugging, like with some solid sunglasses. And like,
Yeah. Anyway, moving along. Dave has EUK as one option in the top left there, making that okay play. So Uke is 40 points, but Kate is 52. That is really the star play to find here.
Oh,
He was reaching for kite and then he took it back.
Oh, he's spotting it. But is he going to pull a trigger?
I thought he was reaching for kite and not Kate. I'm not sure if he sees the 6-letter word.
Yeah, I think he briefly put the E between the
Oh, did he? Okay.
K and the G, but very, yeah. I'm not. I think he might have seen it, but you just need to be 100% sure to place it. Yeah, kite is like just a safe play, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
keep
it's
the E,
13
like,
points less. It's a significant mistake, but if
Yeah.
you're not sure, then you're not sure.
You could convince yourself that keeping the E is fine if you don't want to risk it. Yeah, I think that's what he goes with.
Yeah.
I mean, it's suboptimal, but I think in these situations, you just have to play the safe play if you're not 100% sure.
Most definitely. Yep. So almost certainly we're going to see Austin play Vint in one spot or another here. It's clearly the best way to dump some of the junk on his rack. There's a bunch of spots to play Vint.
Yeah, Vint and Opt probably.
Yeah, Vint making Opt is 19. Vint making The is 17. So not too much drama here. Just which spot do you play Vint in? Austin down by a full bingo now, 70 points here.
Yeah, there's also Tinned for 19, but keeping the V is not great in this position.
Or any position, really. Yeah, if you're Austin here, you're going to keep a leave of GNT, and there's a whole bunch of A's and E's and O's in the pool. You're going to have to draw some of those so you can get a bingo down soon.
Yeah, Wint is not a word.
Wint. Nice.
Okay, interesting choice. Playing Vint in that position. I think he maybe is thinking of keeping the H and the T, of kite even more open. Maybe he doesn't value the lines, the M and the I spot that much.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, it is a point sacrifice, couple of point sacrifice, right?
Oh, yeah. 19 versus 17. Yep, so he's keeping those floating tiles at the bottom of the board open, that H and the T, like you said. We'll see if that pays off for him. Meanwhile, not a great draw for Dave Wiegand here.
Yeah, he's lined up Iruvin to the end, but not sure whether he will do that. I think he's quickly moved his letters away from that and back to that. I mean, this kind of scenario, it's dumping the U and V together is the best. It's probably one thing that you have to consider quite. I think a lot of the good plays will have something, will get rid of the U and the V together. So that's what a lot of players will just try to spot first, and then if there are other plays that maybe retain one of the two but score a lot, you can also consider those. Yeah, but typically my mind will jump to those that actually get rid of both together.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great ways to accomplish everything, like playing the U and the V and scoring points. You can do two of those three things, but not really all three. Maybe the closest would be playing Ovule from the O, but that's not super awesome. Only 16 points, and I'm not sure what it does to your opponent's chances of bingoing. It might not help very much for you. You're going to open up some fairly easy sevens, I would guess.
Yeah, it's more so that putting the V in the triple line gives easy points back.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I think that was with regard to what we just talked about placing Vint for 17 points instead of 19 points. Well, I guess it's relevant. I'm not too sure whether it's important, but yeah. I think there are other spots on the board where you can get pretty good score.
Yeah, suggestion in the chat of Lerv making AE on the right side of the board. That is an option.
Yeah, I actually don't mind like Ovule actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still quite open. I guess maybe a little bit too much, but I think the IRE leaf is very nice. And
when you run a Quackle sim here, it tells you to strongly consider just fishing the U. Relive is a pretty interesting bingo stem to fish with. There's a lot of things you can hit on this board, such as Relative, Velier, etc. All right, he's going to go with Velier. Pretty good score.
Yeah, U-fish is quite interesting. Something like VUM, I guess.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Dave plays Velier. Not afraid to just put a bunch of floaters out there for 8-letter words. And it turns out he's not going to get punished for that at all, as Austin continues to have some fairly awkward racks to work with. I wonder if Austin knows a guy named Ted Yang, because he appears to have arranged his tiles in the order of that name.
Yeah, Yang goes very nicely underneath Piarist.
Oh, yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, that would be 37 if he were to play Yang underneath Pyrus at the bottom there.
As Hubert points out, one of the maxims of Scrabble: you play the U and draw the Q. It's a thing. It happens all the time.
Yeah, definitely. Been through that many a time, yep. So a few ways to play the Y for a decent score. You can play Yang for 37, There's also Tedy, T-E-D-Y in the top left next to Wold. That's 37 as well. All right, he's going to choose Yang. Very solid choice. And like Hubert said, Davis, play the U and draw on the Q.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, he can play quid, but yeah, that sets up the equid hook and squid as well.
What about Quited then?
Yeah, quite it.
No hook and 4 extra points as well.
Yeah, that's better.
You don't really mind keeping the F here because it's an interesting tile for scoring with because you got that hot spot next to Wold. You can play anything like if or something later to score some points with that F. Also, suggestion of Feek in the chat. That's not a bad play either. But I think Quited is best, and Quackle agrees with me and with Dave. So Dave's going to play it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like Quited a little bit better. Feek I was thinking of as well, because F might technically be the clunky with another D, but I think in this case, if you were to keep 2 Ds plus a consonant, it's not quite as good.
Yeah, I know he wants to do a DDT, but he doesn't want to keep it.
Nice.
Wrestling fans.
Well done. Ebb, yep, that's a pretty strong play there. Agreed.
Ebb is the highest scoring option by far.
Alec,
And
I thought Alec was going to say in before Ebb, and in that case, that you kind of did do that. You're in before Ebb, and Ebb is also played at B4.
Nice.
Is the sun setting or is the sun ebbing?
All right, so the score is up to date on your screen. It should be 249, 212 in Dave's favor. So Austin is hanging in there, down by just like a little tempo advantage. He just needs to have, the scoring stop for one turn. But
Yeah.
as we know, the scoring never does stop.
It never stops. Ballington asks, do leading Scrabble players publish annotated games collections like chess players do? Yes, they do. We actually used to quite frequently use LiveJournal to make a lot of
Oh my gosh.
bloggy posts. It's been quite some time.
Back in the day, man.
But the Windage report is actually what Dave Weekend would do.
Yeah, in like 2007, to
Yeah.
be clear.
Yeah, that was like one of the first instances of someone regularly posting their annotated game, sharing some of their thoughts. It's a real treat to get some insight into the mind of one of the very best players in the world on the tournament Scrabble scene. So all that to say, that was one of the first instances of it. And since then, people will upload their games to cross-dash tables. And you can see annotations on there if people choose them. Yes, cross-tables.com. Thank you. You can see comments and annotations from people who choose to add them. And yes, it can be from experts and non-experts alike. There are people with varying levels of ability who upload their games there.
And I'll just do a quick shameless plug that I'm putting up recap blogs of each day of this tournament on the website, cocoscrabble.org. You can read those recap blogs. And in the blog, you'll see a link to all 7 games played each day on this table one. So you can click through every game move by move. And if you miss anything on this stream, you can catch up on those games.
Yeah, I think the
Not
next
writing
step
any comments or anything, but you can see the moves anyway.
the next step is really to get like 100% of games annotated.
I know, that would be great. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to give you only
Wow,
31
what a
games in this
play.
tournament, not 31 times.
What a play
Whatever
by
number of tables we
Dave
got.
Weekend.
Nice play.
What a play, my goodness. Wow. I am quite, that's a very interesting play. He's going for turnover and also, blocking so all those lines that he just opened the last turn.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lound and Louted are both good, so he had his choice of either one.
Yeah. And I think that's where you see why Dave is doing so well as well. I think a lot of us would probably fixate on playing off the F on that turn. I did, I think. And actually, what he did was play, keep the F, but play something more strategic, and really just control the board, think about controlling the board rather than just playing off the letters which don't make retinas.
Right.
Yeah.
So people in chat are pointing out that the bad thing about Lounge is it sets up Austin for Pox, and the bad thing about Pox is it sets up Dave for Fey, Fey. So both players are going to get heavy, 45 plus scores going back and forth here. Yeah, Austin very quickly played Pox for 46, and now Fey is clearly a very strong play here for Dave for 49.
Yes, actually a very close game.
Yeah, so Dave is currently up by 20, and they will put him up by 69. In before nice. Yeah, there's gonna be 10 nices in the chat. Here we go. Congrats to Jello Mocos on being the first nice. Dave's taking his time quite a bit. He's got under 7 minutes on his clock now. But he does play Fey. Okay. Best. And Austin has those bingos of Tyrans and a Strand, but they do not play. Sad.
How about holding the Y for Yext?
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with setting up Yext is you're very restricted. You can only play like basically Ya or Yi or something.
Yeah,
So you're
there are
only
also
score
other letters
exactly
that go there.
28, and it's just like a very specific thing you're going for.
Yeah, there are also other letters that go there. So
Yep.
your opponent might have something that goes there.
Although actually, you're keeping the Y for Poxy as well. So
Yeah, but I was thinking
no,
that
that doesn't work. Never mind.
something DYD.
Yeah, those don't. Yeah, never mind. Anyway, Fey is fine. Play Fey.
And it looks like Reactant has pointed out in the chat for Dave Weekend if that T goes unobstructed, and that would very close to be the nail in the coffin if that were to go down.
And the thing about Austin's position is he doesn't want to block bingos, so there's no reason he would block here.
Yeah.
He's the one down by a bingo. So probably going to be a sunsetting here on Mr. Shin in a moment.
Tides ebbing.
Le soleil se couche, as we were saying
Show
yesterday.
off.
Someone was asking how to say it in French before, so it would be that. It's a reflexive verb.
Well, I would assume that Mr. Roosevelt already knows how to say it in French since, he's French. We've been
He
over
does.
this.
I know he knows.
Difficult spot here for Austin. He has no bingo. Not really a great way to set one up, even that I can see. He can fish the A, just playing the A for apiarists. That's 17 points. Making lay as well. Not saying it's a good play, just saying it's funny.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, I
it's-
saw that.
I don't know.
Not sure. Yeah, because you also have your floaters are mostly consonants. I mean, if you ignore, you also have the E, but it has to be the last letter. So it gives you a chance, but it might be tempted to play a little bit more than that.
Yeah. Not a lot of bingos you can hit by fishing an A. The only one he's got available is Transsuit if he draws the 1U in the bag. So, not great.
Maybe something hooking onto WE, like the WE of W of Wood, something along that line.
Yeah, like just DA or NADA, NADA.
Yeah, possibly.
Based on Austin's rack, it looks like he's considering Rad, maybe? Not sure.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Just do Conrad Bassett Bouchard. Alec, is that a puzzle you put in the chat for us there? A strand plus
think-
all those letters?
I think he's just saying that those are the letters you can add to get an 8.
Okay, I see the square bracket, so I wasn't sure if that was just substitute one or use all. Sorry, my bad. If I'm
Red.
thinking like a programmer.
Yeah, red will open up like Cataran for Dave, even though he might still play Reactant.
Yeah, a long think for Austin here. I think he realizes this is a key inflection point in the game. He is down by a bingo and running out of time to come back here.
Oh, he has plenty of time.
Not that kind of time, you know what I mean. Yeah, he's plenty of time on the clock for sure.
Time before the sun sets, maybe. Is that what you meant?
Sure, let's put it that way. Let's put it that way, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm looking at red and where there might be other places for it, but that's what I think I would consider on this turn.
Yeah, a lot of the best plays here just go in line C parallel to ebb.
Or maybe just play DA below D minor and just leave the lines, whatever lines you have there, and hope that you just draw something to them.
Or if you're going to go fishy, drop the A for lay and apiarists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we just checked. There's very few things you can fish for with that. The only one is Transud. Oh, or the blank for hydrants from the H, excuse me. Transud or hydrants.
Yeah, I think DA is also possible. I mean, don't necessarily need to agitate that E that you have, but that's it. Playing red makes it slightly more open. Yeah.
Yeah, I see Veneth in the chat pointing out DA making Mal.
Yeah,
that's one of the options we're talking about for sure. I like that one quite a bit.
And I mean, keeping your R is good because R is a good tile.
Yep.
Except I think there are 3 in the back. Well, 3 unseen to Austin.
You know, much like Hubert was saying earlier, that if you play the U, you're going to draw the Q. I think the other axiom here is if you fish the A, you're going to draw the other A.
Yeah.
That's how these things go.
Yeah.
So you don't want to fish the A here. There's too many more A's you can draw.
Ooh, what a
Etc.
play. Wow.
Interesting. I like it. It's bold.
Wow. So very, very creative choice by Austin. Yeah, very, very creative, very bold. Not sure. I mean, I guess what it does is also to block that easy, cheap score. You know, if Dave actually had something on top of FA to hit the triple word score. So that also gives that kind of insurance. But I don't think he's expecting.
Yeah, unfortunately, Austin gets a sad draw, and Dave's going to play his bingo. So Austin's now down by 140.
Yeah.
But it was a good thought. I liked it.
The nod of approval from Joel Sherman. Beautiful play, he says, or etc. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was very creative.
It's really only W left to score there. I mean, even if you play like, I don't know, SO, that's also a lot of points.
All right, we can bring up the unseen tile pool for you in a second, but what you're going to see is there's a whole bunch of bingo prone stuff that Austin could have drawn, and he just got unlucky to get the W. Really, the W and the J were the only 2 bad tiles for him there.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Journals.
Oh, yeah, ironically, Dave draws a bingo with the J when I was just saying it was bad for bingos. Oh, jeez. You just hate to see it if you're Austin.
Ooh. Yeah, journals
So sojourn
slash
minimum.
Exedras. Yeah.
So Austin continues to make creative plays at open bingos, but he's not going to be happy with the result.
Actually,
Well,
I
he
think
might pick a 9 timer,
True, possible.
but I think he may not. Oh, does he have one?
Does Journal score more than Sojourn does on etc.? I haven't done the math yet. It might.
Journos is 111, so no. Oh no, you said more. Yes, it's
On the
more.
left,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, it's more.
Austin has the nicest rack ever.
Oh my
Interesting.
gosh.
Dave might actually have to think a little bit here before he. Yeah, well, I mean, score-wise, he should be ahead by enough after Journals or something, but still got to ponder slightly.
Yeah, and all those bingos of D trains, Randius, none of them put the D in 3rd position, so it is not a 9 timer.
No, the funny thing is that he can't even play a bingo through the D. Like none of his bingo options go. Like,
Oh yeah, D trains doesn't fit. It makes S failure.
Yeah, this is just really sad. Like,
Failure, that's like one of those Italian painting styles or something. Or wait, no, that'd be SF if we're like that. gotta think Swedish.
What he does have is Hjarnet.
Shout out to Mike Barron, who actually is here.
Ooh, okay.
So Dave clearly showing us that he sees both Sojourn and Jornos as he shuffles those words around on his rack.
And here comes Jornos. Yeah, it's going to be a painful one.
The only good news for Austin is he has the R hook on JA, so he can play Retinas up for 84 and out.
Yeah.
But that is not going to be anywhere near enough.
Xedras was added. Yeah, it was added sometime, I think, fairly recently. I mean, 2015, possibly. Should play Restain.
Austin should play Restain to troll.
Or find the open G for Resta-ing. Doing side jokes there.
Moving tribute to somebody, I forget who.
I believe it's a Shirley of some sort from the San Francisco Scrabble Club.
All right, so Austin, surely fuming about how there's no way to play anything like Strained or Detrains, but he'll just play Retinas or something. Or Retains, that'll work. So a frustrating game for Austin Shin. He was in it the whole way, sort of, but just couldn't quite get there. He's going to lose by a final score of Dave Wiegand 527 to Austin 394.
Yeah, it's a big turn, big swing towards the end. Xedra, very creative play, but just didn't turn out the way Austin wanted it to.
And Joel points out in the chat that Austin is right. Scoring never stops. Unfortunately, it's mostly for his opponent. Yeah.
So Ballington asks, why is the retain set so good? Lots of bingos? Yeah, I mean, it's basically, think of it like you've probably heard of Wheel of Fortune if you haven't seen it on TV. And on Wheel of Fortune, they mostly get it right in that final puzzle where they give you R, S, T, L, and E as far as the most common letters that will show up in words. Specifically in Scrabble, retains is going to be the 7 letters that show up in a number of 7-letter words. You can see 11 there. And then when you add a letter to it, there's a whole bunch of options for 8-letter words. So it's considered one of the gold standard as far as what you're trying to groom your rack towards. But then there's balancing grooming your rack with making points in the first place on the turn you're looking at. There's many, many factors, but retains has some of the most words possible with just the 7, and then with adding 1 letter, if that helps.
All right, so Dave improves to 18.5 wins in his first 22 games, and he's going to be staying on table 1. The next game up here is going to be Dave versus Jesse Day. Looking forward to that. I'm going to step away for a little bit. I don't know if you're going to stay on the air or not, but
yeah, I think we might briefly stay on while you step away for your directorial duties.
Cool.
We'll also
See you
try
in a few
and
minutes.
iron out the video on our end.
for sure, right?
But at least we have the audio all working now.
right.
Sorry for that little hiccup early on there, everybody. Evans will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, I think we really kind of covered the question I usually ask anyway, as far as a turning point or any particular play that stood out. I think we really already covered it. It's just hard to keep up with someone who's been doing that many times. But Webb, any other thoughts on the game there?
Yeah, I think yeah, in this well, I think one thing to say is that Dave played this very, very accurately. I think maybe one slight inaccuracy is kite, right? But everything else, I think, just played it accurately, and I think he got rewarded as well. And Austin, I think, I don't know. I mean, Reactant was on the board, but I think he was just reacting to whatever was going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seemed like he was just, Dave floats a D and then he plays Wood. Yeah, so I think it's not really. It's not really in his control. I think the whole game.
Yeah, and then Vanita points out in the chat, she says, best play in this game was etc. I would agree that was definitely, as far as a creative play and ways to give himself as an Austin a chance to come back, I think it accomplished a lot of things playing that. I would agree that was definitely a lovely play on his end. We're going to briefly cut off the air here. We'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with the next round of coverage. Again, that's Dave Wiegand versus Jesse Day. We'll be back with live coverage here from Chicagoland shortly. Thank you.
See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back to Chicagoland, Naperville, Lisle, not quite Chicago, whatever you want to call it. It's all almost the same. Evans Clinchy and Jesse Matthews coming at you live from the tournament venue, and we are rejoined by the one and the only Wade from Singapore. Hello.
Hey guys.
All right, so for this board one matchup, we have my namesake, Jesse Day, and Dave Wiegand facing off, two of the very best players in the field. Evans, your thoughts initially on this matchup between two titans?
Yeah, my thoughts. First of all, it looks like in chat you've been corrected. You mispronounced the word venue, but it's okay. You're learning. Second of all, Jesse Day against Dave Wiegand. Yeah, two of the best players in North America, absolutely. Two, very aggressive, high-flying offensive players. Lots of word knowledge, lots of word-finding ability, lots of high-scoring games for those guys usually. So when they play each other head-to-head, it is a really exciting clash to watch. Both guys doing very well in the standings. Of course, Dave Wiegand is lording over the entire field right now. His record is 18.5 wins, 3.5 losses. He is 4 games up, plus some spread points on the entire field. There's a chance he gets Gibson eyes out for lunch today. Like, it's that real.
That's insane.
Jesse Day also doing very well. He's in 5th place. He is 14-8. He's doing fantastic as well. So great matchup of two players having a really good week. You love to see it.
Yes. Jesse Day just having another sip of that coffee. He's doing the same things. I've got my coffee cup here as well.
This is my 3rd one, so
we're taking that sip in solidarity of all of the good stuff as they're getting ready here. Ooh, that could be a fun little poll for the chat. To coffee or to not coffee? That is the question.
What kind of question is that? There's an obvious answer.
Caffeinator.
Didn't we see somebody almost play Caffeinator? It might have been in Anagrams, like After Hours, not in Scrabble. I don't remember. It was probably Dave Wiegand either way, whether it was Anagrams or Scrabble. Anyway, looks like they're going to start playing. And it looks like Jesse has drawn an opening. No, not an opening bingo. I can't read. That is a T, I believe, not an S on his rack.
Yeah. One off Idimata, I guess.
Pull it up.
Which was also pointed out in the chat.
Edamata, yes, that's a fun one.
Idimata.
Yeah, you can pass, hope for an A, N, or R for Edamata, Nematode, or Moderate. But probably not.
Matthew Tunnicliffe says, I heard Evans only drinks decaf with 5 milks and 5 sugars.
Listen, Matthew, I've had enough of your sass about my inability to drink certain liquids. I don't want to hear it from you or anybody else. Anyway.
So I have to tell you, I have actually had passengers on board. They've asked for regular coffee, but they have actually asked for 5 sugars and 2 creams. And I wanted to make sure that I heard correctly, so I clarified. Sorry, sir, was that 5 creams you were looking for? And he said yes. So, all right, five creams coming up with your coffee. This is like, at some point, it's not even coffee anymore. You may as well have a glass of milk.
Yeah. All right, Jesse makes the long play here of Moated for 24. Seems like a pretty solid choice. Kind of had his pick of long words, Moated or edema or emoted. And I can't fault his choice at all. It looks pretty solid. So 24-0, and Dave Wiegand's got his choice of a few different J words, like Job or jog or joy.
Yeah, for moted, I mean, I guess it's the question is whether you play long or whether you play short. If you play short, I was thinking maybe you can consider emo, possibly setting yourself up for a demo. But I like moted is decent.
I think ADET is one of those leaves that's pretty good, but maybe not quite good enough to justify giving up a lot of points for it.
Yeah, possibly.
Like if it was AERS, that'd be a little different, but ADET, I think I'm being laughed at for my coffee guzzling. I'm not sure.
I'm laughing at myself as I have my third cup of coffee.
Okay.
we're on an equal playing field here.
Yes,
Three
the
cups of
caffeine
coffee.
addiction is real. It's been a long, stressful week. Not getting a lot of sleep. The coffee is very helpful.
Mhm.
All right. What is Dave Wiegand going to do here? He's got that J. His highest scoring play is Job for 31 points underneath the left side of Moated there, or above it, 31 points either way. He can also play Jog. The Bely leave is a little interesting. If you play Job above Moated, you're playing EA, which sets up your Y for YEA. You might even draw an O for like oboe and oi type plays up above there.
Yeah, I like drop just now.
Oh, he plays Joy. Okay.
Yeah, I like drop. Blaze looks like a nice-ish scory leaf to keep.
So Jesse's drawn the K and some duplicate 1-point tiles as well. They'll want to find a decent scoring way to kind of play through these letters. Important to note that YO takes a K for Yak, and almost all of his best plays form Yak in one fashion or another.
Yeah, maybe Kino beneath.
Yeah, Kino looks to be the strongest one.
5-letter overlap.
Yeah, Kino is 32 points, and nothing else is even close to 32, really. So you got to know the word Kino and see it here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jello Mokas points out in chat that Dave needs Jesse to play the N for building. It looks like it's unlikely that N is going to come out in open space, though, so I don't think Dave's going to get his bingo down.
There's a few suggestions of Necton as well.
Yeah, Necton is a word, but there's no way to play it for a high score, really. Like, you don't want to play it through the T for only 16. Yeah, the best plays here are all going to be horizontal, making Yak. I see Scott in chat has rewatched the last round and seen Elk Thug. Yeah, that was a dedication to you, I think.
Mm-hmm. And Cesar is asking, he says, I never drink coffee. Why would anyone drink something bitter? Cesar, ask your people, all of your people. Coffee in the Americas is very, very popular and delicious.
I assume by his people you mean programmers. They drink a lot of coffee. Great memories, says Scott. I don't know what he's talking about. Anyway, wondering if Jesse's going to find Kino, and it looks like he does. He's got Kino lined up, and here it comes onto the board. All right. Nice play. Looks to be pretty clearly best. And it does not give Dave Wiegand the N he needs for building, so no bingo here for the Bing.
Yeah, interesting. If choice now for Dave, actually, he can, if he decides to play something that hooks the E onto York, he can potentially use the D hook or the L hook the next turn. Because it's a risk, of course, because his opponent might also have possible hooks. But I'm thinking of something like maybe GIBE beneath York. Leaves him both the L and the D for flexibility on that line. But I'm sure there may be other possibilities.
Getting some expertise on coffee here. Easier to find crappy coffee than delicious coffee. I understand why so many don't like it. Well, there's literally crappy coffee if you happen to know what Luwak coffee is. Has anyone else ever tried that before? And do you know how it is made? A little trivia point.
Is that fun? It doesn't sound fun to me.
It is a type of coffee that is popularized from Southeast Asia. Luwak
Okay.
coffee.
Yeah, besides playing something there, maybe he can just go long and play something like Bilged, hooking onto Dop.
Yep, Bilged or Beguiled, those are anagrams.
Yeah, so I guess I might, especially since I've seen Jesse's rack, I guess I like Bilged better than Gaib. Yeah, but Gaib is an interesting setup.
Yeah, Jesse needs an A for his bingo of snapshot, but there's
Yeah.
unfortunately no A available. But other than that, there's no bingo. I just said that.
We got some hatred for Tim Hortons coffee in the chat, and to be honest, I have to agree. Although
Oh, it's horrible. Yeah.
Although Tim Hortons is a fun little thing that's like, oh, how Canadian. The coffee is unfortunately terrible. I don't have my coffee there. Timbits maybe. Sometimes I do Timbits.
To be fair, like a lot of the best known things from a place are actually the worst things from that place. Like, for example, if you don't know American beer, well, you'd be like, oh, Budweiser, that's your famous one, right? But that's actually the bad one.
Yeah.
Like the famous big name brand things are actually the bad thing. You got to live in a place to learn the good stuff.
Yes. Although to be fair, Canada is also known for poutine, and that is delicious.
But again, like the best poutine places are the ones that are like a little bit more obscure. Like if all you know is like the big name brands, which I'm actually blanking on what they're called, but actually Smokes is pretty good. I take that back.
Yeah, I mean, you would go to, if you were in Montreal, you go to La Banquise.
Right, that's one of like the local haunts you got to know.
Yeah.
I actually packed my La Banquise t-shirt.
Yes.
Or no, whatever. Anyway, moving along.
I'm going to Montreal later this week, actually, for a layover, so I'll probably go to La Banquise.
Lucky man. Lucky man.
Scott Jackson asked, does anyone else know the story about Jesse Day spilling coffee on the rule book? No, I don't know about that story, but I do have a story involving Siri Tilakaratni and coffee. I think I have told this story to some people before. I'm sure Evans has heard this. In the chat, have you heard the story involving Siri and coffee and Scrabble? If not, I can tell you if we don't have a move played here yet.
No, we're still waiting on the Bing to play his non-Bing.
Jeremy Hildebrand says he's heard. Rebecca says maybe, but please tell us. Alec says no, he has not heard this story. So we've got a mix. Looks like Dave might be about to make a move, so we'll wait for that first.
Ooh, very interesting choice there.
Yeah.
He just takes the points with Yoked. Ooh.
Yeah, it is the highest scoring play, and maybe he just doesn't worry very much about leave here. I don't know. BGIIL is pretty awkward.
Yeah, I mean, he had Ghibli on his rack arranged, but that doesn't go anywhere for good points.
Fun little puzzle for y'all from Jesse Day's rack. There is a 2-tile steal here, and only one of them would technically be a vowel.
Well, that narrows it down.
Yeah, so PY, add those 2 letters to his rack. It's a fun word there.
Oh, I think I can guess what it is.
There we go. Nice one from Joel Sherman. Minus that D there. Synthbox.
Yeah, nice.
Nice find.
So there's a lot of ways that Jesse can keep a strong lead of NST here by playing off shop or hops or posh or pose. All words that are playable here. Maybe you do shop hooking to make kinos. That's the highest score and also gives you a nice little hook you can use for your S later. That would be one option. He's lined up hops on his rack, which also plays. Yeah, you can do hops on the left parallel to yoked for 26, so a pretty similar score and leave combination. I'm not sure about whether the board after hops is favorable for him. I kind of like the idea of giving himself a hook with shop. I don't know.
Yeah, if you really wanted to open up an S hook, you can just play hope, which takes an S in front. But
oh, yeah,
nice.
that's creative.
Yeah, but NSST is not a great leaf. So
Yeah.
To answer Alex's question, is yoked a synonym for swole now? Yes, yoked is technically it is slang, gym bro slang. If you want to talk about someone who is swole. Ronan Janitor, my dear friend, another one of my friends from the land of Discord or LinkedIn, technically. Nice to see you. Yes, this is the live feed on the Scrabble Twitch channel. I'm here in Chicagoland with my good friend Evans Clinchy, and Waveman is joining us on the broadcast as well from half around the world. Thanks for being here, Nick.
So has Dave Wiegand Bilgified or Biglified his rack?
I'm sure he's sad that there's no N for Binglify.
Binglify. Yeah.
Both are definitely phonies, but just
Yes,
to
all these things are phonies.
explain
to
the
be
chat.
fair.
Yeah.
Oh, and Nick, any feedback that you have regarding the stream? Just because I know one of your areas of expertise actually is with streaming and anything production related, we would greatly appreciate it. We're always open to suggestions. Our dear friend Christian is working behind the scenes. Maybe I should connect you two. I think that'd be a fun little one to give separation point here.
Yeah, actually, anyone. I mean, I think all of us are trying to improve the quality of the stream, and it's always a work in progress. Bit by bit, we'll get there.
Yeah, Nick, send me a message offline, Nick, a little bit later. I can connect you to a few people here. I bet they'd love to hear from you.
Please FY and keeping Ghibli for a second turn.
He just really likes that leave. Maybe
Yeah.
he's fishing for some like 12-letter word that none of us are seeing.
Matthew Tonicliffe says, find someone who loves you as much as Dave loves the Ghibli. Nice.
Ooh,
Jeremy.
and very nice spot by Jesse Day, just playing off consonants and picking up some points. And keeping NSTT, which is it's consonant heavy, but potentially still fairly fertile, I think, for bingos. And I'm not very sure what Bing is doing with keeping Ghibli, but well, I think the last turn was okay, but Yoked was really a bit strange. I'm wondering how he's going to get himself back to a rack that's a little bit more palatable. Cause keeping Ghibli is the best.
I was gonna say, yeah, Zoe's keeping Bigly. Yeah. Just Saz for 12, keeping Bigly.
Yeah, Jocko666 points out that he will turn the Z sideways and play Boiling.
Scrolling back up to catch up on some comments. Cesar's got his proposed order of yokedness for Scrabble players. That's hilarious. Gotta have a top 3 here. Yeah, Austin's pretty yoked, I would agree. And actually, I have to say, William Anderson, he's quite strong when it comes to that upper body in the gym. We did a chest day on Sunday. We broke the cardinal rule because Monday is chest day for the bros, but we did that on Sunday. It was leg day this morning.
Plays Boil.
Interestingly, he chooses Boil and not Boy. He is opening up some hooks that he doesn't have to open up necessarily.
Yeah, and his opponent just played an S off. So
Oh, that's true. Wow, yeah.
playing into his opponents.
As it turns out, Jesse's drawn pretty terribly, so he's not going to get hit that hard.
Yeah, that would be rather benign.
Jesse contemplating an exchange, which I think is actually quite a good option now, and because not so many good plays available now, and also you have 2 decent lines for the S.
Oh, interesting. Maybe he doesn't want to burn his S because he can use the S to score with. Like, wouldn't you rather play Vince and Sinks because 20 points is better than 0? But keeping the S
I
might
would
have some
probably
value for him.
I would probably exchange rather than play Vince, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious what you guys in chat think about Vince versus exchanging.
Wince.
Yeah, sorry, Wince. That was my turn to mispronounce words.
That was a Wincy comment. EY.
Alec asks, when is chess day? Actually, there have been a few people playing chess after hours. There was a
Yeah, Josh Castellano is just like taking all comers. Anybody who wants to come up and challenge him at the hotel bar is welcome to take him on.
Yeah.
Actually,
I got there and he talked to me, so I guess he's just scared.
Actually, he can consider, even doing Clint.
Clint. Yeah, that would keep what, STV?
Yeah.
Huh.
Just set up another S line. If he really wants to score something. But I think the exchange is okay also. I mean, Clint maybe opens a little bit more than he wants. Because this place is this current board situation is really, I think it's fairly dead.
Welcome to the chat, Iffy2022, saying that you will play Visit. I'm assuming that's through the IS that's on the bottom left quadrant of the board. The issue with that is you leave yourself a whole bunch of consonants and no vowels. So part of what you do when you're making any plays, obviously you want to score points. And then when possible, decluttering some of the letters that don't have as much synergy together. But you also want to set yourself up for success on future turns. So Visit, unfortunately, doesn't do that, although it is a nice spot on your part.
Oh, Quackle thinks Visit is actually just fine. It's very much in the mix. It's actually right. It's actually ahead of Vince on the list of best plays and ahead of Clint, which Jesse
Interesting.
plays.
Yeah, Visit,
Well, I
I
think
mean,
it can turn into a good rack if you just draw one or two vowels. Like, it's not too bad.
LNST. I still, well, I like Clint and also exchange.
Yeah, Clint is aggressive. I mean, you got that S and you're opening an S spot for yourself.
So close to zorbing, says Scott Jackson. Yes, I have actually been zorbing. It was actually after the Perth Wespa tournament. I went to New Zealand and went to Rotorua to go zorbing there. It's a lot of fun.
Top players don't care about TWS. It's all about how many unabridged dictionaries you can lift.
Nice. Very nice.
So Jesse's gambit of opening up that S hook spot might work out for him because he's got that S and Dave does not have one. All sorts of S words he could have next turn, like wits and shiv and whirs. So could work out.
Yeah, I think the other thing is that Clint makes his S more valuable. I mean, previously, while he had the boil spot, the other alternative, the sink spot, wasn't that great, I think. So this is really, you know, giving him a good line. Like, and I think it's almost, I mean, it's very easy to play in that line if it's not taken, the Clint's line. And if his rack actually doesn't, I mean, if his draws don't turn out that good, he can still play something usually hooking on the Clint's. And he actually didn't draw something very, he didn't have a great draw in last play, so in last move. So yeah, he can actually get rid of quite a lot of his junk now.
Yeah.
Collins does not worth woo.
Nice.
Yeah, quite a lot of dictionaries don't worth, I think.
Vanita says she went zorbing in New Zealand as well. Yeah, it is so much fun. And as Scott mentioned, yeah, I could see it maybe going terribly wrong, but it didn't. They have a pretty safely set up guided track to bounce on down the hill in that ball. They even have a GoPro camera that they set up in there for you so that you can have a recollection of the experience. So I happen to have video and photos from that still that I look back on and
So that's an amazing play from Jesse, actually.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Giving up a lot of points though. It's 14 less than just playing wits.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the thing is, how does he know that like Dave doesn't have an E or a Y? To just,
How does he know that he's blocking radioing? If you played the other wits, then you would have given Dave radioing, but he blocks it.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, it's creative, but
I don't know. Checking for hidden cameras. I'm suspicious. I'm just kidding, to be 100% clear. Jesse's not cheating.
Yeah,
but he's playing like he is.
Yeah, it's quite
mirrors.
Yeah, like if there's mirrors in the ceiling.
Remember that was the thing in Vegas that one year?
Yeah.
And then that was an issue for broadcasting. We've definitely made sure that's not an issue since then.
Yep.
Was that 8 years
Yeah.
old? Holy cow.
9, I think.
20?
like
13, I think.
Oh, wow.
in Singapore, we're also looking at like, you know, venues for Scrabble play, and I think one thing that we can book, quite available for booking, is like those dance studios.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but those are you know, have tons of mirrors around.
Very mirrored, yeah.
Yeah, very mirrory. So yeah, no chance you can use those.
See what else we've got in the chat here while we wait for the next move.
Yeah, Dave must be so bummed. I'm not sure what he would do in this turn actually.
Yeah, he's got to be so mad the radioing got blocked. He was expecting, Jesse sets up his S for the S hook to get cashed in.
Yeah.
But instead,
So I guess Jesse's play is kind of trying to he's trying to nurture the clean spot, his rack a little bit more before he takes that clean spot. So yeah, it's 14 points difference. I mean, between playing wits and wits and wit.
yeah.
But I think he thinks that he can somehow make up that difference in a future turn.
Wallington asks, when changing tiles, should I usually keep an E and an S if possible? It's hard to answer that question because there is always some situational context available. Just to give a little bit of the theory behind this, we also have people of varying levels of high expertise in the chat who can add their 2 cents, but there's different schools of thought on this. There are generally assigned values to individual letters as far as what the worth is for keeping them. But also when you have 2 letters or 3 or even 4 together, there is the sort of score that's assigned to them based on their synergy as far as like how well they work together to form larger words or more words when you have all those tiles plus other potential tiles. So when you're changing E and S, generally speaking, it's going to be a pretty good idea to keep them, but it might depend on what's left over remaining to pick out of the tile bag. But as a very general rule, the E and or the S, depending, good idea to keep them during an exchange, but it will be situationally dependent. If anyone wants to add more, go right ahead.
So I think that covers it. Anyway, short answer to your question is yes, but that's the long answer. ES good.
I'm thinking in teacher Jesse mode. For those of you who have seen when I have been on video chat, I do have my teacher Jesse background still. I used to teach as a side gig during the pandemic for a company called VIP Kit that's based in China. So I can't help but be a teacher. This is part of what I literally was paid to do while I was laid off in aviation.
Aggressive.
RTG, which looking at the scoreline, I mean it's I thought that he might consider something like that. Just last open the board, try to turn over quite a few tiles. And I think that the good thing about this is that it kind of disrupts whatever plans he had for hooking onto white, or potentially hooking on white or hooking the S. It just makes it so difficult, and at the same time I mean you don't really know what your opponent has, but you just make it as difficult as you can, or rather just disrupt his plans. He may have a bingo that plays like a 7-letter bingo that now plays, but I mean, I'm not saying now with his rack, but I'm saying potentially. But I think you have to think that while Jesse was playing wit, he was probably trying to set up something or play something with what was already on the board. And what Dave did was really just throw a spanner in the works. That's what good players do.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I was saying before the game that these are 2 aggressive players who are just, not afraid to play fearless Scrabble, and I think that has been borne out here. Both guys are just opening the board with no fear. Of course, neither one of them has a good enough rack to punish the other one of them for doing it. Even though Dave has the blank, he still can't bingo. Ooh, I think Jesse has drawn a bingo. Is Sircar? Yeah, Sircars is a word.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's given himself a spot for it because Aw takes an S for saw. Yeah, so Sircars and saw could be available next turn, assuming it's not blocked, and I don't think it will be.
Yeah, it seems like I don't know, OUD for Dave, possibly.
Yeah, OUD looks very natural here. Just take out that
Yeah.
triple and score as well as you can. OUD in the bottom right, of course, next to RTG, making all those 2-letter words overlapping. I'm surprised Dave is taking his time on this. He's under 10 minutes now, and it's still pretty early in the game. And given how close this game is, we could be heading for a close, pre-endgame and endgame that you're going to need your time on the clock to process, You don't want to waste too many minutes here. Then again, it's hard to realize there's no bingo here. You got to kind of go through the alphabet and check for blanks and all of that. All right, LUD does come down, and it's the correct play. Good job.
Are there no knights to T8? Well, I checked, there are none.
And here comes
Circars.
Circars.
Wow, very quickly.
Nice. Love to see it.
Is this a fast play from Jesse Day?
Well, when you have one bingo, you just play the one bingo. Nothing to think about.
It's so out of character for him.
Yeah, he has Paralysia now.
Ooh,
Yes.
nice.
We have us a game. I'm loving it.
So that's 5-8.
Yeah. Parasia is the best play for 76 through that S and Circars. There's a few other bingos available. Let's see if
Garupa.
I can find any. Yeah, Garupa. That's one. Garupa is into the S even. Yep.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most fun one is Paramore.
Paramore.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll let you pronounce it. That's in your wheelhouse.
Go,
Mm.
prénom française.
Oh yeah, it's pointed out by Alex Dings in the chat that if not for Oud, then Parousia would have been a triple through the I, but he blocked his own triple. He'll have to settle for a mere 76. Poor thing.
Such a
Yeah, he should have played duo/OBIS.
All right,
Knowing
close
that
game
he
here.
will drop Garupa.
Jesse down by only 15 points after the bingo, 262 to 247.
Yeah, the play that jumps out is Veep.
Yep. Veep looks very strong here.
Yeah, there's all four S's are on the board. There's one blank unseen. So yeah, Veep is fine, I guess. I mean, creates that lone S hook, and the other line, and it creates like other good lines for bingo. But I'm not sure whether he needs to be too worried about that at the moment. His opponent is just drawing 7 letters, so maybe not so likely to have a bingo yet.
Right. Yeah, this game may well come down to who gets lucky and draws that second blank. It's going to be much easier to bingo with that blank than without it.
Yeah, he's lined up Meave, which
That
is
was the one I
more.
was looking at.
Yeah, it's more controlled. And it does have pretty good turnover. I mean, not to forget that the bears on the left side actually has some hooks. Potentially like there could be a play to the triple word score from there. Talking about OBIS and IBIS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the simulation is saying that Veep is a better play by a little bit than Meave, but it's pretty close. It's more volatile. It's going to lead to your opponent scoring more and you scoring more. But, a little bit better score, a little bit better leave. It's just incrementally a little better, I think.
Yeah, I like Veep slightly better, but I mean, I think part of it is because Lime is a good leave, but
Yep.
I don't really know what Lime does on this board.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't really know what anything does on this board. It's a tough board. All right, he chooses Meave. Taking the lead by just a little bit, 9 points up with Dave now on turn.
One standout option on this turn for Dave would be Gaelier out of all the choices, playing on top of the freshly played Meave. I don't see anything else immediately that scores even close, but there might be other options that have more balanced leaves.
That's a very nice spot.
Catching up in the chat here. Oh, Scott, that's very kind of you. Abby was a beautiful dog. I haven't seen the recent pictures of Bailey. I'll have to follow up and get some from you. See how Bailey's doing. Tile pool, just for your information, Scott, and anyone else who hasn't been here for the whole time, we tend to do that when there's 14 or fewer than 14 tiles remaining in the pool. Or pardon me, not the pool, unseen to one player. We usually bring it up at that point, just so the letters can all fit on the screen, and those will show on the top right.
Yeah, that I mean, we're also thinking about what's a good thing to show on the stream. What kind of information is good to show. At the moment, we show the tiles remaining letters when there are 14 or fewer left. If there are more, maybe we can consider doing things like showing the number of vowels and consonants.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I mean, it's there are certain things that we are considering. So I mean, if you have any thoughts about that, just feel free to share with us on the chat or on our I mean, any other means as well. Contact us.
Yes, please. The ratio of consonants to vowels is a good suggestion as well for us to take away. That's great of you to bring that up too.
Yeah, I do generate it on the script. It's just for you guys to mention, and it's not printed out on the text file yet. Can you stick something on the right and left side of the Word Cup logo? I'll leave the Word Cup organizers to comment on that.
That's a question for the birthday boy. Wait, what? I didn't say that, did I?
Someone's birthday, and I believe we might have to get in a little bit of a happy birthday on stream for him. We got to pick a key, I think, for singing here. We'll just imagine you're all going in like 4, 5, 6, 7s, 8-part harmony in the background there. I don't know. We can get in some birthday singage. Hold on singage.
Meanwhile, okay, Dave is really letting his clock run low here. This is a tough position for him, but he's got 5.5 minutes, and we still got a long way to go. What's he going to do?
Yeah.
Looks like he's considering AGUE in that spot.
AGU.
Yeah,
AGU is
than Gallier, but I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's just the play that jumps out like at the start, I guess. Like, yeah, but Gallier is just better, I think.
As far as the balancing play, AGU definitely would get a nicer leftover balance, but yes, there's so many fewer than Gallier.
And I think the real, I mean, what you're thinking about is really opening up so much and keeping LEA, which, it's not a very, I don't think it's a great leaf to have also. I mean, it's balanced, but yeah, it doesn't really give you much hope.
I think it's not strong enough a leaf to warrant giving up the points that you do. I would agree.
Yeah.
Jeremy Hildebrand says, showing the scoreboard between rounds would be good. I'm assuming you're talking about the leaderboard. Yeah, there we go. I see it further down. Standings-wise. Excellent suggestion. We can think about practical ways to incorporate that potentially for the future, but noted. While we do make our best effort to talk about who's in what place in standings, that's a point well taken. We'll see if we can incorporate that in the future.
And in the meantime, there is a standings command in the bot, so you guys can pull that up in chat if you'd like.
Yes, and on cue, I will type that.
There you go.
There you go. So you can type standings. For those of you who are curious about those who are competing across the room, I believe this is the command. Let's check. Yes.
Hey, it works. Nice.
Yeah, so there's a way to check on standings in both rooms.
I think it should be CWL, not NWL, but that's whatever. There's no N here. That's not a thing.
AGU worked super well for Dave.
Yeah, nice draw. Skills?
Wow. Well drawn, sir.
Teach us, Dave. We are unworthy. Whole WR points out there is an id on the bottom. Yeah, I was actually just thinking if you're the one and only Wiggy, you start looking for things like that. Lines ending in ID.
Yeah, I mean, I see Trailside, but it's just one off.
I think Trailside's involved in a story recently. I can't remember which anecdote that was, but I do believe it has come up very recently. I mean, it's common enough as a 9 in terms of probability. That seems likely. Let's see in the chat. Scott thinks that he, as in Jesse, has to play cut. Lewis says interlaid to the ID.
Oh, very nice. Pretty sure Dave's going to see that one. He knows his high probability. He knows all probability nines very well.
Yeah, the question is whether is that the best way?
Yeah,
It might not.
An IBIS play of some sort would be what you would compare to if there weren't a triple either. There's lots of things to consider.
Yeah, something ending in IE or something. I'm not sure. Realty.
Well, realty comes to mind. Yeah.
Yeah, it's realty. Yeah.
Alex says, I think Trailside was one of the words that led to Joe Adley's 2000 championship. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe you are correct.
Trailside and showbiz, right?
Yeah, showbiz is sick. That points out the interlaid anagram iridental.
That's not the one.
That's not a word.
No.
It's delirious.
Yeah, it's iridental with 2 R's, I believe. Nope, it's not.
There's iridenta.
Yeah, it's iridenta. And iridentas, but no iridental.
Scott,
Yeah.
was
Reading.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just revealing our non-knowledge of nines and tens. Non-existent knowledge.
Yes, showbiz was a non-bingo. It was like 64 points, like to a double or something like that.
Yeah. I thought Showbiz and Trailside were the same game, or am I?
Yeah, no, definitely the same game. Yeah, it was Capoletto, Edley, back in 2000, I believe. Yeah, there we go. Deliriant. That is the correct anagram for interlaid.
So it's really worked out very well for Dave. I mean, now I think Jesse is pretty stuck with his rack. It's interesting because I thought he might want to consider playing something to block the A, but I think what he's thinking is fishing for Kanat on with 2 spots.
Fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, which I don't know whether it's worth it because, like, I mean, yeah, I just maybe I'll just take one of the spots. I mean, take the one on the left.
He's up against a pretty scary unseen tile pool. He's got to suspect that Dave's pretty likely to bingo, or not pretty likely, but there's a pretty good chance of it. Huh, Olden. That's a very interesting choice. I would not have thought of that.
Yeah.
The interesting thing is, so if Dave does play interlaid, then the spot for Kanata is going to stay open.
Oh, he's
Well, he will have 2 spots for Kanat.
Oh, right. We talked about that, of course. Okay.
Yeah. But I think it just makes sense for Dave to kind of block that restrict that line a little bit with realty instead of playing interlaid.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
We have a request for tiles left. We will likely have that up after
Yeah,
Dave's turn.
we can pull it up right now, in fact. Yeah, the pool is ready to go.
Yeah, I guess we can probably do it, but I think there might be some resizing needed. Letters.
Patchy mentions interlaid wins game, or better to just block other triple lane. I think, part of the previous discussion was interlaid obviously is a nice play, but a play like realty coming down the far left column to make Ibis and Heel is one of the ways to potentially prevent a triple. But it looks like Dave is going for the nice play of interlaid to make a 9.
You love to see it.
Yeah,
Oh.
I like seeing 9s.
As far as winning the game, the computer says they're both about 94, 95% either way. You can play realty or interlaid,
and you're probably winning either way. And Interlay leaves just one tile in the bag. And it looks like the unseen tile pool is going to update in a second, and we're going to have 2 A's, 2 E's, GRT, X as the 8 tiles available for Dave to draw.
I'm smiling as I see Wasim watching in the background at board 1. Do you remember some of the other tournaments before where you would see people like swarming around some of the board 1s later in the tournament, just trying to get a little piece of the action? It's starting to get to that point in the tournament where people are doing the swarm to see what's happening with the good doctor.
Or we're getting to the point where he's just winning by so much that it's anticlimactic and nobody cares anymore. The race for second place is what starts to matter more.
Yeah.
If y'all are just joining us, just a quick update on the standings overall. Dave Wiegand is 4 games and spread up on the entire field in this tournament. He's got 18.5 wins and 1,600 spread, and Evan Borowski has 14.5 with 600 spread. So 4 wins and 1,000 spread points up on everybody.
Yeah.
It is insane.
Dominating the field right now.
Very good race for second place, though, as Evan and Will Anderson, David Webb, and Jesse Day are all within a half game of each other. So.
Wow. So we have some talk in the chat about Dave's draw. Have a look at the tiles there.
Oh, my Lord.
Wait, great axe isn't a word. What are we talking about?
What?
Great axe is not a thing. What?
What's going on? Yeah, I thought I learned something.
Moral of the story: don't listen to Scott ever. What?
Antica. I guess
right.
yeah. I guess Antica would have been a potential good score for Jesse to come back after Interlade. No, sorry, yeah, after Interlade. So I guess Realty would have been stronger in that sense.
So there's one tile in the bag, and we know that it's an A. I don't think that A is going to help for Jesse, unless he goes for like Quintain. No, there's no anything. Just forget it.
Yeah, the thing is there actually anything that Jesse can play with the A, like with the Q and the A?
Well, so I was trying to think if there's a way for him to fish for like Quintain or like Quintan or Quinat by
Yeah.
playing off the F, but like, where is that going to go? I don't see it. There's currently no spot for any of those words on this board, I don't think. So I don't see how an F is going to open one.
Yeah, this actually reminds me a little bit of the game in which Dave had against Austin, like just a big swing towards the end, like.
And like a frustrating position for his opponent, where his opponent's like trying to come back and just nothing's working. Yeah, it's a lot like last game.
Yeah, to check words, you can just do exclamation mark check. You can also get a definition with exclamation mark define. I think there are also some other variations.
Define as well as there, of course. We've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Liari77. Nice to have you back.
I think you can also do like contains and ends with.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that. It's pretty versatile, but courtesy of Scrabble Kitty.
Alex Tings asks, how many are left? Could Jesse play Quanch to hope people draw the case E's to hook? I believe 1 left in the bag, so you would have to make a 1-tile fish to try and pull another bingo. And given his rack and the way the board looks, that does not seem likely.
Quant would.
Oh, I see what you're saying, though. Yeah, Quant setting up eQuant. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's creative, but since he's drawing 1, it means that his opponent definitely has an E.
Yep, exactly.
So I think he should put down Great X.
If the G is in the bag, he's going to bingo out with eQuant and Xer rate for like 250 or something.
I'm actually going to count that. I'm really curious.
I think he's challenging Interlade.
Oh, there's a challenge of Interlade. Okay.
Yeah.
It is good. +5 for the Bing.
And, this challenge makes sense, right? Because he's probably done the math and realized based on the position that he loses, assuming it's good. And if there's even a remote chance it's not good, it gives him a very slight, mind you, chance of staying in the game. So it's the right thing to do if you're not 100% sure.
No, they just went for a coffee break. Possible. I mean, we'll be staying here until they get back. So hopefully they come back soon.
Apparently, Scott is still trolling about Great Axe. I don't get what he's doing there, but that's fine.
I believe further up in the chat, someone mentioned it was in reference to an RPG turn. I'm guessing it must have something to do with a game that I have not played or am not familiar with. So
Yeah, I think there are plenty of great access in games.
Nerd alert.
Joho asks, is there a time limit for when you can challenge, even after opponent has picked up their new provisional tiles? No. As long as you have placed a person on hold, they are, of course, allowed to courtesy draw after, is it 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Just that varies in
Yep.
some locations.
Yep.
Here, it's after 30 seconds, you can do a courtesy draw if you're still on hold, but you can still challenge anytime. It's just on your time on the clock while you are placing them on hold. Alex says there's a time limit in German Scrabble. We decide in 20 seconds. I hate that rule. That is a very strange
Seconds,
rule.
well, that's fast. Wow.
I mean, especially given the fact that German is an agglutinating language, that leaves so many possibilities for words. That's horrible. I feel for you.
It's all right if you're Nigel.
Nigel just flips through the pages in his mind and finds the page in like 5 seconds. So yeah, for him it's fine.
So will Dave find Great Axe?
Dave has arranged Gex rate on his rack.
Yeah.
One tile off from a Twitch classic.
SD Rock Cassidy says, if someone played Great Axe against me, I wouldn't challenge it. Well, there you go. We'll have to keep that in mind if we ever sit across the board. Alex says, I really hope Nigel will take on our dictionary one day. Yeah, I think people from all sorts of organizations have offered playfully for him to come play at their championship. I think even in Iceland, they offered for him to try and learn Icelandic and come and play in their championship. And man, I gotta tell you, some of those words are doozies when you see them written down.
So Jesse finally getting the A that he needs for Kanat.
Yeah. No bingo, though. Sadly, unable to play Quintan or Quinat or anything like that.
Yeah. So I typed in Great Axe into Google, and it suggested Great Axe build New World.
Oh.
So I think New World might be the game. Might be a game with Great Axe.
And yes, Scott, Icelandic is considered one of the hardest languages to learn as far as ones you could learn if it's not your mother tongue. I would still say, I mean, that's still relative in terms of which languages you've grown up speaking, but more or less, pretty universally, it would be Euskara would be probably the hardest one for everyone to learn. That would be Basque. Sorry, I just used the Spanish term for it.
Oh no, Dave forgot to hit his clock after playing X-Ray, so he goes over on time. You hate to see it.
Time penalty is 10 points every 1 minute or part thereof.
Yeah.
So if you go over just by 1 second, you lose 10 points. I think there's also a maximum. Is there also a maximum of like 10 minutes overtime?
I believe that depends on
Yeah,
the organization.
you
as
lose
well.
it. You lose it
Yeah.
10 minutes. Yeah.
For this one, 10 minutes.
It looks like Dave missed the best spot for his G. He can turn Olden into Golden.
Nice.
1 point worse to play Ag. Sad.
Cesar suggests they should change the time penalty to 1 point per second. In one of the crazy variants of Scrabble that we play, After Hours, where we have a fast timer to begin with for the game, we do play that way, where there's a point per second lost as well.
Yeah. All right, so with the time penalty, Dave's going to get -10, so the final score is Dave Weekend 412 and Jesse Day 333. I'm just updating that manually now. You'll see it in a second. So yeah, just a frustrating game for Jesse Day. You know, he just tried to come up with a bingo to get back in it and just never quite could do it. It is pretty rare that you see Jesse Day held to 333, but
Yeah, it's a tough game.
yeah, only the one bingo form, only the Surcars play.
Yeah.
and just couldn't really score very much other than that one turn.
So Alex asked, this is close to clinching the tournament for Dave, right? Mathematically speaking, not quite yet, but pretty close because he was up 4 games on one player and 4.5 on the rest trailing. We do have 3 games to end the tournament tomorrow, and then there are 4 this afternoon.
Yeah,
we have 1 before lunch, so mathematically, no, he hasn't quite won yet, but it's looking pretty good for Dave at the moment, given the way things are going.
Yeah, he's up 4 games with 8 to play, so not eliminated mathematically yet, but definitely in great shape. Update on the next round, we're going to have Will Anderson back on table 1, ladies and gents. It's going to be Will Anderson against David Webb coming up next, so that's going to be a fun one. Looking forward to it.
Yes. How many William Standersons do we have out there?
You're trying to make Sandersons a
Yes.
thing.
The Standersons. Do we have the Will Stands in the audience? Because we're going to bring back the one and the only William on stream. We're going to see how he does in this amazing comeback effort. We love to see it. Noah says Will should be playing Dave for the next 3 games, in my opinion. Interesting perspective. I haven't seen the standings, so I don't know if that would be the correct pairing, but Will playing Dave definitely will be among the pairings in the near future.
Well, he's playing Dave with Webb.
Yeah.
Dweebo Vision, indeed.
Yeah. One of the Daves, I guess.
There are many Davids.
No shortage of Davids.
Looks like Evan won his last game against Ben Schoenbrunn by 2 points, 457, 455. Very close win there.
Wow.
So Evan will remain only 4 games back from Dave Weekend. Still in the hunt.
Hello, the game has started. It's me. It's me to go first.
It looks like Will Anderson also won his last game against David Webb. So it's going to be Dave at 19.5, Evan at 15.5, and Will at 15 as your top 3.
Wow. Yeah, and then that means David Webb and Jesse are at 14, and then we don't know further down with some of the others. Okay, cool.
Looks like Eldar lost to Lipe, so Eldar is still stuck on 13.5. He's a ways back.
Okay. And then, yeah, he's out of the tournament, so not him. Yeah, okay. Got it. Alrighty. We are going to take a quick break here from Chicagoland. We'll come back in about 10 minutes or so for the next round of coverage. Until then, it's Jesse, Evans, and Wade signing off. We will see you again in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Goodbye. Might be someone else next round.
Welcome back to Chicagoland for the 2022 Word Cup. Jesse Matthews here, coming to you from the tournament venue with Evan Squinchy on my left side, and we have a new remote commentator joining us for the next round, or new to today at least. Jeremy Koo, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Really good. We're having a great time watching some high-quality games today. We just saw Dave Wiegand pull up another big win. We have a new Dave stepping up to board one for this round. We have David Webb, who will be on board one, taking on the one and the only William Anderson. We're going to have to see how this one goes. Two excellent players. See if we can pull a chat here. Let's see who's here. Team Will and who is Team Webb.
Wanderer 15 versus Dweebovision. Two of the video content stars of the Scrabble world. Nice.
We've got that poll up. A couple minutes for you to put in your votes for who you are pulling for. Tied early on in the votes, 2 apiece. Give that a couple more minutes to run. Any early thoughts from you two gentlemen, given what you've seen from both of the players so far?
Well, obviously, Will is on an incredible run. He began the tournament at a mere 4-7, and he has since come roaring back, and is now 15-8. So he's on an incredible run, and he's been tough to stop. But obviously, David Webb has been consistent all tournament long. He's really been top 5 basically the entire way. So it's just a very consistent performance throughout for David Webb. They're both playing fantastic.
The game has started. It's my opponent to go first.
And
Looks like
Will's
Will-
back.
Will is looking at a bunch of different Z plays, none of which managed to score very much. Doesn't look like there's much between them. You know, you play off the Z and one of the E's somehow.
Looks like he's considering just plain old ZE. It's interesting. I think Elder is a pretty good leave. ELDER. Yeah, he's got those 2 tiles in his hand ready to go, maybe.
Akrater says, fishing for Deldar.
Yeah, it looks like Will's debating between Z and Z. A Quackle simulation actually says Zell is the one that's slightly better than both, because that leave of EEDR is a little better than EELR. But these are all very close. Not a huge difference either way. And he is going to play Z. So,
Well,
a tiny, tiny mistake. It doesn't really matter. They're all good.
Z, interesting. It potentially sets up for 6-letter thread extensions.
Yeah.
Words ending
Oh.
IZED.
Lots of extension possibilities. And Sonic Rick is wondering the same, asking if Will is aiming for an ized word. Yep, seems quite possible.
So, Rebeller is good, right? Yeah, okay. Will has drawn Rebeller,
Oh, very nice.
but it seems fairly likely to get blocked. Oh, maybe not. David might play ZR, hooking the A onto the end of Z.
Yeah, it
Or
looks
he
like
might
he's
play
lined up.
underneath.
Yeah. Looks like he's lined up AUA, which would play making Zeta. And that would leave Rebeller open. Yep, there it is.
Phil Sherman mentions the reason Zell is better than Zed is not the lead necessarily, but the lack of huge snapbacks and triple word score. Yeah, I would be inclined to agree personally, all those possibilities. moves.
I'm not sure if I really agree at all, because I think that both you and your opponent are equally likely to hit that spot. It's not as though it's likely that like David has the Ized bingo on his rack right away. It's more likely to come up later for either one of you at random. But I mean, these are very small distinctions.
Yeah, looks like we've got a challenge on Rebeller, which makes sense.
Okay.
It's kind of a strange word, you know, as Cesar says, one who rebels is a rebel.
Right.
But it is a word,
Exactly.
so
It's an example of a pronunciation difference because there's rebel and rebel.
Ah.
One is the noun and one is the verb.
But it's still a good point, though. That, like, you
Yeah.
don't really need a second
Yeah.
word for that. That's what rebel means.
Yeah. Sonic Rick is going with a different nuanced pronunciation.
A rebeller, yeah.
Someone who hits that bell over and over and over again, loudly waking him up on a Sunday. Francis asks, if options are close, then is it worth spending 3 minutes on the first move? Isn't it better to go quickly at the start to have more time when it's close towards the end? That is an excellent theory-based question.
It's the David Eldar School of Time Management. We were just talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had Eldar on as a guest broadcaster earlier, and he was talking about how players are using too much time on these early turns. So I think he would agree with you on that.
Cesar points something out I was going to point out. Francis, yeah, usually unless you're Puckhorn. Yeah, Puckhorn the Mittermansuk. He was well known on the tournament scene for someone who would spend a very large amount of time in his first few moves permuting the many possibilities of how the board would play out after his first few moves, but he's very capable of speed playing when he actually wants to.
There is another player who matches this description. A player who we might have just watched last round.
Yes.
All right, so David has drawn many, many, many bingos, all sorts of stuff like Pudzier and Updries and Syruped. So looks like he's going to get one of those down.
Also very adequately describes the breakfast from this morning.
My breakfast was quite syruped.
Mine was not. Francis says, in French, spending 3 minutes on the first move is a lot since we have 20 minutes, not 25, and no additional minutes. Interesting. Francis, is this in Classic as well, or is it just in Duplicat?
Uprides is not a word.
Classic. Okay, so yeah, basically the two-player version. Okay, cool. No, that's interesting. We talk about having it would be a variant for us technically where we play with 20 minutes or anything less than the standard 25, but interesting to hear it's a standard 20 in French.
So David is choosing Pudzier here rather than Syruped, which is 10 points less than just playing Syruped next to Zeta. I'm not sure what that's about, but okay, he'll play Pudzier. We got ourselves a tie score, 94-94.
this looks like he just missed Syrup,
Yeah.
which is fair. It's one of the weirder ones with these letters.
Very true. Will is going to play a word that we were just talking about last round of Equant, the E-hook on Quant. And that is very clearly the best play, so we'll just play it quickly.
Points. Can't argue with points.
Love to see points. Will plays it so quickly that David is still drawing his previous rack.
And Will greeting the Twitch audience at the same time with a hi, as we see lots of highs in the chat.
Hmm? All right, we're seeing some letters here for David finally. And it looks like they're interesting ones.
Foamingly through
Yeah, foamingly. Yeah, there you go.
IN.
There's a big spot for foamy in that top right corner, overlapping Equant or Equant. And Gloam also plays in that spot, so Some pretty heavy scoring options available here for Mr. Webb. Malfoy is not a word. Sad.
Indeed not. And I see that eventually you got to kyphotic in the chat. Actually, fun little fact with our dear friend William Anderson. We were doing leg day and we were talking about posture, making sure that neither of us went kyphotic in posture as we were doing back squats. Kyphosis minus an S. That's a fun word as well. You know that one?
Is it Skiffaway?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so David is thinking this over. I'm hoping he'll see, that spot for Gloam or Foamy up top. Those are pretty clearly the two best options because they unload the most of these consonants and score in the high 30s. You can also play Mayo or Loamy as a play, underlapping under Equant. All of your best plays pretty much are up there. And he does play Foamy. I think that's a solid option. 35 and a pretty strong leave of GL. Relatively strong compared to the alternatives he could have kept.
Do any of you remember Foamy the Squirrel? Did you ever see those? That was like back in the Flash video, Flash cartoon days. R.I.P. Macromedia Flash. So that's our
It looks
mentioned
like-
Happy Tree Friends. Nice. That's a very different web cartoon. A little bit more violent. Sorry, go ahead. Jordan.
It looks like Will doesn't quite have the right tiles to play on top of Foamy. They actually, that's like it's actually very close. If he just had another O, he would have hook for like, 1 million points.
Well, you can just play OK, which is 49, which is almost a million.
Well on your way to a million anyway. Good start.
Yeah, I mean he'll probably be thinking about okay, but the leave is not ideal. It
Right.
might be the best option just based on the score, but probably will be looking around for something else first. Whereas if you had hook, you just play it very quickly. At least
yeah.
if you follow the David Alder school of time management.
He can also play though, THO, to get rid of an extra tile in the same spot. Not a million, but 43 is pretty close to a million as well. Just checking whether David's rack has any bingos in it. And there is one possible 8 with Magalos plus a blank. Oh, I guess I just gave away what the answer was by saying Magalos. The answer is Magalogs. I put the letters in order for you. My bad.
Big now.
Yeah, Magalogs is the only 8 with that rack, and there is no available G for him. Oh, a Magalog. It's a portmanteau. It's a mail order catalog. That's funny. Words are weird sometimes. So Will is perhaps looking at OK. You can see he's got those 2 tiles arranged at the end of his rack there.
Magandi. That's a fascinating definition there. We might have to ask our guest commentator this afternoon if he knows that word. We'll reveal who that is in a little bit of time here.
Perhaps it's some sort of Northern Ireland slang. Is that what you're implying?
I think so, and that's a little hint as to who we might have on the stream. We'll see if you can guess who our afternoon guest commentator will be. We're excited to have him here.
Yeah, absolutely. Suggestion of THO in the chat from Marlon. I think I like it. And apparently Will Anderson does too. It's coming down. Not sure if Will's hit his clock yet. I guess he's still writing down scores and evaluating his options. Okay, there's the clock. Okay. No G for Magalogs like we talked about, and not a lot of like huge standout star plays here. You're probably going to be scoring in the high 20s when you dump your G and your M.
said no one says Alamo, never forget. Aw, a little bit of American history there for y'all.
In Scrabble, you definitely should remember the Alamo because it is a valid word. It is a kind of poplar tree.
That makes one of the, like, we used to joke about there being like 4 definitions for any word in Scrabble ever. It's usually some kind of shrub, a currency. I forget what the other words are, or the definitions, but it's always like shrub, currency, and 2 other ones. Oh wait, a univalent radical.
Radical.
That appears as a definition more often than I would have thought, like with the YL words. Or a mineral, says Rebecca. There you go. Or the others are fish, says Alex Dings. Yeah, there tends to be this several major categories. Yeah, or insects, says Joel.
So what are we looking at here for David? Globe. I think I like Globe a little more than Alamo.
Yeah, Gloam looks pretty strong, or just Ogam keeping your L. You could also
I don't
play,
like
you
L's.
could play Gamma if you like to leave OLS. I don't know.
Marlon suggests 11C Glam as the play here.
Why would you play Glam and keep a leave of AOS? That seems a little clunkier.
I agree, Cesar. There's some amazing words that are coming up in the chat here. Mary thought, I had no idea. That's awesome.
Rusimov with a very good English vocabulary for a Frenchman.
It looks like David is opting to take points and use the S to hook ZS.
Okay.
How much more is this compared to Globe?
That is a good question. Is he playing Gams? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my video's a little
Games
blurry.
is 35.
Yeah, 35 rather than like Gloam would have been 28. So.
And as is pointed out in the chat, it's not particularly an S-friendly board. That's a valid point.
That's true, but this ALO leave is also, not very good.
Yeah, and Joel Sherman says, Dweeb is following Joel Wapnick's maxim, S's are meant to be played. Yeah, that's definitely one school of thought in this case that, what was the threshold before? Like, I think with that line of thought, it was usually like 8 or more points additional that you would play the S. I think it is something along there. Joel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's one of the schools of thought there.
I think it's like 8 to 10, but you also want to vary it based on the board. Like you should be more than that if it's a really open board and less if it's a closed board, but generally 8 to 10. The issue though with GAMS is you're not just playing your S, you're keeping ALO, which is a lot clunkier than ALS. It's just, a little bit vowel heavy. I don't know. I wouldn't have played GAMS myself. But. Okay, so the best play for Will is definitely yeah, and he does play yeah. So that gives him 44, and it starts to pad his lead a little bit. He's up by 67.
Wait, I don't really understand the mental math being done in the chat. Gloam, by my count, is 28, and Gams is 35. So it's just 7. It's 7 additional points for the S.
And your leave is a lot worse. Yeah.
People are saying like much larger numbers. So I'm not sure what candidate plays they have in mind, which they're comparing to Gams, but by my count, it's 7.
Yep.
Definition of an invalid version of Woobit. That's a throwback to an earlier round.
I think somebody put down Woobit and then picked it up, right? Conrad, I think. Put it down, thought about it, and then took it back correctly.
Did he actually pick it up? Okay. Yeah.
I think so. I think he played like oboe or something instead. Who can remember? My brain is
it was Conrad.
complete
I
mush.
just can't remember if he actually played it or if it was picked up.
Wow. 18. That's an aggressive play.
It sure is.
Will's very pleased to see this, of course, with the X on his right.
Yeah. We can play Axite. Seems like a very, very strong option for him.
Hmm.
Is there a way to play the rack over 2 turns? Somehow. That's the first thing I'll be thinking about here.
What do you mean?
Like, can you play something and then set up for the X, or like play the X and set up for your other high scoring tiles to score again?
You wouldn't just play Axite for 60 right away?
Well, I mean, it's pretty good, but I would maybe spend a little time thinking about, if there's potentially something better. He's thinking about Betake, for example. And then, are there other X spots? There is, I guess, PIX. Betake does take out the X hotspot over IOD, though.
Yeah. It'd be better if you had a word that put a vowel next to that A, not a consonant, but don't think you do.
Marlon's logic further up was Gloam was better versus the Unseen Pool, and I believe that's in comparison to GAMS. Akratur asks, is it ever right to just play XI and block the lanes? I would say it's probably only right to just drop that. Actually, wait, are you talking XI parallel in that case and just block? I mean, it's potential. I mean, I would say it's positionally dependent as to whether you would do that. But it could be in certain situations. Well, it's definitely taking his time to work through possibilities and which one he thinks should be.
Yeah, I think this is a good use of his time, even if Xite ends up being the best play. This is the kind of situation in which Nigel gains an edge over everyone else by being able to play his rack over 2 turns. So an interesting thing about Xite, looks like it's coming down, is that there's some extensions. So David almost has a UTAC site. Not quite. Let's see what other possibilities there are. Oh, it's just UTAC site. It's probably not very likely in that case. Most of the U's have been played.
A little bit of discussion about why would Betake not be a good play, and as it's pointed out, it is a good play. You know, it's a very good play. It's just in this particular position, the argument is Axite is a bit better, and one of the reasons for that was pointed out is that there's not particularly a great spot or 2 spots guaranteed for using that X on the next turn, so you might as well cash it in now. There's nothing wrong with Betake as a play; it's just not as good. And then, as I mentioned, Will has pulled Debarked. Through the E in Rebellers.
Yeah, very nice. Debarked is the only bingo, and Will plays it quickly. You love to see it if you're one of the Sandersons.
Yeah, the Standersons are loving this show of dominance from the good William R. Anderson. Alex says, when a phony is played on Woogles, it is debarked off the board. Nice. And Jeremy Hildebrand points out the blank is off center, as in it has been turned sideways. Yep.
Oh, instant game loss. Sorry, Will. You thought you were going to win, but no. Coco rules are in effect.
Oh,
It's not the majority oriented in the right direction in Coco.
If the blank is sideways, you're disqualified from tournaments for 1 year.
Ooh, I didn't know this rule.
Just
Shoot.
kidding.
Will has drawn UTAC side.
Oh my gosh, look at
Wow.
that.
And you know he knows the word.
Sure.
Patchy, penalized for orientation in 2022. Shaking my head. Nice. As is pointed out in the chat, hominies for Dweebo Vision. The H and yeah.
Might want to play Hominize, give yourself a hook, because you need to bingo like many more times to come back.
Mhm.
Yeah, Hominies and Hominize are the two highest scoring bingos here.
That's what I'm having someone write us a new Google sound theme. Maybe the new thing will be a meow. Nice.
How about a meow for a valid word? Like when there's a challenge, it either meows or barks, depending on valid or invalid. All right, Hominies comes
Yeah.
down. Is that Hominies or Hominize?
Hominies.
Okay. A little bit blurry on my picture here. That brings him within 85. If he gets really lucky from here, maybe he's got a shot, but it's going to be an uphill battle.
You know, at minimum, UTAC site, as previously mentioned, is going to be among the candidate plays. We're getting some
Eventful.
swappage. Yeah, eventful.
Eventful looks very nice.
From the E in tax site. If we were playing that variant of Scrabble, that would be an amazing play. And eventful when you, yes. As it's
Pretty good draw for David Webb.
Yeah. Conceit, as is pointed out in the chat on his rap. And more specifically, tectonic from the T in tax site. Very nice. Wavin points out Occident. I am assuming that would be referring to something based in the East. I haven't seen that definition, but that's my guess.
So very interesting choice here between UTAC site and playing a word like flu that gets rid of more of these consonants. And it looks like he is going to choose UTAC site. Okay. 45 points. Can't argue with that. I mean, you can, but 45 points is good. And then lots of bingos available here for Mr. Webb. I think we've already covered them all, right? Occident, conceit. Oh, and there's one more. Oh, tectonic. Yeah, you guys found all of them. Good job. Occident is the highest scoring one, 82 points through that D&D barked.
And point out in the chat by Foundering, it's Will. Of course he flexes with UTAC site. I can confirm, Will is a flexer. Definitely a flexer. Going for all the games, word games and gym games.
All right, tectonic is going to come down.
Well, if David draws another bingo here, he actually might be in it because he
Yeah.
doesn't draw any vowels.
Tectonic puts him within 52. And yeah, wow, Will has a terrible rack. You're right. He might have to exchange here. Maybe not, though. We've got 17 unseen tiles. There will be 10 in the bag once David Webb draws 7 of them out of there. So here for Will, you're up 52. You can exchange. You can play flu through the E and D bark for 20. You can play pone, PWN, always a fan favorite.
We love our ponage.
Wow. That's another pretty good rack for David Webb. This is shaping up to be a much closer game than it looked to be just
Yeah,
a couple
very
holes
interesting.
ago.
It's not far off of Injera's. Very, very close.
So if Will plays Flu, he'll be blocking some of David's best plays with the J, such as Jib and Raj. So very pivotal thing here for Will, whether he's going to exchange or play through this. And he is going to play Flu. Okay, I think that's good for him because it's going to block a lot of David's best plays. We're going to bring up the unseen tile pool in just a second. There are now 7 in the bag as David starts to think about this pre-endgame situation. This is not going to be easy for him. You know, there's places he can play off the J with a word like Aji or Jai, but those aren't going to score that much. And bingoing is going to be not impossible, but I would say a little difficult on this board. Yeah, it's pointed out in the chat that there are some clunkers in this pool. You're looking at GGVVW as 5 of the remaining 14. Although the G's are actually a good thing if you're going to keep a leave like INRS. Like an ing bingo is very possible with the right draw. The V's are not good.
I can't really see a way to open up the board anymore. So he probably wants to just play the J in a way that's the least obstructive to any of the lanes.
So maybe playing JAI in the top left corner then? That would be 25. It would put him only down by, what, 31 points or something? I'm struggling at math, but something like that. 37?
Yeah, so from well, even though the unseen tiles include only 4 vowels, I think David should be able to infer that Will doesn't have many vowels from his play of Flu. So
Yep.
RG plays off 2 of his vowels, which is not, just looking at the unseen tiles, that's not the best, but it might be okay given Will's last play. You can just hope to draw the vowels.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is for David that you need to get lucky anyway to win this game. So you might as well play for the cases where your draw is on the luckier end of the spectrum. Because you're just going to lose anyway if you don't get a very lucky draw. Yeah, David definitely taking his time on this turn. It is a pivotal one, as these pre-game situations often are. He's still got 8 minutes. Plenty of time to process all of this. I'm sure he would love to find some kind of fantastic J play, but there's really just not much. I mean, you're not going to do much better than just a simple play of Jai.
Joel Sherman is suggesting Ahi on top of Tectonic, starting with the T in the middle, working over to the right as his choice of play.
It kind of blocks some of your bingos, though, doesn't it? All right, he's going to play Jar. Scores a little bit more, and if you draw a G, rising plus another tile, that could work. All right, updating the tile pool now, as well as the score. Will's up by 46 with 5 in the bag. And David is going to keep us in suspense by putting his tile face down. Okay, just kidding. He has drawn, I think, something not very good. I don't think AR is quite going to do it for him.
Meantime, here comes Wept.
Yeah. So Webb leaves just 1 tile in the bag. And question now for David is, what can you fish for with 1 tile? And it's got to be a word that plays in 2 spots. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. He does have the 1 bingo lane underneath the PI in in line 12 there. But if you just have the one bingo there, Will's going to know that, and he's going to block it.
Will trolling the chat with egg. Very nice.
Egg. So David's going to spin the board back to him, and we'll take some time to think this over, but I'm just not sure if anything's going to happen for him here. He's also down by enough points that I don't think even if he can get a bingo, there's a way to get a high scoring enough bingo to win.
So Joel's elaborated a bit on the Aji placement that he was mentioning. He's saying it opens more with the IN hook than it would have closed to the PI hook as far as taking away the PI hooks. Thanks for that clarification, Joel. Appreciate that. Looks like another comment. Good thing that A and debarked is open for VAV. Yeah, that would be definitely a good way to unload those V's, assuming that stays open. Lewis asked, don't think there's anything through the blank A hooking a jar. That's a good question.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Certainly check for that, but I would also have some doubts.
So Rawin is the play that David Webb opts for.
Looks like a giving up play, and I think giving up is probably correct because there's not much you can do. So emptying the bag, keeping 4 on David's rack, and it's just up to Will to kind of play this endgame out now. He's going to win this one. Looks like Will is arranging the letters in Nog on his rack. Nog plays for 25 points underneath Aioli there.
So a little early in the year for eggnog, isn't it?
Looks like Will's considering egg or Nog, but not both.
Yeah, only one.
It's funny, the computer is saying Gong is actually a better play than Nog. I'm guessing that's because it blocks David's best play of VIS making tectonics. Because if you play Gong a little bit farther over to the right, yeah, you can't put an S on tectonics anymore. Interesting.
Lewis asked, was Will 4 and 7 at one point? Because that's quite a comeback. Yes, I can confirm Will was sitting at 4 and 7 and has since gone on an incredible run.
He's going to be 12 and 1 since then, yeah. I just saw David Whitley in the hallway a few minutes ago, and he said, I am sure I'm glad that when I faced Will, it was during the 4 and 7 part of the tournament.
Fair enough.
To be clear, he was one of the 7.
Yeah. To elaborate on that, even I was talking to Will about it today between sets, and he was saying that he didn't feel like he played that bad. You know, in those first games, he just couldn't pull out the wins. You know, and since then we're seeing a wide swing to the other side, where it's been pretty much all wins from that low point of 4 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Nog with the 2 G's is an eggnog or similar drink. So look at that. He can have the egg on the nog, but not literally in the word. Just the word itself. That's cool. I did not know that's what it meant.
And of course, the obligatory, the whips in chat when I mentioned David Whitley.
Indeed.
Oh, the whips, indeed. So the play here for David is almost certainly VIS making tectonics. I can't imagine there's anything better. And neither can Quackle. So I think that means there isn't anything better.
Well, he might not be sure of tectonics, I guess.
I feel like plate tectonics, that's a common phrase.
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
But
Cranog, yeah. I've played that one before. It's a nice one. And there was a question. Where was that question? I saw it. I don't want to miss it. Let's scroll up. There it is. Deeper Minotaur asks, what's a good way to practice aside from just playing? Read the dictionary a lot? Ooh, this is one that we could talk a lot about. And I feel like no matter what, I'm not going to mention every single thing that's out there and someone's going to be mad at me. But I'll do my best. That's a big question. So yes, obviously playing by sheer repetition and seeing positions and words come up, you will absorb words and board vision and such that way. But there are tools that we also use to practice. Joel Sherman has mentioned one of them. Aerolith is a tool developed by Cesar del Solar, who is in the chat today as 14 Domino. He created that tool. He's also part of the team responsible for Woogles, which is a platform online available for anyone to play. Can I say it's Scrabble or crossword brand word game? I think in that case, I'm not sure. I forget where all the different trademarks are. I think crossword brand word game would be safe for that one. There's also, let's see, Xeraphim is a tool that's used to study Collins only words. What else do we have out there? I'm trying to think of any other major tools.
Well, not Collins only words. Words in Collins maybe.
There you go.
You can study, QI
Sorry.
and
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. I'm just trying to make sure I cover everything in the answer here, and I'll miss something no matter what. Mr. Purvis says, do you have to create your own lists for Aerolith, or are there pre-made ones that can be searched and downloaded? The answer is actually both.
both, yeah.
You can use pre-made lists, or you can make your own. A lot of people make their own based on words they've missed in previous challenges, or they have themed word lists. Yeah, there's lots of options for practice on Aerolith. Very user-friendly.
So David just does forego tectonics. He does play Vis, but without hooking tectonics.
All right, so after VIS from David and then Vent from Will, we're going to have a final score of Will Anderson 511, David Webb 420. So Will continuing his fantastic run. He has now won 12 of his last 13 games, and he's going to have a shot at second place depending on how some other results shake out this round. But he is very much in the hunt for the number 2 overall spot in the tournament. Of course, he's going to have a hard time catching Dave Wiegand for first, but anything can happen. We shall see. I'm just looking at the results that are trickling in now, trying to find out whether Evan won his game. It looks like we don't have that one in yet, so we'll have to be kept in suspense a little while longer.
Who is that playing?
Great question. I don't know. Evan is playing, scrolling to the bottom of my spreadsheet now. I'm not sure. We'll find out later.
Okay,
But
that's fair enough.
But anyway, very nice win from Will Anderson. Just played fantastic Scrabble from start to finish, and he just continues his very nice run. David Webb very much in the mix as well. He's been pretty much, top 5 to 7 players in the tournament all week long. Very impressive performance from both players. So,
Chat notes Dr. Giggles won again. I'm assuming that is in reference to DR Bing.
Dr. Giggles. I don't know when Dr. Wiggles got bastardized and became Dr. Giggles, but if you say so, Mr. Ruzimov.
Monsieur Ruzimov. We have to make sure we use the correct French. There we go.
Nice.
Monsieur.
It looks like they're saying that Evan was playing Pete. I think that's what's being explained to me in the chat. Okay. Well, both those guys can be fairly deliberate with their play, so perhaps they're not done yet. Definitely track down that result when we can.
Sounds like Marlon Prudencio lost his last game, so we've got some of the results trickling in there. Any thoughts on possible swing point or notable play for this game just before we pause for lunch?
Let's take a look. Yeah, it was a fairly close game in the beginning, and then Will just went on a really tremendous run of scoring in the middle with and Axite being some really high scoring non-bingos, and then just Deep Arc to really start to put it out of reach.
Yeah. So with that, we are done a little bit early. 12:30 is usually when we start our pause for lunch, just a few minutes ahead of schedule. We are going to be For 2 p.m. local time for the next 4 rounds of play, we will have a brand new guest commentator joining us for the afternoon show. So that'll be a fun little treat. We're going to hold back a little bit longer on letting you know who that is, although we've dropped a few hints this morning in the chat as to who that might be. At 2 o'clock local time, so we're here on Central Time, so that's 3 p.m. Eastern. That will be noon Pacific time, and then all over the world. I am not sure if I can do all the math on that, so my apologies for that. But we'll just see you back here in just over an hour and a half. Signing off from Chicagoland, this is Jesse and the entire broadcast team. Thank you. We are back here in Chicagoland / Naperville / Lisle / almost Chicago. It is Jesse Matthews and Evans Clinchy live from the tournament venue. We have an amazing special guest commentator this afternoon, the one, the only, Paul Gallen. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
Absolutely, our pleasure. Happy to have you.
This is the first time that I've ever done commentary, so please forgive me. I'm not probably going to be as polished as you guys.
Well, as I understand it, your written work is very strong, so you just got to take those words and
Oh yeah, of course.
speak them out loud. So
yeah.
how different can it be? Oh, right. I have to put scores on the scoreboard. Sorry about that. I will definitely do that. Okay.
We need zeros.
The score in the game is 0-0 because it hasn't begun yet. I can do that. Easy math.
Excellent.
All right. I believe in the first game we're going to have on table 1, it's going to be Will Anderson versus Dave Wiegand. Dave is in a very dominant position in the tournament right now. He is 18.5 and 3.5 losses. He is 4.5 games up on Will, who is 14-8. So not quite guaranteed to win this tournament, but very close to closing things out. So Will needs to basically win this one to stay alive, pretty much. All right, I'm going to get the game analysis board ready while you guys can kind of stall and talk.
Excellent. So Will's drawing his first tiles. The one, the only, William Anderson, with all the Sandersons that are surely in the chat, rooting for him to pull through. And then we have Dave Wiegand, the legend himself, the good Dr. Bing. I see Gertrude has returned after stating that there was half of today for absence and missed out on yesterday. Glad to have you back, Gertrude. Let's see what else we have in the chat. Omri Rosenkantz has returned. Nice to have you here. Hello from Dublin. Lewis is here. Yeah, we got a wonderful mix of people. Let's have some typing in the chat here, where everyone is watching from this afternoon or evening or morning, depending where you are. Let's hear it. Or see it, I guess.
So yeah, I'm sure Will wanted to have a much better start than that. Probably some sort of big scoring opening play or a bonus to try and get ahead, but it was a disastrous first rack for him. So he'll be hoping for something better now on the exchange.
Yeah, it looks like
And
he almost
there's the
certainly
blind.
has to exchange. There's basically no valid words possible here. I don't think you want to play Igloo, keeping IOU.
And he's got a humdinger of a rack there. Yeah, he's got a few bonuses, so he'll be happy with that. And a pretty standard response for Dave QI.
Yeah, Will has gone for the optimal switch to, or exchange rather, to.
I think I had a video lag. Did Will trade all 7?
I didn't see what he exchanged exactly, but he has pulled a bonus out of the bag.
Oh, all 7. Okay. After QI, 2-0. You actually had a choice between QI and Piezo there. Interesting. Or Piezed. All right. So what are the options here for Will?
So I think Kachori is good with an O.
Ooh, very nice. Kachori and Kacheri, both with an E, yeah.
Yeah. I think someone in the chat mentioned Hey Rick as well.
Ooh.
Rickshaw as well. Looks like it's coming down. Very nice play
Rickshaw.
from Will.
Beautiful. Yeah, that
Excellent
appears to be
play.
the highest scoring bingo, 85. So we were just saying that Will would like to have a big bonus to get started against Dave, and he actually does get it on turn 2.
Yeah, he got it eventually.
BEGPOTZ. All right. Certainly some strong responses available here for Dave with that Z.
And as the chat has pointed out, I think that Rickshaw takes a W.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
let's see if that comes into play at all. But it looks more likely that Dave is going to play somewhere up at the top half of the board. Maybe something like Toast, which is what he's lining up. Looks like a
Yeah.
good play to me.
So it looks very strong indeed.
And it's going to block Wasbirds. which Will Anderson has just drawn.
Oh, yeah. Losbirds. Oh, it's a shame to have that blocked.
Yeah, that would have been pretty. Too bad.
You could just imagine Will sitting there in his chair right now praying, please don't block it, please don't block it. Oh. All right, so Codes does come down, and it's going to be 85-76, a small lead for Will. The good news for Will is he played Rickshaw setting up that W, and he drew it right away.
Yeah,
So
I think
he'll have some W plays.
Swab's looking pretty
Yeah.
strong here, hooking that on Rickshaw.
Sure is.
Yeah, that would be a very nice play. Sets up his second S there for Swabs.
Yeah, things are shaping up pretty nicely for him here.
Looks pretty good to me.
I don't think anybody in this playing room is going to miss the word swab, seeing as there's been a whole lot of COVID tests this week. People have been swabbing themselves nonstop.
Yeah. And just to clarify, I did see over the lunch break there were a few questions in the chat about a couple players in the standings. I'm just trying to think. We've had a couple drop out this morning.
Yeah, well, the big one was Jeff Teveno, who was in third place, and he
Yeah.
had to drop out of the tournament, unfortunately.
That was really unfortunate. That was out of an abundance of precaution. My understanding is that he technically didn't test positive, but out of an abundance of precaution based on some contacts.
Yep.
And as Sidewinder has pointed out, Dave has a 4-timer on with that quite ugly rack with the GP and the V. Something like evading looks like it's possible. There may be something else as well, but evading will be one way to sort that ugly rack out.
Very nice, yeah.
I can see Alex Dings has mentioned exactly that. Evading is a double-double for Dr. Bing, just a little further up in the chat. It's looking like a pretty solid option there.
You can also play padding. They both score 48. Depends whether you want a leave of DP or EV. Yeah, both very good options there. And both unlikely to be blocked because it looks like Swab is Will's best option. So it looks like Will is still taking his time here.
Yeah, I remember him mentioning on his stream before that he can get a bit annoyed if his only bonus is blocked, and I'm sure in such a important stage of the tournament that he was a little annoyed that Wasbirds got blocked, but he just has to play Swab instead, and that's a very good play.
Yeah, that's what he's done. Very nice on his part.
It's like Swab is indeed the best play. Computer confirms that, and now it's back to Dave, and we'll see which of his several double-doubles he chooses here. Pandied is also available through that DI, so 3 of them in total he could choose.
And for those of you who play poker, I'm not sure how many other communities use this term, but EV, technically, one of the leaves possible, is a term used to describe the value after a play. as far
Expected
as what
value,
left
yeah.
over.
It would certainly be plus EV here to find a double-double. Yeah. Rizumov in the chat says, define vepadding. Yeah, I don't think so. Looks like Dave is arranging pad NG on his rack.
Going for the more literal plus on the EV to keep that left over.
He also has Dave Pong through the O, but
Dave Pong.
that's unfortunately not a valid word.
That's not one of the after hours games I've ever played before.
Not yet, my friends, not yet.
I guess that's
All right,
good.
padding is going to come down from Dave. 48 points, very strong play there. Got ourselves a close one, 124, 122.
And what's the score difference between padding and evading?
They're the same, 48 to 48.
48, yeah, so he's kept EV instead of
DP.
PD. Hmm. It's interesting. The rickshaw spot has a very dangerous triple letter score there for something like Azo or Oxo in the other direction, but neither player has the tiles needed to really take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's true. At least not yet, anyway. I'm sure Will's happy to have 2 S's because there's plenty of ways to just use your S's for point scoring on this board. You know, hooking an S onto rickshaw or onto padding is a way to get easy, big scores.
Yeah.
So a few suggestions in the chat. It looks like voids and paddings is one of the options suggested. That's certainly one of the candidate plays.
Yep.
Let's see what else we have here. Dovish was suggested as a nice board vision type play, but voids, says Lewis, is better than that. We have a question who the new commentator is. This is Paul Gallen. He is a very, very strong player from the other side of the pond relative to us. Excellent, excellent player.
Looks like voids is the choice for Will there. You could have also chosen divots making rickshaws. That would have been 45. But voids is,
I just noticed that. What was the point difference?
6.
There?
Divots is 45. Voids is 39.
Yeah.
So S versus ST as a leave. Probably divots is a little better.
I think that is Plateus there on the left-hand side for Will.
He also has lithates through the H, making QI.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. And Dave is bemoaning the fact that he doesn't have the R for beverage.
Will, however, have some beverages this evening. There's a good chance they are celebratory beverages, depending on how things go. But
Oh, that's right. He's buying.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear he'll be buying some drinks.
I would say he's probably guaranteed at least the $1,000 for 4th place at this point, even if all 3 of these guys pass him.
So beer, much beer.
The prize table for those of you just joining us is $10,000 for 1st place, and then 5, 2.5, 1. $5,000 for 2nd place, $2,500 for 3rd, and $1,000 for 4th. So both these guys are very likely to get a nice payday tomorrow afternoon. Looks like Dave is still kind of fiddling around with this rack of beavage, trying to find the right play. Well, Paul, he's got above in that hotspot you were talking about next to rickshaw for 31. That's one choice he could go with.
Does he above? Does he not need another O for that? Is that my... Oh, in the other direction. Sorry, I was thinking horizontally. Yeah, so downwards. Yeah, that's nice. He's got Vega lined up. I'm trying to see where's he looking for Vega?
Ah, he's going to put Vega there. Okay.
Oh, Vega over on the left-hand side. So it blocks Plateus, but won't block lithates.
Right, let's see some.
And will surely see that.
Looking for that board vision coming through in the clutch.
Well, he doesn't play it right away, but that could just mean that he's checking to make sure there's not anything better he's missing.
Perhaps playing with his food, you never know.
Lithates is the only bingo available here, so he's got to play it.
Penny Blank asks, is there a way to tell how many tiles are in the bag? Just got here. We tend to display the remaining tiles when there are 14 unseen from one player's point of view, just so that the letters are large enough on screen once they're displayed. And that will be displayed in the top right corner of the broadcast once we get to that point in the game.
But if you ever really want to know, you can just ask and I'll tell you. It's right now 54 tiles in the bag, in case you care. So less than halfway through this game. Plenty of Scrabble still to go.
And that's a great play from Will. Very easy to overlook that and get drawn into maybe dipping a couple of tiles off there rather than getting the bonus down and 7 fresh new tiles, 1 blank unseen. So great play, Will.
Very nice. Speaking of beer, Dave has now arranged beer on his rack. Beer is playable in the spot on the right side above Lith 8s, but the much better player than Beer in that spot is Emir, E-M-E-E-R.
Or perhaps Mobe.
Yeah, or Mobe.
Few other questions. If Dave, as in Dave Weekend, is Gibsonized, will he be playing people out of the money? My assumption is that would be correct.
Yeah.
Evans is nodded.
Yeah, I mean, the one little hiccup there is that we don't have a pairings break in between rounds. So, for example, if Dave is Gibsonized after round 26, that won't be reflected in the pairings for round 27 because they'll have already been done in advance. You see what I mean? But we will eventually change the pairings to have him play people out of the money, and then we'll have a very tight race for second place in that hypothetical among Will, Evan, Jesse, all those guys. And the race for second place is right now extremely close. There's 4 players all within a half game. Evan is 1 tie ahead of Will, David Webb, and Jesse. And Eldar's a game back as well. Anybody's spot there, that second place. All right, Mobe is the choice, and the computer says that's correct. 42 points and an okay leave of EER.
Psychologically, from Dave's point of view, he'll want to get this tournament wrapped up as soon as he can, because there's just so many good players in the pack there that could put a run together, and the tiles can turn so easily. So he's on a great run at the minute, and he'll just want to finish his job as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Let's see, what does Will have here?
AWOL was suggested in the chat as a nice play for Will. I agree, it's looking pretty solid to me.
Yeah, you keep that AINRT, and there's a few floating vowels you can work with for potential bingos next turn. Looks very nice. You can also play something down from that S in swab with the W, like swirl or swart. Looks like Will's going to take his time and think about this one a little bit. Oh, he certainly arranged the W and the L there on his rack, though. I'm sure he's considering AWOL. Yeah, looks like Scott in the chat says AWOL looks best. Can't argue with that. AWOL is 8 points less than Swirl.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Will does here. Is he going to play Swirl and open it up a bit more, or is he going to play a little bit tighter here? Do feel some of the previous opponents have been a little bit cagey against Dave's bingo power and how well he's just picking and playing this week. And yeah, there's AWOL coming down there. So with the floating A as well, I'm sure Will is pretty confident he's going to get a bonus down next turn.
It's also it's a great point you made, Paul, as far as adjusting for playing style potentially, or your opponent. If there is, I mean, there's lots of players with relatively strong word knowledge here, but if there's one person who would not be afraid to swing the board wide open due to word knowledge, it would be Will, because of how devastatingly good he is on Aerolith and other things at finding words.
Yeah. Oh, he didn't draw very well. IU.
Yeah, that's a very bad draw.
Yeah, no bonus with those tiles. He would need like a C for uranitic or an S for rain suit.
Rain suit, yeah. And really, if he had got the 2 tiles that he had needed, that pretty much would have put him in commanding position in this game, but that's going to slow him down considerably, and he's going to have a very low scoring play next turn again.
Lewis mentions, he wonders how often AINRT bonuses next turn. Well, apparently not often enough in Will's case in this one. And then Foundering mentions Dave and Will are 1 and 2 on the Aerolith Hall of Fame. And I trust you would know, because if I do recall correctly, Foundering, you are pretty high up on that list yourself as someone who scores very well on Aerolith all the time.
So out of curiosity, I checked on Quackle how often that play of AWOL bingos, and the answer is about 61%.
Wow.
So pretty unlucky that Will drew IU and is now nowhere close to a bingo.
So Dave's in a similar position to what Will was. I think Dave probably knows that Will kept 5 nice tiles, and he's got single pointers himself. So is he going to take some points with entrees as Sidewinder has suggested, or is he going to play a kind of a fishier type play, dumping the double E or the double O? Will be interesting to see what he does. He is trailing by a bonus, so he probably needs to get this right.
Perhaps revote is a nice compromise. It scores pretty decently and still keeps a pretty decent lead of EN.
Yeah, that's a nice option.
But maybe you don't want to compromise. Maybe you want to go aggressively for a bingo as soon as possible.
Looks like it's a different option than either of those. He's opting for Eon and Chin.
Yeah, it's a nice halfway house. But it doesn't go well with that E. Then he's got 2 E's already. I might eat my words here. Yeah, he's got retirees and Restier on the right-hand side.
All right, then we got a game.
And of course, lots of other 7-letter words there. Surely some of them go down. Maybe they don't.
Well, AWOL takes an S, so we've got that area of the board as well.
Yeah.
Got some great feedback on you as a commentator already there, Mr. Gowan. Apparently, they feel like they're listening to a smooth jazz radio host, and also they're now thinking of ASMR Scrabble with your dulcet sounds as you were talking. Well done.
Thank you. I was a bit worried. I do have a very deep voice, so you never know how it comes across.
It's worked okay for me. I think you're doing pretty good too.
Thanks, Jesse. I think there's a flashy 9 there as well for Dave, unless if I can see the screen right through the. Yeah, no. It needs another R. I thought he had retrieves there, but he doesn't.
Wait, does he not have retrieves? Oh, he has 2 T's. Never mind. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, 2 T's. Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. So if Will wants to, he can blow up the rack. He can play Vitrain from the V in Vega, hooking the A to make Aeon. Oh, that actually is a really nice play because it prevents bingos ending with the S in AWOLs. And he does make that play nice.
Isn't great.
Nice.
Keeping the U isn't great, but you may be chasing this other blank as well, turning over 6 tiles. You may think getting it will seal the game. But yeah, there's definitely a board control element to it, but Dave's rack is just too strong.
Yeah. Would expect Restier to come down. Yep, and sure enough, he's arranged Restier on his rack. Not sure what to make of this rack that Will has drawn. Interesting combination of letters there. Yep. He'll have some ways to score with that H, but nothing too spectacular.
Yeah, I think most of those letters that he picked up there would have done very nicely on the previous turn, but yeah, that's Scrabble.
Looks like Dave is shuffling the tiles back to Restier again after some second thoughts. He is going to play it. Okay.
Maybe leaves something like, purely for point shrug, but he's probably going to consider some options that are a bit more balanced. In the chat, shrug being a candidate play.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, shrug plays through the R and rest here. Yeah.
So Dave is picking his new tiles now. Is he gonna get this blank?
Ooh.
He does. He does.
The good doctor is on a tear.
Well, we got ourselves a close game, 292 to 290. But if Dave's able to get a bingo soon, that could change.
And a couple of people in the chat have pointed out that he's got unfairly through the R of rest here.
Mm.
And that will score a lot of points with the F on the triple letter score.
Mm-hmm. There is unsafely as well, has been pointed out with the E and Moog, so there is at least one option for Dave no matter what next turn.
Yeah, and Dave is finding both of those. No doubt about that. Is there a way that will block it with, or block unfairly? No, he's going shrug.
And the word unfaulty is pointed out in chat.
Yeah, three
And
options.
unfaulty now plays from the U and shrug for a whole lot of points.
Jeez, yeah, unfaulty or unfairly are both very high scoring.
Oh yeah, unfaulty. Yeah, that's a beauty.
Dave shrugged.
Oh, did Dave shrug? Oh, that's amazing.
He shrugged because he's like, yeah, I got options.
Did anyone ask Conrad the other day about his play of crossarm that he was
Yes.
looking at, and then he was crossing his arms as he
Yes.
was deciding on it?
I can confirm that
that's
that
a
was
unique-
intentional. He did do
It
that on
was
purpose.
intentional, yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. I don't think Dave gave him any information about it.
Wait, Connor was trying to get a response out of Dave to indicate whether the word was good? Are you
No,
serious?
no, he was
Oh,
just
okay.
trying to see what would happen. So he said the response was that arms were crossed intentionally.
But I'm wondering, like, was Conrad crossing his arms to see if Dave reacted? Because if cross arm is a word and Dave knows that, he would probably, laugh upon seeing Conrad cross his arms. Was that the intent?
No, I think he just wanted to see what Dave would do. I think Dave just crossed his arms as a joke, is what I understand. But Conrad was pretty sure that cross arm was a word, but didn't want to lose the game, so he just made the winning play.
Yeah, of course. Oh, it looks like he's found unfaulty.
Yeah, and that's a brilliant find. He could be forgiven for throwing down unfairly very quickly, which would give back jet on. But unfaulty.
He looks a little bit
Be
nervous.
much
He might
better
not be
position.
sure of it.
He's also playing one of the only people who would immediately challenge him if he's wrong.
Oh, I don't know about it. Maybe immediately. I mean, that's hard for anybody, even somebody of Will's caliber, to be sure of. And surely he knows that unfairly is good, and so it's, do you really want to take the risk on a play that's only slightly better? I'm not even sure if it is slightly better. I think they're both the same score, right? 92 either way.
Yeah, and this is the psychology of Dave being ahead. He's 3.5 games ahead. He probably is saying to himself, don't make any mistakes, just play valid words and so on. And he's got a word that he's fairly sure of, but he just doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet on it. He may go for unfairly instead if he's not sure, which will give back jet on. So this is, as a few people are pointing out, a very pivotal moment in the match.
For those maybe who don't play tournament Scrabble frequently or aren't familiar, you can see that Dave's put his letters back in alphabetical order. So he is searching his mind for the alphagrams that would be involved in a position like this. Zev Kaufman, Dave says he just completely missed lastborn. He knows the word once it was pointed out, but he just said he went through all the letters with the blank on that play in that moment and just did not come up with it at the time.
Yeah, Dave's record is amazing at 20.5, 3.5, and that one loss, if he had spotted lastborn, it would be another win that he would have on his score.
Yeah.
would have put him in a great position against Conrad.
Marlon Hill says, with the X unseen, you have to go with unfaulty 1000% of the time.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. Yeah, you don't want to give back that spot for XU. But what percent sure of unfaulty do you have to be? If you're 80%, is that good enough?
Oh, he's looking at unsafely. He's just not sure of unfaulty. He hasn't looked at unfaulty again, so I think we're going to see unsafely. It looks like he's missing unfairly as well.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he didn't see unfairly. That's one of the easier ones. Well, he's taking his time though.
And Dave just has to be a little careful of the clock. He's down to close to 8.5 minutes here. And this looks like it's going to go to a pretty close end game, so you'll need a bit of time for that. What do we think for Will in response? He's got the J. Surely he's got a few decent plays there with that J.
Oh, he's going to have job if Dave plays unsafely. Ooh. That's not good for Dave.
Yeah, this is a big, big moment. He'll be kicking himself.
Yep, he hits his clock. It's official.
Wow.
Yep, I would expect to see a very fast responsive job here. Not too much to think about. Best play by far.
Yeah, I think if Dave was in Will's position and he was 3.5 games behind, I think he would definitely play unfaulty. He's got to go for it. But I think just the fact that he just didn't want to play a phony there in that spot, he's gone front safely.
And now Will might even draw a bingo of his own. He's got AEMNT. There's some open floaters to play with. We'll see what he draws.
Alex Ding's doing for a little bit of a cheeky summary sentence there.
Is
We
that
can't
payment?
fault him for taking the safe option. That's fair. Well done. You've incorporated all three of the considered words. Very nice.
Looks like he's drawn payment, but no place for that, I believe.
Yeah, no place for payment by the looks of it, but he's got a nice rack. And that Y of unsafely will be useful for him. Something like matey or meanie or any of those type of M words.
Yeah, maint, M-E-Y-N-T, I think is the word.
So this is looking good for Will. If I were to put money on it, he's got a nice rack. Dave, it's quite an ugly rack, but he's got the X. But it's going to take him a while to sort out that rack.
Yeah, there's 13 in the bag. He doesn't have too much time to do it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible Dave didn't see unfairly at all? Because now that I'm thinking through the position, if you see both unsafely and unfairly, given you, if you're Will, you can't block both, it would make playing unfaulty almost immediate as something to do because you'll still have one the next turn. So I'm starting to wonder if he didn't see unfairly at all.
But I would say that he probably didn't. He wasn't sure of unfaulty, and he didn't see unfairly. That'd be my guess, right?
That's my logic. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, he's been lining up his bingos that he's seeing, so I feel like he just didn't see unfairly. Yeah, but ordinarily Dave would spot that, so I just don't know if he was spending a lot of his time working out whether unfaulty was good, and then he moved on to the E rather than the R to try and hit the triple word score. He spots unsafely, and then he narrows it down to unfairly versus unfaulty. Then he just landed on unsafely. That's my read on it, but he may have decided tactically not to do that. Unfortunately, it's backfired because Will had job in response.
I'll see if I can get some insight later on. I'll try and have a chat with him. We'll get some.
I mean, he
Yeah.
gave up 28
Yeah.
points to play unsafely. That can't have
Yeah.
been a deliberate choice. I think we know the answer.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't bother him with telling him what bingos he missed.
Oh.
That might mess up his mental state
Oh,
at this
of
point in the
course.
tournament.
Of course.
Yeah. We can pull up the unseen tile pool. There's now 18 unseen, so we're getting a little bit low. And an extremely close game as Dave leads by just a single point. And there it is. Okay.
Yeah, and those kind of 3 and 4 point tiles are probably going to be really key in this. It's very unlikely that there's going to be another bonus here. So whoever gets, say, the F, you know, could be the winner here. Dave really just has no scoring potential in this rack at all.
Yeah. Looks like Meanie. Okay. All right. Updating the pool again and the score. So Dave's down by 44 with 6 in the bag. This might be desperation fish for a bingo time. There's no way to score this turn very much at all. So that seems like the only way to make up a 44-point deficit is to bingo.
And how many's in the bag there, Evan?
Six.
Yeah,
Six
so
tiles.
yeah, so he can't change even. So yeah, I think Dave's in big trouble here. And Will has got that F, so there is very little scoring potential in the bag for him. So I don't know if he can instigate a way to try and get a bonus here.
You can play Erie, E-E-R-I-E, through the R and rest here.
Yeah.
Just as a desperation try.
Yeah, it's not totally unreasonable. It just depends on, is there anything possible that he could have from the T and the O? I mean, Will would be forced to block it. The Erie opening.
I think there's enough floating tiles to bingo through that Dave is not entirely dead yet. I mean, he might get something into the T up top or something into the G at the bottom if he gets, you know, very lucky. But obviously it's going to be unlikely. At least Dave knows that his spread isn't going to matter. Well, for 2 reasons. Number one, he's got a tie, and number two, his spread's already higher than everybody else's by far.
Yep. Got it covered on both counts.
So you might try Erie here just because you don't care whether you get beaten by 150.
Lewis suggests Uoi potentially as a play for Dave.
I mean, if you mean
Yeah.
through the U, then it means you're killing some of your own bingos. Unless I'm missing the spot for Uoi.
So similar idea, he's gone for Rory, and that's, looks like, has Will held that? Yeah, it looks like he has. He's not sure. So that leaves 2 in the bag for Dave.
So there are going to be some bingos possible for Dave depending on what he draws. You could get
And
something like in create at the top, or something like aerogenic at the bottom. Not impossible.
He has drawn a whole bunch of owls.
Oh, you hate to see it.
That's not happening.
So was there a challenge? Did we determine? I guess.
I think
no.
he held, but he just allowed it.
Okay.
And Cesar, can we stream David Brown? Unfortunately, no. David Brown has withdrawn from the tournament, so that will not be possible.
So from Will's point of view, what else could be in the bag then? So there's obviously Dave's rack and then 2 others.
Yeah, so the tiles in the bag are CR.
CR.
So he doesn't know that Dave doesn't have Increate or Aerogenic. It's interesting, like from Will's perspective, he might think it's impossible to win 100% of the time because there are available bonuses at the top and the bottom of the board.
Yeah, that's a very good point. He's going to be worried about that.
And he can't very well play one tile either because he's just going to lose to a bingo. He's not up by enough points.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think from his point of view, he's just got to play in the triple word score and just hope that Dave doesn't have anything.
I see Nat Donna has returned. One of our previous Twitch raiders has been showing up faithfully since that raid. Nice to have you back. Let's see. Lewis says, can play the F for 20.
Yeah, I guess playing the F for 20 would put you up by 54. And then, I mean, all of Will's bingos score terribly. It's going to be, 63 or something like that. Or I guess Dave's bingos. I'm getting that backwards. So maybe you do just outrun bingos by playing off the F.
Is there anything that Dave can fish for now if he gets another opportunity?
Oh, there's a question.
And that's something that Will be worried about as well. I'm sure there's some sort of possibility he won't want to give Dave Wiegand another go at trying to get a bonus.
Yeah.
Marlon says if/F has got to be 100% as far as a play here to make. What do you think, guys?
That would take some math, but I think that might be correct. I'm not sure. Because it puts you up by 54, and then Dave's theoretical bingo is going to be in the low 60s, and then you score a lot of points in the end game. Yeah, that's probably enough. So if he has Cinerea, that's actually 79. I didn't think of that. But then you're going to get a play through the E at the bottom and score very well. Yeah. I think Marlon's probably right that just playing the F is going to win. Oh, Jeremy points out Cornier is also. Yeah, so there's a few permutations of racks that you got to be afraid of here.
And from Will's point of view, he probably thinks Dave's rack is a bit stronger than it is, that he gave up the R in Rory, so that he's putting him on another R, probably. He probably has another E and an I, something like that.
True.
So he's definitely going to be worried about Dave having a strong rack. As it turns out, he doesn't. But it's going to use up a bit of Will's brain power on this.
These are some of the most annoying positions to be in as a player, being in Dave's position. Because your opponent's just like sitting there working really, really hard trying to win, and you're just like, I got nothing, man. I'm going to lose. I got to sit here and wait for this for no reason. This sucks. Yeah. Will is absolutely winning here, but he doesn't know that. It's just a funny thing. Yeah, to be clear, when we were talking about the fish of the F earlier, we were just talking about theoretical 100% wins. It turns out in real life, he's already 100%.
So what do we think Will is going to play here? He separated 3 sets of letters. Oh, he's just going to empty the bag. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want to give Dave another chance at fishing, and he's just emptied the bag.
So I guess he was risking aerogenic. He would have lost by 28 if Dave's rack had been aerogenic, but otherwise he was pretty safe. It's one of those situations where you just say, I can't win 100%, but I'll go for 97% or whatever it is instead.
Yeah, it looks like it's taking a lot of energy out of Will. He's putting his head down, rubbing his forehead. And Dave just wants to get this over with. Play that fine. But he hasn't blocked the outplay of red cap, I think. Is that on the bottom left?
Oh yeah, red cap.
Yeah, nice little out in that case.
Yeah, the best play would have been OE in the bottom left corner, just blocking red cap.
Aaron Beta's like impersonating with Dave here. What is this? I don't lose. Director. That would be quite the director called. Director, I'm losing. Looks like Will has played Perk very quickly.
Oh, he missed red cap. Huh. A little surprising, but everything wins, so no big deal.
I'm not sure what happened with the score on the stream. Updated.
Yeah, you're just lagging. I already got updated. Was Aki the outplay? I didn't see the very end.
Yeah, he played Aki in the middle
Alright.
there.
There you go. Yeah, that's the best play. So 485, 441. Will Anderson gets the win.
Yeah, nice game. Paul, when you're looking back at the game here, any particular move or sequence that stands out to you as far as something that might have swung the game or made a big impact?
Well, it was a very well played game. I think Lithiates was a very nice board vision play, but I think the big move is unsafely. I think if he gets on faulty down, I think Dave wins that game, and he's pointed at it. He knows that unsafely is not the play that he wanted to make, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate when you see something you're just not 100% enough to pull the trigger on it. And unfortunately, it probably cost him the game. But otherwise, it was a very, very well played game. No surprise these two guys are up at the top of the table in this tournament.
Yeah, I'd agree there. That was definitely at a position with much discussion, I would say, by far in the game, those three different bonus possibilities. To answer Donna's question, there are 3 more games. We've just started our broadcast for the afternoon. So we will be taking a very brief pause between the games before we have our next game on board 1. Evan, speaking of which, what do we have on board 1 next?
It's going to be Dave versus Evan, the other player chasing down Dave for first place.
Excellent. So we will have Evan Borowski and Dave Wiegand on board 1. Let's take a quick 5-10 minute break here before we resume with our coverage here at the World Cup in Chicagoland. Jesse and the entire broadcast crew temporarily signing off. We'll see you again very soon. Thank you. Welcome back to Chicagoland for the 2022 Word Cup. Jesse Matthews and Evans Clinchy coming to you live from the tournament venue. And from across the pond, we have Paul Gallen joining us this afternoon as a special treat to provide some expert insight and analysis into some of the hotly contested matches here at the World Cup this year. Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you, Jesse, and good evening, everyone from Belfast.
All right, so we've got the players just about ready to go here. Looks like Dave will be first in this matchup.
Jesse, you know Dave well. Will he be dwelling much on the previous loss, or will he just forget about it and move on?
Dave's really good at shaking off stuff like that. He usually is just kind of like he has his trademark little shrug, actually, oddly enough, between rounds. And I think Dave's got a pretty healthy approach, to something like that, where he's just like, it's just the way it happens, and he's pretty quick at moving on. So I think he's probably left it behind him at this point already.
He's a Scrabble machine. Just unplug it, plug it back in, and reboot it. You're fine.
Yeah. Looks like the chat is mentioning there might be an oddity or an error, in fact, with Dave's record. I believe it may be 20 and a half and 4.5 for his record.
I think we're just so used to assuming that he won that we forgot to.
Yeah. So as the chat mentioned, added a win for Dave of habit. That's fair, because for the most part, All I Do Is Win comes to mind. Speaking of all the songs that were in the chat here, we're gonna deviate slightly from the Deldar theme in the chat, and we'll go with All I Do Is Win. Not to be confused with All I Do Is Windy. Anyways, this win and more winning. And Beg.
Yeah, so Dave opens with Beg, keeping CEDE. That looks pretty good to me. I don't think there were any 5-letter options or anything too appealing there for him otherwise.
Oh, yeah, I think Beg is looking best.
And then Evan's got Paraffin, or not quite Paraffin, based on his rack.
I'm guessing he wishes David opened with TE so he could play After Pain.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, someone in the chat has pointed out he needed an F for Paraffin.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Nice one. Yeah, but it looks like he's going to play his standard 3-letter word FAP.
Yep.
Oh, no, he's not. He's going to take it back.
Maybe he likes the letter P, wants to just play FA, or he just wants to take it back.
Wonder what he doesn't like about it. It keeps AINR. Very nice leave, but maybe you're right. You may like FA instead. Yep. Good call, Evans. He likes FA there. Didn't want to use that P.
Seems reasonable enough. All right, we got a barn burner, 15 to 12.
Ooh.
And both players have vilely racks. I don't think we're going to see any bonuses here from either side once both of them play. It looks like something pretty standard, like a underlap play under Beg is coming here for Dave.
Yeah, it's interesting whether you choose a longer one or a shorter one.
Yeah.
Like EA might be the best fish for a bingo, but a longer play like Cade might be the scoring you're looking for.
Wallington's asked a good question. What is the rule about placing tiles and then removing them? Gertchie has answered correctly. Until you have pressed your clock to formally end your turn, it is still your turn. So you can put them down and pick them back up. For people who play other competitive games, they might not be used to that. But yeah, for Scrabble, just because of the use of the timer in this case, until you have hit that timer, you can technically pick it back up.
Yeah, and Dave decides to go for the points.
Looks pretty strong.
Yeah. It doesn't really give too much for Evan to play, but there is the Bigo hook something like PO, Big O, APO, extend it like that. So, and then Cade takes an E for Caddy.
Oh, yeah.
So there's definitely going to be some sort of parallel play there.
You can play row, ROE, making Kade.
Yeah. So lots of options around there for Evan.
There's also a word that we couldn't possibly miss here, which is piano, because there's one right outside our room and people keep playing it
Yes.
while we're trying to broadcast.
Yes.
All right, APO looks very solid. Good leave of EINR. He scores 22 as well.
Wallington follows up saying, but you reveal your tiles to your opponent, and that's in the context of when you put them down and pick them back up. So risky. Yeah. So you're giving away free information, basically, put them down and pick them back up. So generally, you try to avoid doing it, but there are the players who think out loud, is how I like to describe it, when they put their tiles down and pick them back up. But generally, yeah, you would like to avoid doing that whenever possible. And then to answer your question, Moxie, Hot Mama, this is the Collins Scrabble Dictionary, and yes, cheen and oop are both words that are acceptable using the Collins Scrabble Dictionary. It is possible that you are familiar with playing with NWL or a variation of that, in which there are fewer valid words, and those two would not be in that dictionary.
And a dreadful pickup for Dave, and he's ended up changing the 4 tiles that he picked up, which is going to slow him down. Evan, meanwhile, the Q was the last tile that he picked out, so he'll be very disappointed with that.
You need to go for some Marlon Prudencio vibes there and just like very slowly will that tile into being the right one that makes a perfect bingo on his rack.
So it looks like Dave has got a raises, but does it play?
It's going to play after Evan plays QI.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And I'm sure Dave would be very, very happy to see that go down, because I don't think he had a play for it otherwise, or a place for it otherwise.
I think you're right, yeah. Dave has been catching breaks like this all tournament long. When he needs his bingo to play, good things have happened for him. And that's how you go 20 and a half and 4 and a half, folks. That
Certainly
and know all
helps.
the words.
It certainly helps. Gertrude asks, will we see a word queue? Well, up until that turn, it was looking like it. The technical term that we use in the tournament scene, when you see a board that's built until it was this turn, is a staircase. So we talk about staircase Scrabble when it is kind of tight, like it was. Erasers does open the board a little bit more into what we would call a spider pattern as far as how the board builds. So the word cube, as you deemed it, it was looking that way for a while, but I don't think it will be stuck that way any longer. Yeah, Dave's pull after erases is quite nice.
Oh, wow. That is a beauty of a rack. And he'll be delighted to see that. And meanwhile, Evan, it's not a great rack, really. He probably didn't really like playing QI, didn't score that well, didn't keep that great a leave, and really opened it up for Dave after the exchange. But he plays a nice play, parallel HERN. The only thing he won't like about it is he's used that H to use it for Cade. So that whole left-hand side is really not going to be very accessible at all. And once Dave gets his bonus down, Evan's going to be in a lot of trouble. He really needs to pick well here. Otherwise, Dave is just going to seal this board up. So massive pickup here for Evan, in my opinion, already. He needs to pick well.
Oh, it looks like there is no playable bonus for Dave.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we just kind of assumed there would be one, but
We just all assumed there was one.
well, I guess Hearn blocked them all.
Yeah. Spoke too soon.
So before Hearn, there was like things like maniacal, conarial through the R, but after Hearn, there's nothing.
I'm learning a lot in this my first commentary session. Just be quiet until you find out that there's no bonus.
I promise there are many times where you say things and it's like, wow, I must have sounded like the biggest idiot ever. I've done that several times today already. It comes with the territory.
I had the game yesterday where I already put Dave Wiegand's last board on the scoreboard before it even happened, and then it didn't happen, and I had to take it back. We all do these things, especially with Dave. We just assume greatness, and we're occasionally surprised when it doesn't happen.
It is a trial by fire, my good man. So
And Dave's probably going to be the same. He's probably going, oh yeah, definitely there's a bingo here. And he's going to burn a lot of time working out that there isn't anything. And he, as pointed out in the chat, he will look for 9s through the RE as well.
Absolutely.
He'll not find anything there, so just a bit frustrating for Dave.
I would expect him
I
to
said,
keep shuffling those tiles.
Yeah, if he got that bonus down, he probably would fancy himself to be big favourite to win this. But this is just going to slow him down a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the best play he does have is Laic, Laic, on the far right, overlapping Hearn. But
Yeah.
he can't play that without a long pause to look for anything better. It's going to be a while, I imagine.
And Evan is sitting with a nice enough rack, nicely balanced rack, and as the people in the chat have pointed out, he needs a C for Luderick, and Dave does have that C, so he'll probably be willing Dave to open it up for him. Maybe something like Saic, but it looks like he's going to play Laic.
I'm impressed that Dave has realized this quickly that there's no bingo. I might spend even longer.
Yeah, I was about to
I guess
make
on
that
this
point
board
as
there's not
well.
that many places.
Yeah,
All right,
I
Laic.
totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. Evans, I think he's spent a really good amount of time on that. He could easily have spent a lot longer on it, so that just shows you that Dave was very confident that there was nothing there. So to me, that's an excellent play.
It's funny though, Evan just played off an
Oh.
H. He could have had another H, and then you'd have the arch hook.
And it looks like
Right.
Dave picked 3 T's there, but
He did,
does
yeah.
have,
But titrant is a
he
word,
does have Titrant.
and it looks like sulk is coming down, which is the best play available for Evan. Nice work there.
So does Titrant go down?
Oh, maybe not.
And this is where you make one of those plays where it's just like, I promise I know how to play Scrabble, when you consider playing something like Tut for 8 points.
Well, hold on. He could play turnt for 10 points. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, that's what we're gonna do tonight if Dave is already Gibsonizes get turd.
To answer your question, Paul, yeah, no, there is no bingo here. No titrant, no nothing else. 2 turns in a row where Dave is just surely frustrated that he's not drawing anything.
Absolutely. He kept AN blank and picked RTTT.
Oh, yeah. Not fun.
And all the while, Evan is maturing his rack too, and he's got Doylter, which goes down with aged. So again, Dave is probably going to burn a bit of time here.
Yeah, definitely. Or not. He'll just play tut right away.
Or he's just going to play Tut. Yeah.
Strong.
Tut is apparently best. Yeah. Bat is also an option, as we saw pointed out in chat there. So despite all of this misery, Dave does still have the lead. He's up by 36.
And Evan also has one of those annoying racks that's just barely not quite a bingo. So this just in, we have pairings for the next round. It's going to be Dave Wiegand here on table 1 again, of course. And his next opponent will be Jesse Day. Jesse is still in contention. He is 4.5 games back with 6 to play. He is in 3rd place. The top 3 in the standings are Dave, Will, and Jesse in that order. So Jesse against Dr. Bing coming up next.
Yeah, Evan has to be very worried about Dave's play there. He played tut very quickly, scoring so few points. He's got to put Dave on such a strong rack. So what's he going to play himself? I mean, the options are not great.
Yeah, this is becoming a very, very difficult board for both players. Just not a lot of options. Neither of these guys usually plays like this intentionally. Like, they're not looking for boards that get closed down, but sometimes these things just happen.
Yeah, and the chat have pointed out that maybe something hooking Arco or Age, Do, Aged. If Do goes down and gives Dave Venator, Evan could potentially get a 9-timer from it in that exchange. So interesting to see what Evan does here. Does he play it a bit cagier with Arco, OD, something like that? Does he play Aged, Do?
Or waiting for that next move. Just to answer a question in the chat, where does the Dr. Bing nickname come from? Is Bing for bingo? Yes, we do use Bing shorthand, at least around here, to refer to bingos. And then that's just a nickname he's had for a long time, is Dr. Bing. So yes, you have intuited correctly.
His car used to have the license plate number, Dr. Bing.
And in fact, the only reason it doesn't now is because I believe his car was stolen.
Yeah, the big mobile.
Yeah.
Very sad. Yeah.
Has he ever used the catchphrase, "The doctor will see you now," to any of his opponents? I think that would be a good line.
Oh, that's great.
I feel like he must have, like, with someone that he knows well enough where they wouldn't take it poorly if he made such a joke. Dave's sense of humor is quite awesome, by the way.
Is there a doctor in the house? Why, yes, there is.
Oh, I didn't realize that bingo actually had that definition specific to Scrabble. That's cool.
Well, I also imagine that's why they added bonus as a verb, like bonused and bonusing.
That's awesome.
It looks like he's just about to dump the D. Dol.
DOL. Okay. That's going to keep things pretty closed.
Yeah, pretty closed. He doesn't want to give Dave anything. Oh. No, he's changed his mind.
He's doing that thinking out loud thing again, where he's picked it back up off the board. As is pointed out in the chat, Dave is notable, but his birthday number 1 is not a banger. That's in reference to
Oh my gosh.
there's a previous tournament that some of us have played in, and it was a trivia round, right? Where
Yeah.
one of the points of trivia was there were songs that we all had to listen to, where the number 1 song, was it the month or the year? I think
The
it was
week, the
week
Billboard weekly charts of top songs. Yeah.
Yeah, the Billboard weekly chart for top songs in the nation at the time. The number 1 song, you had to guess which person at the tournament that song corresponded to. And we had a player in attendance determine that each song was either a banger, as in it was a good song, or it was not a banger. I believe Dave Wiegand's was Rockabye Baby or something like this. It
I
was
have no
song
idea. You
this.
tell me.
It was some song that we'd never heard before, and it was determined that this song was not a banger.
Not a banger. I'm trying to find the list. It's definitely on the internet somewhere.
It looks like DO. Is it coming back down? Hang on. So I think we might have missed a turn or two here.
Oh no, he played DO, and then it's going to be Provent making DOR.
Yeah, and a really big strategy difference between both plays. DOL was a very defensive choice. He changed his mind and went for DO, and just said to Dave, well, I'll let you have your bonus and you can open it up for me. And he's given Evan the N for a few bonuses. And I think that's a reasonable strategy.
Yeah, so we're going to see Glintier come down, I would imagine. That's the highest scoring one.
Got some extra trivia in the chat about other attendees. Mark Francelon's was "Come On in My House" by Rosemary Clooney in 1951.
Oh, does Tim have the whole list? I would love to see it.
That's amazing. And I'm going to see a key in that chat in just a second. I know that's what he's going to write.
Anyway, Evan, he should play Glintier here. Oh, I think he's going to miss it and play Retiling. You do not so much love to see it.
Oh,
That's surprising. Okay. Yeah, giving up 9 points there.
All right, Cesar. Nice to have you in the chat and the broadcast. See you tomorrow for the final day of coverage.
I wonder if that is a tactical choice from Evan. I find it hard to believe that he would miss that unless he's just played it quickly and he wants to open that left-hand side of the board. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, the staircase is really developed, and you may think that opening the left-hand side a little bit more with retiling rather than Glintier.
That's a great point. Yeah.
He is losing by about 34 points, which is quite significant on this board, given that it's Dave's turn now as well.
Yeah, that's an excellent point there. I think it was probably intentional. It would be my immediate thoughts on that.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it, but now that you mention it, I think you're right.
But he played it very quickly, so
Yeah.
Evan really committed to that strategy. Like he knew that he didn't want to be getting boxed in here.
I'm sure he's been thinking that for a while, not just this turn. And I think it's also interesting here that Dave plays Watt and not something like Twig, which might open more real estate for bonuses.
Yeah, exactly. So key plays coming up for Evans now. Is the other H gone? Is there?
There's
only
one H
H
still unseen, yeah.
Yeah, so whoever gets it has the option potentially to open up the left-hand side with Cade, but apart from that, it's going to be up to Evan really to try and generate some play out there.
Do you consider a play like Expo or Exxon maybe on the left side now to kind of pry that open a little bit?
Yeah, the only disadvantage in that is it'll give huge counterplay for Dave for
Yeah.
average racks and allow him to just seal it off here. It's not an easy position here for Evan.
Yeah, he'll seal it off and in a way that scores well too. Yeah, yeah. Well, if Ruzumov played Xenopus in Charlottesville, that really narrows it down because I directed that and there were like 18 people there. I'm really starting to feel like maybe that's Tim. I don't know.
C'est franchement possible.
Maybe it's Sam Rosen. Sam has not logged into the chat under his other username today, as far as I can remember. So.
not many suggestions in the chat, and that suggests everyone else sympathizes with Evan that he's in a tough spot here. He's down a bingo. He's got the X, but he needs to keep this board reasonably open. It's
So
a really
there's-
tough spot.
There's a few suggestions. Looks like Lex or Locks off the L and Sulk. It's some variation of the same suggestion. It looks like he's going for Peon.
Huh.
Yeah, so a variation of what you were suggesting, Evan. He's really keen to keep this left-hand side open.
Does leave unanswered the question of what's going to happen with that X. I'm very curious.
Yeah, is he hoping for some big play on the right-hand side with that L of Sulk? No luck.
Loxygens, which was played as a
Yeah, Loxygens,
earlier
yeah.
today.
That's right. Yeah, Chris Light played Loxygens for 230, whatever that number is.
It was a massive number,
Two-
whatever it was.
234. Yeah, I don't know.
It was a GGTY score, whatever it was for his.
Apparently, Wasim actually came back and was within 30 points of coming back to win, but then
Wow.
Light put it away. Pretty crazy game.
And there's the H for Evan. He'll be pleased to see that. And he'll
Oh,
be able to open it up a little bit more. Something like Mensch, M-E-N-S. H would do the job, but keeps that X back for another turn, potentially. You might like that.
Lewis suggests Om and CH to set up the X, though it'll vanish.
he also might play Hexzone into the E and Peon. 40 points keeps MS, and you have the SH hook as well.
And the board is much more open after a play like that, so
Mhm.
that is a pretty solid option, I would say.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. It is Dave's turn first. His decision is not easy here. Kind of an awkward rack to work with on this board. I wonder what he's thinking about. He's kind of rearranging his tiles in strange orders. Can't really figure out what he's considering. Oh, he's playing something. Is that lefty? Yeah. Pretty good score of 21.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had the best rack to try and take out that peon area. He could maybe have played something hooking Enu and OR, but he just decided to leave it and take out the one on the right. He's obviously worried about a big blank bingo beginning with the K or the L or something like that for Evans to get back into it.
And it looks like we're going to see Xen or Oxen. X on? I can't talk.
Looks like Oxen.
Oxen, yeah. Hexon would have been interesting, but Oxen is also a very strong play. They score about the same.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that it just gives Dave another turn to seal off this left-hand side, and he can just follow him about. Yeah, I think Dave is in big command now of this game. But it's just a very tough spot for Evan, just the way this board developed.
Yeah, Dave could play something like Beige above Peon, making Enu, B-E-I-G-Y, and that would shut off plays into the E in Peon and score pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. That would pretty much put him in pole position to win this game.
Yeah, it would really force Evan to do something pretty drastic to open it back up.
Yeah. And it may be too late for him then to play something onto the CH. I think he maybe should have considered something like Mensch to try and keep that board open. At least it would have given him two places with the L of Sulk and the floaters in Mensch. But of course he kept the X.
Yeah. And
Not
Hexzone
easy.
also would have been interesting. Yeah, either one of those would have swung things a little bit.
Oh yeah, Exxon is being suggested on to peon as well for the previous turn. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
could be parallel quite easy. Yeah, and a similar play to what you were suggesting, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
Galbi instead of Beige.
Yep.
And Dave keeps ISE, and he's probably feeling very good now that he's got Evan locked in here.
This board is absolutely brutal as far as the options left. And it's really interesting for us to see because it's not the typical style that you would see Dave play in. It's really interesting to see. I would expect this from Conrad. This is the kind of board that he knows how to play really well. And Dave is showing he is just as good at playing on a very tight, close board.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was intentional, really. I think that kind of early in the game, they both had these awkward, weird racks where you kind of were forced into these cramped plays, like Tut, for example. But I think it just shows that Dave has the versatility as a player to play really well on open boards or closed ones.
Jeremy asks, can't Evan just try to catch up without bingoing? It's like, well, at this point, that's pretty much the only choice he has. It's just the the idea is you still want to create opportunities for that to happen while you are scoring.
Well, I mean, say he just plays HM for 37 points in that Cade spot we were talking about. That puts him within 295, puts him within 12 points. And that is what he's doing, it looks like. Once you're that close, you just got to hope your opponent draws poorly for 1 or 2 turns, and you're kind of back in it. Maybe. I don't know.
But if you do something like
Oh,
Mordish,
yes, and Evan's picked an absolute beauty.
Oh.
Does he have anything through that P?
semi-open, says Lewis.
Yeah,
Ooh, okay.
just what he needed. Just what he needed. He needed the blank or the Z, which I think hasn't been played yet.
And I think Dave
picked-
has to exchange. I mean, what else can he
Yeah.
do here?
And that's another terrible pickup for Dave. He had to exchange 4 vials earlier in the game. It looks like he's going to have to do it again. Really bad luck for Dave in that spot. And it was a little unfortunate that he couldn't quite take out that peon opening for a couple of turns, and it looks like Evan will play semi-open
Yeah,
through that P
semi-open
that
is
Dave couldn't block.
semi-open is the only bingo here, so Evan is just sitting there praying that it's not blocked, I'm sure. And I think he's going to be in luck.
Yeah, I probably hadn't appreciated the tempo in this game after HM was played. He's not as far behind as I thought. And the Z was still unseen, which probably what Evan was banking on. The Z or the blank. And Dave goes with Twee.
He's playing.
Yeah, he's worried about the Z. He's worried about a simple ZE or ZA play. And he's going to be disappointed whenever Evan hits him with semi-open.
Well, if he was going to play off the U and the I, he could have just played PIU for 5 points. But he doesn't really want to be playing for a board that close necessarily when he's only up by 20, or I guess less than 20 after PIU.
Yeah, he was worried about the Z and alongside Oxen.
Yeah.
He obviously thought it was unlikely that Evan would hit something on the P, but that is probably going to happen. I'd be very surprised if Evan didn't spot that. And Dave's in a lot of trouble then. From a position of real strength, that one pickup for Evan is going to turn it on its head. Dave has a poor rack, and Evan's going to draw 7 tiles to try and hit that Z. So, yeah, this is the ebb and flow of Scrabble.
Aaron Bader points out the Z play for 40 is more likely to bingo through the P. And yeah, that's
totally
the
right.
logic
That's my
behind
bad. I
T.
didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, it's very sound logic to do that and try and maintain even a little bit of a lead here.
Noah says fishing probably still wins like 90%. I wonder if he means like if you miss semi-open, you're still going to win from Evan's perspective. Although, I mean, you say fishing, but like fishing for what? On this board, you've got to find your bingos through the P. Otherwise, you're not bingoing at all.
Yeah, I think the way to open it up is aha, maybe play maha. If he overlooks it. I feel like that's the only way he could do it if he overlooks semi-open.
Looks like Evan is currently very active with his paper and pen. I'm sure he's writing out alphagrams of racks and trying to find bingos. Or he just missed track or something. Who knows?
This is all very possible. So just a question in the chat while we're waiting for the move to come down. As mentioned, the numbers in parentheses relate to the player's overall record in the tournament. So in Dave Wiegand's place, it is 20 wins and 4 losses, and then the 0.5 represents a tie. So he has had 1 tie, 20 wins and 4 losses. And Evan has had something similar, 15 wins, 9 losses, and then a tie.
So in previous games, Evan was writing frantically whenever he had the blank, so he probably was writing out all the different permutations. But he hasn't lined up semi-open yet.
Yeah, at this point, he'd better play it because Dave knows he's got a blank.
Yeah, and he's got 5 minutes left, so he's got to bank some time for the end game if he won't find one. And it's looking like he's going to play Maha here to open it up. Yeah, he's missed it. That's, yeah.
That probably still wins, maybe? We'll see.
Yeah, he's not happy. I think he knows or he feels like he's missing something.
That's for the K.
He plays Mike?
Oh, wow.
Is that right? Huh.
I'm very surprised he hasn't opened it up here.
I feel like Veep is almost automatic.
Yeah, Veep looks great. Just shut it down.
Just banking on the Z or something like that. Yeah, he's got the Z.
Looks like Dave pretty quickly arranges VEE on his rack. He's definitely thinking about it.
The only saving grace for Evan is he's picked that Z and the blank, and surely that will give him some sort of flexibility. But this is going to turn into a very, very tricky, ugly pre-end game, end game. Very few scoring areas, and I think time is going to be important. The scores are really close too.
Yeah. We're not even that close to the end. There's still 10 tiles in the bag.
Yeah.
This could take
Could
a while.
we get the unseen tiles?
Yes, we have the unseen tile pool ready, so we can pull that up, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the scores are so close. And both players are pretty low on time. This could get quite exciting.
Definitely. Yeah, so these are the tiles that are unseen to Dave. So that would include the D and the Z and the blank that we know are on Evan's rack. And then there's some other stuff still in the bag, like the W, the J, 2 U's. It's all sorts of weird tiles. God knows what's going to happen with the J in this game. It might just go unplayed.
Yeah, this is not a typical way for a board 1 game to play out. It's really interesting seeing this.
No, not these 2 players, especially. They love to bingo. What is this 315 to 308 nonsense? Oh, he doesn't play Veep. That's interesting.
I didn't see what he played.
Looks like he's going to play Eve, just E through the V. Okay.
Yeah, he's happy to just let. Oh, yeah. And we're gonna see some quick plays now. Yeah, Dave's not worried about that P of peon, even though Evan could have had semi-open previous turn.
What, did Dave draw waivers? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah,
Okay.
he must be thinking that Evan's got the blank. He's gonna open up eventually, and Dave will pounce on it with some sort of bonus or decent play. I wonder as well in the previous turn, did Evan think that Dave had a very strong rack with Dewey, played UI off, and that he was very close to a bonus himself and he didn't want to open up with Maha and just decided to play Mike and keep it tight?
Looks like Dave is playing how?
That's an R. It's row.
Row, pardon.
Yeah, our screen's a little bit blurry, so. So row keeps AEISV. It's a somewhat constant heavy pool, but not too much so.
In the chat, there's a question of whether there's another game after this. There's two after this, in fact.
Yeah, we're going to have Dave Wiggin and Desi Day coming up in just a little bit. And then round 28 to be determined based on how things shake out. But it seems like for now, Dave Wiggin is not Gibsonized. He may be on his way to his second consecutive loss, which will be the only time that's happened all tournament. We'll see. Yeah, so Jesse Day still very much in the hunt to win this tournament, in fact. He's currently in third place in the whole thing.
So how many tiles are left in the bag? Is Evan emptying this, or has he left one in?
There are 5. I can't see very well what Evan is playing.
He's
What's
played
he?
NO and Arco.
Aha, okay. And then Dave has Sir Dave.
Nice.
Okay. All right, so here's the situation. We got 3 tiles in the bag, and the scores should be updated in just a moment. It is Evan leading by 3. Yeah, 344 to 341 is correct. 3 in the bag. And it's JOU. Those are the 3 tiles in the bag, JOU.
I think the short plays also reflect the idea that they're aware that pulling the J is quite detrimental at this point in time.
Yeah, the J, especially for Dave, is going to be a massive problem. At least Evan has the blank. He could maybe do something. But even as I talk, there's just so few places other than in the round peon. So this is really going to drain the batteries of both players here.
Not very much time for either one of them to play an endgame this complicated.
Yeah,
This is going to be difficult.
and as someone in chat has pointed out, Dave's rack is Sir Dave. Dave getting a knighthood on this rack.
This performance, he's deserved it.
So he's not the doctor, but he's the Sir.
He's now a knight. All right. What just happened? Is I guess they're just correcting a scoring mistake. The clock has stopped apparently, and now it started again. Okay.
I think it's worth it when you have a score this tight, when you have this much money on the line. Definitely good to check those scores as you make the moves.
Yeah, well, sometimes in a game this close, you try to recount the entire game while it's happening, so you don't have any scoring mistakes in the end game. But when you're this low on time, you don't have time to do that.
Marlon suggests Cheens and Lakes as Dave's played here. That accomplishes scoring a lot and also only one pull from the bag to try and avoid that J.
Yeah, that looks great. And also just leaving 2 in the bag makes the end game more complicated for your opponent, which is
Infinitely more complicated.
especially nice to do in a game with this low on time. Just force them to screw up, possibly.
Yeah, I
not
think the
joining the
J.
J.
Yeah, the J is just such a bad tile, especially for Dave.
Did he play an R? What did he just? Oh, he plays the R, making raged. Okay.
I think. Let's see. Do they both? They both have an S. Yeah. Interesting.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have the score and the pool updated now. Yeah, so Dave leads by 8, and it is Evan on turn, down by 8 with 2 tiles in the bag. And the 2 in the bag we happen to know are a J and a U.
So comment in the chat that the tiles unseen are wrong. If we can get that updated.
It's updated on my end. I'm not sure what's going on. Something funny is going on with the display, apparently.
Yeah, and Evan may well do
That's really weird.
the Quinn's play as well.
I'll just do it
Leave one in the
manually.
bag.
There, that should help. I just manually changed the letters. A little bit of lag, but it should show up. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so the bag is JU. I was going to suggest fishing for buildups by playing off the end, but instead he plays the U there. Huh.
Oh, the J for Evan.
Oh.
It does set up Jin.
Gene. Yeah.
Yeah. At the very least.
Which Dave is gonna know is a possibility and will factor into his decision making.
Dave only has a minute and a half left. I'm not sure he can do a huge amount there with that. U-hook, this is a really terrible spot for Dave to be in. He's got a minute left. There's one
Yeah.
tile in the bag, and he just doesn't want to give away a big play involving the J.
Questions of video and OU. Definitely one to consider. I was permuting possible end games for Dave on that basis, but yeah, that was one I was definitely looking into as well.
Yeah, that looks nice. I like that.
Jeremy Q says video concedes CJO and SOU as a potential snapback. Vo gives Evo, as Aaron Bader says. Time penalty also going to be extremely
Video.
relevant.
Oh, no, not video. Excuse me.
He's played Veed, I think.
Veed. Yeah.
That leaves Aki, I think, possibly with a blank A. That's just one option. But I guess Gene without playing a vowel is there as well.
So Jin is still there. Does Dave
Dave's
have?
full to you.
Looks like DJIN is the only winning play, according to Quackle. So it keeps ILS blank and it lets you go out next turn. Or at least threatens an out next turn.
Yeah, this game was really turning into a toss of a coin, just the way they were both playing off. Small numbers of tiles, and it was getting very complex, and we think this is the only winning play. Dave nods his head. He didn't want to give up a play with the J, and he's got 15 seconds left. And this is going to hurt Dave. He was in big control of this match, but it's just not gone his way. And the J, which we thought would be the problem tile, probably ended up winning it for Evan. Just give him enough points to get over the line. Someone in the chat is saying that Jin won as well, just JIN, and there were a number of other winning plays.
As Donna has mentioned, yeah, the blank is really key in the pre-end game going here, Donna, just because until Dave on top of bag empty, essentially. There was technically a chance from Dave's point of view to draw that blank, but Evan was going into the last few moves with it in his hands, knowing that he would have it to bail him out if he were to do something like pull the J. In this case, he didn't need it to play the J in the first place, but it was a possibility. So yes, the blank was key in managing the pre-end game here. Marlon says Dup was the play that won it. Scott asks, what is Dave's best play on the Veed move?
It's tough. I mean, it's hard to solve these one in the bag pre-end games, even with Quackle. I mean, the decision I heard from the chat, a video, I like that a lot. I don't know.
Video, I think, is definitely one of the ones that's near the top. Francis believes that assuming random rack for opponent, best is Bow at 12A. Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways you can go through this end game and not nearly enough time to go through all of them.
For the players or for us.
Yeah, for neither of us. Francis, it would depend on the way that you set up the plies for the sim and then with inferences as well. There's certain plays sometimes that the computer believes are best that wouldn't actually play up to be the best when the human factors are incorporated.
I think this late in an endgame, though, you can pretty much solve it with perfect knowledge.
Yeah.
Like you can permute through the 8 possible racks, and for each of the 8 racks, find logically the perfect endgame. But they're not doing that in 1 minute, and we're not doing that in 1 minute, so we don't have any answers for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave would have needed at least 5 minutes on that.
At
on
least
the
5.
video on the Veed play.
I would need at least 5
that looked
hours to
tricky.
solve that endgame.
Yeah. But well done to Evan. He was in.
Yeah.
I thought he was in trouble halfway through the game, and he overcame the miss of semi-open, or possibly passed on it, as someone in the chat said. And he just decided he was going to scrap it out playing Mike. He didn't want to open up with Maha, and he got the Z, he got the J, he got the blank, and got the win.
Yeah, so they're discussing video on the board now as a play for Dave. They're going through possible last plays. It looks like Joe they're showing as the next option there. Yeah, they're going through all the possibilities. Yeah. Ubas
So does the video win after Saijo? Dave's nodding his head there.
Yeah, because Ubas, I think, would be coming through after that.
Wow, video is 100%. It wins with all 8 tiles in the bag, according to Quackle.
Yeah. Lots to talk about that game for sure. So one of Dave's few losses coming at the hands of Evan Borowski. So this is not quite decided just yet. There's
Certainly
still lots of
not.
drama.
We have an update from Table 2. Jesse Day and Will Anderson went head-to-head, and the result was a 578-452 win for Jesse Day.
Wow.
So that means with, 5 games to play, we've got Dave at 20.5, Will and Jesse both at 17, and then Evan at 16.5.
Wow.
So we've got 2 guys at 3.5 back and 1 guy at 4 back, and we still have 5 rounds to play. Any of these 4 guys can still win the tournament. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the next pairing is going to be Dave versus Jesse Day, and if Jesse wins again, then he's only 2.5 back. It gets really interesting.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere, needless to say. You guys better watch these next couple games.
Yeah, we're really excited for this. So
Yeah.
Before we come back for the next round, we're going to take a very brief break to get all set up and ready for our next round of coverage. Jesse and the broadcast team temporarily signing off from Chicagoland. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Naperville, Lisle, Chicagoland, almost Chicago, whatever you want to call it. Jesse Matthews back here in studio, live on location. And from just a quick hop across the pond, I have got Paul Gallen joining me remotely to provide live commentary and expert analysis on this matchup between Jesse Day versus Dave Wiegand at board 1. Quite an exciting conclusion to our last game there, Paul. Thanks for being there with us to watch it unfold.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it was an exciting game. I think the time trouble for both players, especially for Dave, really was key. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how Dave handles it. That was a bruising game for both players, and especially for the person who doesn't come out the other end as the winner. So he's lost 2 games in a row. And yeah, hopefully Dave can, you know, shrug that off and bring this home. But Jesse Day, on the other hand, will be wanting to peg him back, and he's been on a decent run himself by the looks of it. So yeah, this is going to be an important couple of games coming up for both players.
Just checking in our chat here. It looks like there's still some very active discussion as far as that last end game. Don't know if we're going to resolve that one anytime soon. Just because it
Yeah, I think it was one of those end games where we were all happy to be commentating on it rather than in the position themselves. I think time trouble definitely did not help Dave. He really needed a lot of time to try and work that out, and yeah, that would have been a tough one for him to take. But Evan played it really well and played a couple of very nice plays like retiling and peon just to generate a bit of play to keep the match alive, and it paid off for him.
So it looks like there's still some discussion going on behind the scenes related to pairings for the next couple of rounds. Looks like both of these players are waiting as well, possibly talking to directors off screen. So I'm not sure if that means that there's potentially discussion about the pairings for this round, or if it might be for the next round. Just waiting because Evans is not yet back in studio. But my assumption is that this is the game that we are keeping at board 1 for this round at least. We have this matchup and then one more to go for the day. There will be 3 tomorrow to conclude the World Cup here in Chicagoland for 2022. Looks like there are potentially new pairings based on what's written in the chat, or never mind, that appears to be potentially trolly. Yeah, that's not a pairing that will be happening anytime soon.
Yeah, that's something I have to learn as a commentator for the first time, not to believe everything that's written in the chat.
Yeah, we do have people who like to be playful. It looks like Jeremy Koo's perspective in the super tight position. I think both Dave and Evan made some missteps. Yeah, probably with some perfect analysis, we would determine that as well. Exactly. So it looks like the players are good to go. We are keeping this matchup here at board 1. Jesse Day to draw to begin this matchup in round 26.
Sorry to circumvent you guys.
And the last thing Dave will want is another bruising tactical game. He'll want a nice flowing game with a few early bonuses and get back on track to arrest the slide. And Jesse,
An absolutely dreadful pickup. I think GBVVD exchange with DR left. It was a very fast change. I'm not sure if I saw those 5 letters.
yeah, I think you're right, Jesse. Yeah, he didn't actually have a valid play.
All right, I'm going to get caught up when I can. If you guys can just like write down the racks while I'm recovering from a pairings emergency.
We think it was BDVV and N possibly as well.
All right, I'm not ready yet, but I will be.
Another very constant heavy rack for Jesse. He only has one vial on the exchange. And Dave's got a lot of the vials. So the chat is suggesting either Adia or Audad. So whether Dave prefers the leave of IE versus AD. Looks like he's eyeing up Adia.
Thanks to all in the chat or keep me posted. I appreciate it. All right, so DR for Jesse and then Audad EI. I got you. Thank you a bunch. All right. As you guys can probably imagine, the source of the pairings crisis was figuring out when to pause the pairings to decide Gibsonizing or not Gibsonizing Dave, depending on his result. So that is the issue right now. Depending on how this next round goes, Dave might be Gibsonized for the championship or he might not. So we're going to pause on posting pairings for round 28 until we see how round 27 goes. And there is a little bit of griping going on among the directors. That's going to take a while because Jesse Day plays Scrabble really slow. So it might be a while until we know who plays who in round 28.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. All right, Adieu is the play. Okay.
And it looks like Jeremy Hildebrand is pointing out this towel bag is fired. And I think with those first couple of polls, yeah, I would agree. That towel bag is got a little bit of job insecurity. Alex Ding says, these are the situations where both players would like to trade towels with their opponent, like in Settlers of Catan. Yeah, I could see it being that way, except in this case with Jesse Dave's rack, I would be singing the same song as I used to sing in Settlers of Catan when we would play online during the pandemic. Nobody wants your sheep, 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 sheep. And in this case, the sheep are all the consonants. Big Dig Blue asks, who is leading overall? That would be the one and the only Dr. Bing. Dave Wiegand is still ahead of the field.
But not ahead by quite as much as he was before. He has had 2 losses in a row for the first time all week long. Yeah, quick recap of the standings at the very top. We've got Dave Wiegand in first place with 20.5 wins in his first 26 games. And then Will Anderson and Jesse Day are at 17, both 3.5 back with 5 to play. So obviously very unlikely that Dave can be caught, but he does need to win here to control his own destiny. He doesn't get to coast to victory quite yet.
Yeah, so Jesse's looking at a number of different plays, obviously just using as many constants as he can. He's looking at Centum, which looks nice. Only disadvantage is that E dangling on the 4 timer. And in a previous game, Jesse played Meave instead of Veep. He didn't want to open up for Dave. So if I were a guessing man, I think he'll play a little bit tighter and maybe do a parallel play here. So he's looking at Mend. Keeps CRT, and he's got that A floating. Looks nice enough play to me. Oh, he's going Mend that way. Okay.
Mend looks pretty strong.
Yeah. I was thinking Mend the other way above the eye of Adia, but that looks nice too. Yeah, so he looked at Centum, and again, I felt like he didn't want to open up for Dave. I think Dave has got a lot of respect from all the other players, and they don't want to be opening up nice floating tiles for him.
Nice
Man,
play
but,
available here for Dave. You can turn in into dotting. That would triple the W and the G, so it would score pretty nicely, 24. You could also play Ring, W-R-I-N-G, which is pretty similar. Yeah, thanks to the bot for getting us the standings in chat. You guys can check out all the information there for yourself. But yeah, as you can see, it is right now Wiegand in the driver's seat with Anderson, Day, Borowski giving chase. And my headphones keep falling out of my ears. That's the other update. Okay, we're all fixed now. It's just been a frazzled kind of afternoon, Jesse.
It
Frazzled
has been
afternoon.
indeed.
You don't expect to be doing Gibsonizing math when you still got 5 rounds to go. It kind of threw me off. Looks like Ring. Okay. Seems pretty solid. And he does not give Jesse the S he needs for Fiercest.
35.
We'd be seeing Fiercest similarly.
I think, yeah, it's the second time Fiercest has come up, right? Somebody got a miss of Fiercest earlier in the tournament.
Mhm.
And Dave will be very happy. He's just picked the blank to go alongside that DATS.
Ooh, okay.
So he's got bonuses. Bandits. And possibly a 4-timer. Onto rings. Can't see it immediately, but doesn't mean that there's nothing there. Bastide as well with the E.
Wow, Jesse's already 5 minutes in. We're going to have a whole lot of players waiting a whole long time on their pairings. At this rate, anyway. See, Henny in chat says one of my dad's favorite words is bastards.
Nice little play could be something like EF, emend, sets up remand, and his T as well, impedes that S hook of ring,
That's interesting.
keeps Scyther. Yeah.
And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Very nice. Ourselves a nail biter of a game, 36 to 35.
Yes.
Yeah, so you could have played the same 2 tiles with FE onto ring, the W of ring, but I think EF just offers more for his rack, and he's landed on reticle and TRCL. So Jesse rewarded for a nice play there.
So there are 2 bingos in this 7-tile rack. He's got Bandits and Bastide, and quite a few places to play both of them.
Got another compliment about my smooth jazz voice. I'm delighted with this. Paul Smooth Jazz Gallon.
There you go. I think I'm going
Sounds
to be out of a
good.
job soon here. Everyone loves you.
I'm not sure if it's everyone or if it's just repeatedly Scott. This is what Scott does. He comes up with one joke and he just beats it to death. Scott makes fun of me for doing this too. We do it to each other. I won't repeat on the air the kinds of jokes I've made about Scott. They're not fit for television.
Aquature says it really makes me feel like I'm watching a snooker match. It's great. Cool.
All right, Bandits is coming. That appears to be one of the highest scoring bingos he's got. It's either Bandits and Adieux for 77 or it's Bastide and Rings for 78. And it's back to Jesse with his choice of bingos himself, I believe.
Penny Blanc asks, how long has there been a Scrabble Twitch channel? When I was growing up, there was something, I'm guessing was censored, and various using it. I don't think it's actually been around for as long as one would think. I think if I understand correctly, it might have happened after Scopely got the rights to Scrabble online. But if someone knows more of the history to that, they can correct me. But definitely not for that long, relatively speaking, compared to, say, the chess presence that you see on Twitch.
And Dave was probably feeling very good after that bonus, and he's just picked an absolutely horrendous rack.
Oh dear God.
After changing twice in the previous game, he's now going to have to almost certainly change again. I can't really see anything that's going to prevent an exchange here. And Jesse's going to go very aggressive here and dangle an E out. Little does he know that Dave doesn't really have anything to capitalize on it. So if Dave exchanges, Jesse's going to have a free run at a lot of nice floaters there.
Yeah, there's not really any play at all through that E. It's either exchange or it's play burr and ram for like 12 or whatever that is.
And Jesse's...
Yeah, let's see what Jesse draws. That's
Oh,
going to be
he's
pivotal. Oh, yeah, his
Fine.
rack's not great either.
It's looking like a bunch of gook. Listeam asks, will there be finals, by the way? No, there is no best of anything finals. It is just 31 rounds of play, and at that point, there will be a champion crowned, or technically before that point, depending how things go. But after 31 rounds, the tournament is over.
Feel the burn, says Jucko. Yeah, it's really all that you can feel. There's nothing else available to you. I would probably exchange 5 and keep NR. He's going to exchange 6, keeping just R. Okay. So the score remains 115-112. Jesse just slightly ahead and on turn. And he appears to have Uzo lined up on his rack.
Very tasty beverage, I must say.
Not to be confused with orzo, a very tasty pasta.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so both players leaving that E in the triple wide open, which is pretty unusual, but given their racks, you can understand why.
Yeah, and the rack looked okay for Dave whenever he started picking out, but I don't see anything bingo-y for him. And the natural play is that he's just going to take that E out in some sort of play. Maybe something like Griple, Griple.
Oh, nice Griple, yeah.
Oh, great, those are very good. Alex Ding just suggested triple to the triple. Very nice, but Gripple seems to be even better.
Meanwhile, Jesse's draw is looking pretty tenuous.
Tenuous, yeah, tenuous on the Sam.
Oh, there's also tenuous through the I. Forgot about that one.
Yeah, very nice.
Good job in chat pointing that one out. Oh yeah, Scott pointing out that tenuous plus an H would be nut house.
Would that be another name for the when you?
So Dave is taking his time here, but if you know the word Griple and see the word Griple, I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah, he's lined it up, he's spotted it.
There we go. Yep, yep. Or he'll try Griplet. No.
36.
That's a good play, Dave. keeps ET.
And they're going to challenge. Yep. It is one of those sixes that doesn't take an S or anything, so not everybody knows words like grapple or is sure of them. Jesse just wants to check. So +5. Dave.
Says Dave is no dummy. Indeed, he is not. The man knows some words. And by some, I mean pretty much all of them.
All the 6-letter words, 7-letter words, 8-letter words, 9-letter words. If you're ever like stuck at an airport layover with Dave, he'll just pull out his phone and be like, "You want to look at random tens?"
Yeah, he does this.
He's learning the tens as well. Don't mess with that man's word knowledge.
So what do we think Jesse's going to play? Is he going to go tenuous or is he going to go tenuous?
Yeah, Tenuius is 4 points more.
Yeah, he spotted it.
And yeah, it looks like he's just going to play right away. Okay.
Nice play.
So Jesse is going to pull ahead by 59 points. Nope.
Ooh.
Math fail, 61.
And Dave's got a lovely pull, which will negate.
Oh, okay then. Jesse's draw was tenuous and Dave's was the meanest.
Mean Dave.
Well, despite how nice Dave's rack looks, he doesn't have any bingos that score too much. I mean, his highest score possible is just 71 with Teleman, making ST at the bottom there. There's no like massive bonuses here, just kind of regular sized ones. Could do something from the L, but that's you don't want to do line mate or lavement. That just opens up a giant double for your opponent to hit. Yeah, probably Teleman here is the choice.
And then as pointed out in the chat, Hither looks like a pretty strong play for Jesse Day. Next turn, clear the T in Tenuius that he was just put down.
Ooh, yeah, very nice. And he's already got it arranged. Yep, look at that.
I can't help but usually use the word hither with a bit of an improvised posh accent because I would just never use that otherwise in regular conversation. Come hither.
Yeah, and Jesse's been rewarded for playing Tenuius and spotting it. Very easy to throw down Tenuius very quickly, but he saw one of the tricky to see 5 violates Tenuius for extra points and doesn't give Dave as much counterplay as Tenuius would have done. So nice job, Jesse. And as well, the Tenuius play gives him hither too.
There's a question of whether there's a 9 through the TR on the board with Dave's rack.
The TR.
So the T and
Oh, that T and that R, I see.
With common enough letters, you would think it would be possible.
Just a couple tiles off from Tent Maker. You just got to move the T up a couple. Other than that, no. Looks like Dave is arranging Emanate on his rack. I was going to say, what's the valid word there? And now he's telling us, eat me. That's just rude.
That's what all the DoubleTree cookies say to me when I see them here. And I happily oblige.
Certainly that Italian beef sandwich for lunch was saying, eat me. And
it did not survive the afternoon. I am happy to report.
Jesse's just got hither lined up, ready to go, just waiting for Dave to make his play first.
I think we've had a few players sending messages via their racks.
Yes.
Can't remember the other.
Conrad is definitely a fan of doing that.
Yeah, Conrad does all the time. UX Loser was probably one of my favorite
UX
ones.
Loser, yeah. I'm getting a message from my co-director saying that Dave looked directly at the camera right after he arranged the letters in Eat Me.
Yep.
So I did not notice that myself.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Dave was considering Nestmate briefly, it looks like. No shortage of options.
But all of them are a little bit dangerous. There's no like non-dangerous bingo.
And just another thing to keep an eye on. Dave's down to 11.5 minutes.
Yeah.
There's still quite a few tiles to go, so he just has to be careful in case this turns into another end game type scenario that he has the time for it.
So he's going to Reminette,
That's-
it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, computer says that Teleman is a little bit better, even though it does open that triple-triple. You're getting 6 points more, and Reminette is not great defensively either, since you're giving your opponent some comebacks to the triple on the left as well.
Yeah, he nodded at his head whenever he played it, so I'm not sure if he's 100% happy with it, but he's just gone for it, and I think he's done the right thing in just getting something down and getting moving, as I say. He's just a tiny bit low on time at the minute.
It's important for Jesse to pause and not just play hither right away, because he's got, okay, good. He does see the play that's opened up that's better than hither. He sees Harry. A lot of players on that slide would just play hither instantly, but Jesse pauses, looks at the new position, and reevaluates. Very smart.
Yeah, and Dave nods his head there. He knows that he would rather have avoided that, and now he's got a very, very clunky rack
Ooh,
and a big deficit.
yeah, he's in trouble all of a sudden.
Yeah,
Looked pretty good when he had that bingo rack after Gripple, but not so much anymore.
so at first glance I can see Jubas onto the U of Tenuous, but the leave is pretty terrible. FCV.
Seems like, but if you see anything that you play here, you're gonna be leaving something awful. But it also seems like it would be wrong to change. Lewis,
Yeah.
Lewis suggests that vocab to set up the S is possible. It doesn't score much though. Yeah, that's exactly. You just wrote that as well. And I feel like especially in Dave's position, you really have no choice but to score in some way. So Juba's, like you said, definitely among the most high scoring options. Jab just above Reminette, but that doesn't really give you anything on the board. Like an interesting position here.
I think this position requires a major shift in game plan, because I think a lot of Scrabble players in a lot of situations will just think, my goal at all times is to groom my rack for a bingo as soon as possible, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you got to reevaluate and say, you know what, bingoing is just not going to happen. So I'm going to shift my focus to just scoring points as much as possible these next few turns and just forget about bingoing, because if you keep a leave like, you know, JVF, then like you just got to find a new way to outscore. What does he do? He plays
Java.
Java. Okay. That's a big point sacrifice compared to Juba. It's 14 less.
Interesting. The back of those are really clunky together.
I can understand it a bit. I mean, he obviously didn't love the FCV leave and he just wanted rid of that JV combination as soon as possible. It also kept a vowel, which on the draw after Java, he's only got one vowel still, so yeah. Tough one for Dave.
I'm looking for ways that Jesse can score decently with this rack without opening anything up for Dave.
Perhaps Hioi, Hioi, in the top left next to Java is an option, scoring 26. He's got other plays that are a little bit precarious. You could play Hoisin for 35 at the bottom, making SH, but that opens up a triple for your opponent that maybe you don't want to. This is a tough one. Surprisingly, Jesse is doing much better on the clock than Dave, which you don't usually see in this matchup.
This is pretty unusual.
I'm just going back through the players' decisions. I guess Dave had some harder choices to make than Jesse. Like Jesse played, his bingos of Radical and Tenuius pretty quickly. Although he also made some not so obvious plays quickly, like EF was hard, Uzo was hard because that opened triple with the E. So he's managing the clock really well.
Joho5 asks, can you talk through what all you think about before exchanging? Yeah, that's a really essential part of your strategy, is figuring out when it is time to change, and if you do, what you consider. Part of what you would consider does involve to some degree what's left in the tile bag and what's on the board. That's more of what I would call the dynamic part of what you consider an exchange, but the more static part of it, you can pretty reliably use whenever you're considering an exchange. So that would be how well the letters that you keep work together. We talk about all the letters in the word retains as being the most, having the most synergy, because they combine to create the most words of 7 and 8 letters long. So if you're trading, there's certain combinations of subsets of those letters that work best together. And then that's what you're usually trying to keep in some form on an exchange, so that you can hopefully use all of your letters on a future turn at the same time. That'll be a shorter version of the answer, but that's the static part of what you consider for an exchange. And essentially, when you're exchanging, you're thinking that over the next 2 turns, including the exchange, you're going to do better than you would by just playing through the letters that you have for at least 2 turns.
There was us saying that Jesse was playing quite quickly. He's now taking a good bit of time over this move. Quite a few suggestions in the comments. Things like Hiois onto the S of Tenuius and Hoisin as well.
Hoisin is tasty.
I suppose an interesting point is that they both have each of the last 2 S's. I think the other S's are on the board, yeah. And 2 blanks are gone, so whoever plays theirs first might give the initiative to the other to maybe make some sort of S setup, something like that. Another suggestion of Hioi up at the top with the J of Java. Keeps LNS.
Looks like there's some debate about playing the S versus holding onto it in this position. Seems like Hioi and Hiois are the 2 that in the most discussion, though Lewis has suggested a hint as a potential play as well. Looks like we're seeing Hiois over maximal points in this position.
Yeah, and as I said, now Dave has the S. You could be tempted by some sort of S setup here, like fib on the Heois, but probably doesn't score enough. But those type of things are possible now.
On the score, 303, 246. Calf, without considering what it does for the board, is certainly a candidate option, given both blanks are gone and both H's are gone, so that C's on top of the triple word score is relatively benign. But a setup play of some sort might be better.
All right, we have an update on the standings. So we have Dave and Jesse who are in first place and third playing each other right now. Will Anderson was in second going into this round. Will was paired against Chris Light, and we just got word that Will won 506 to 421 against Chris.
Wow.
What that means is, regardless of the outcome of this game, win or lose for Dave, Will's going to be in second place either way. And that means next round, we're going to get Will versus Dave on table 1.
Wow.
So Will Anderson, regardless of this result, is still in contention. And regardless of this result, he will face Dave Wiegand in round 28 coming up next.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
Will is on an incredible run. In case you haven't heard, he started this tournament 4-7, and he has been absolutely crushing it ever since then. He has
18 and 9.
Yeah, he's come roaring back.
That's
Yeah, so it's
14
going to
and
be
2.
Will versus the Bing on this board coming up. All right, so it looks like Calf was played while I was given that update, and that's 35 points more for Dave Wiegand, making this a pretty close game. 303 281 is going to be your updated score.
Although Dave has not pulled super well following that play.
Wow, certainly not.
Yes, Donna. Will Anderson did eat his Wheaties.
And if Jesse wins this game, wow, the pairings get, or the standings get really crazy. It's going to be 20 and a half, 18, 18. So all three of them still in contention.
Matthew Tonicliff says, imagine being 4-7 and the pairings give you an angry Will to play against.
Yep. Also, the person who was 4-7 was Joel Wapnick.
Yeah.
Imagine that you're looking at the 4-7 tables and it's Will Anderson against Joel Wapnick,
Yeah, it's pretty great.
two world-class players.
Will is in the stream. Hello, William. Nice to see you. I was very gracious to everyone I pulverized on my ascent up the standings. You'll love to see it.
All right, so we got an update on the standings, or on the pairings, excuse me. It will be Will against Dave coming up next, and then on board 2, it's going to be Evan Borowski against Jesse Day. Those are your pairings for the next round.
Will, can you hear us with the sound? Let us know. Or are you just watching the chat and seeing the feed?
I suppose he knows we're talking about him, so he must have some audio.
I'd like to see. I just want to confirm first.
I see a mention from Scott in the chat about Gibson versus Nigel in 2012. Yes, I lost a lot of money on that.
Oh.
The situation there was all David Gibson had to do was not lose to Nigel by 178.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's no way Gibson's losing by 178. I'll bet you 50 to 1 odds. Give me $1 and I'll pay you 50 if I'm wrong. And I lost $50.
Yeah, that was quite the game. And it's just so strange because as people who are familiar with David Gibson's playing style would have known.
Exactly.
He doesn't usually ever lose by that kind of a spread.
All that
he would
defense.
lose.
Yeah. All right. Livider for 22 points from Jesse. Decent score. And the board's getting pretty difficult here for Mr. Wiegand.
And Jesse's just drawn really nicely. A
Ooh.
relation in the top left-hand corner,
Yep.
Wow.
and it's unlikely to be blocked because Dave's going to play Briny.
We have us a tournament, y'all.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. So for Jesse, relation looks like pretty clearly the best play. There's no other bingo possible. You can check your tracking later, man. Play the only bingo first. What's he doing?
I don't know if I'm imagining it, but I feel like Dave has picked so many consonants in this game. He just seems to be consonant heavy racks. Not many vowels in this game at all.
Yeah, I would agree, because you think about some of Jesse's plays, Hyois, Tenuius, Uzo, was that Dieu, Jesse, as well?
Dieu was Dave, because Jesse exchanged.
Okay, so that was Dave's one.
So Dave used all his vowels on the first turn.
Yeah, since then he hasn't had that many.
All right, here comes relation. Jesse's going to take an 86-point lead with 4 tiles in the bag. And I'm going to bring up the unseen tile pool in about 5 seconds. Hold on. All right, so we're going to have the tiles coming out. And there's an 86-point deficit with 4 tiles in the bag for Dave Wiegand. I don't think he's got a chance here. Well, maybe. Hold on. If he plays wax... No, I mean...
There's a suggestion of twang instead to score, perhaps keeping the X for other plays. Haven't worked through the math for that, but interesting suggestion.
I mean, it's just the problem of no matter what high scoring play you choose, like what's next, you know?
Oh, but there is no, there's no Q stick on this board. JD's got a Q without an I or U, but there's at least 2 QI spots. So
Yep.
Q stick's not a factor. All right, Will is putting Twitch away. Very good. Cough and cough have been pointed out as options as well. Yeah, there's definitely no Q stick going on here. And Donna, yes, Jesse Day is a very strong player.
You kind of have to be this far in the tournament.
I am very proud of my namesake. Being the best Jesse in the world. I'm fighting for second.
Oh, he's fighting for first. He's got a shot.
No, I mean, he's fighting for first, certainly. I mean, like, as far as best Jesse goes, I have no shot.
Oh, you're fighting for second. Okay, yeah.
I'm fighting for second best Jesse. He's clearly the first.
Yeah, and just going back over through the game, if Dave loses, as I think he probably will here, I mean, he's played very well, and I think the only thing I can see is the Reminette play. Potentially could have gone for something else, but the reply of HERY seemed to be a real killer for him.
Yeah.
I think if he had played, you know, it's all F spots and maybes, maybe Teleman, just with the rack he subsequently picked up, he could have had Jubas potentially over on the right-hand side. Jesse plays Heather, and Dave plays Jubas. Potentially that might have worked out much better for him. It just shows you the small margins at high-level Scrabble.
Absolutely. Yeah, very difficult position here for Dave. If anybody in chat's got any brilliant ideas, let us know. But yeah, not seeing much hope for him. Just a reminder, Dave's currently at 20.5 wins, Jesse at 17. So if Jesse pulls this out, it'll be Jesse 2.5 games back and Will Anderson also 2.5 games back. So 3 people still very much in contention to win this tournament with 4 rounds to go after this one.
And what's in the bag, Evans?
That's a great question. Let me check. So Jesse has a KOPQ.
L-E-A and an O, I think. I think Aloe's in the bag.
That sounds right. Aloe, A-L-O-E. Those are the 4 tiles in the bag.
So in the chat, Jeremy says, after Wax and Ba, Jesse can't block all the bingo, so Dave has some shot. Interesting.
Wax and Ba? Does he get 2
Wax
turns in a
slash
row?
Ba.
Oh, Wax. Oh, that Wax Ba. I see.
So on the top right.
You can't block all of them. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think from Dave's point of view, he may as well just go for it. Top right-hand side and hope that he just gets a nice pickup. And that Jesse blocks the wrong area. Something like that. I think we've established if he plays elsewhere, he's just not going to have enough points to catch up. Jesse's rack is just too strong.
Yeah.
So you could draw like Gentoos on the far right. Yeah, that's interesting. And then you could draw something at the top. I guess Tangos doesn't quite fit.
Empty Bag of Stories asks, how many rounds are there? There are 31 rounds of play in total here. We are currently in round 27. Round 28 is coming up in about 10 minutes or so. That will be our last of the day before we come back at 9:30 a.m. Central Time for our last 3 games in the tournament.
Okay, so Jeremy points out that after Wax, it'll be Tangelos unseeing from Jesse's point of view. Okay. So then what would he need to block? I guess he would need to block. Oh man, this is hard. Too many things you might have to block.
Yeah,
My brain hurts.
That's the point. I think that's part of what makes it so good.
Wow, look how much time Dave is burning off his clock. He's got a minute and a half.
Yeah.
All right. Wait, did he just turn the board? Oh wait, what did he play?
Has made a play. He put down
Wax at the bottom left. Okay, yeah, my screen's blurry. Wax on the bottom left. What is he going for there?
Richie points out, for once Jesse has time. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so Dave has alongst at the top alongside a relation.
Oh, does it play?
Yes.
Yeah, so Jesse does need to block it.
Wow.
Now, if he had played Wax on the top right-hand side, Jesse would have really had to guess.
So alongst is the
What
only bingo possible in this pool, and Jesse has 6 minutes to write down all the possible racks and prove that. So Jesse should be fine here as long as he figures this out, and he's got time.
But if David played Wax on the top right-hand side, from Jesse's point of view, he could have had Ethelons on the right-hand side, and then Jesse's in a position of try and guess what Dave has. It probably is more likely that Dave has a rack with an E in it, so...
Oh, he would have had more stuff on the far right. There's Legatos, there's Gellants.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think Wax on the top right would have been brilliant.
Yeah, and Dale's also being mentioned. But there's still hope for Dave, like Jesse could. Still has to block it. Seems a pretty routine enough play, but
Guys, I'm really sorry about the pool. I don't know why our automated pool thing is being screwy, but I'm trying to update it manually. The letters in Tangelos, Tangelos, those are the actual tiles in the pool. The bag holds just an E, as Dave has a longst on his rack. All Jesse needs to do is realize that Dave has a longst and block it. He also needs to not get Q stuck. Like I think ordinarily I might play something like Powaka up top, but that would leave just the one spot for the Q, so I think you can't do that. Maybe just QI does the trick, up top above relation.
Queen through bandits has been pointed out as one other way to deal with the Q and score relatively well. Knight Scrabbler points out that there would have been a response of open, woe, and baton axe for a very large score if Wax had been played at the top right. Which is fair, but a lonk scores a lot and then also would be 20 plus with the Q, so I don't haven't done the math on that, but that might have been interesting.
Yeah, the length of time that Jesse's taken over this, I feel like he's going to play QI above relation. And that leaves him with Proc on the left-hand side and then Nop KNOP on the right-hand side, and that'll be enough to outrun anything that Dave has. If he's worried about a Q stick. There's also Queena through the Anna Bandits, as has been pointed out. So it looks like it's KNOP he's looking at, which will keep open the two QI spots, and that will do the job as well.
Smart. Yep.
That'll do the job as well. Yeah.
Looks great.
Oh, tough one for Dave. I really think, I mean, he probably wins after Wax in the other spot.
Yeah, I think he does. I think
Because Jesse would block the wrong spot and Dave would get a lost.
Yeah. I think someone in the chat mentioned that potentially Dave was trying to block QAT, but still think Wax in the top right is just the better path to victory there. So
It's a brutal game.
Yeah, another brutal game for Dave.
This will make 3 losses in a row. Looked like this tournament was over, and it turns out it is not over at all. Although it's worth pointing out that Dave still could be Gibsonized if he wins next round and Jesse loses.
Akratur said it's incredibly kind of Dave to make things interesting in this tournament.
Yeah. Probably a little bit too interesting for his tastes, but it is what it is. I'm sure Dave is big sad to see the longs to get blocked.
Jeremy says Dave is invoking Saint Logan. Nice. Donna points out that he could also play Groan, which is probably what he's doing right now. Well, I can't tell with that mask in his mouth, but yep, he is probably groaning.
But from Jesse Day's point of view, just doing a quick rerun of the of his moves, I think he's played this really well. I can't really think of anything that, represented a major mistake. I think he's played this really nicely.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, and he's got another play for the Q besides QI. He's got Queena.
That was pointed out.
Oh, okay. I guess that, yeah. Yeah, so Queena is the best play here for sure. But anything will win. Getting that score updated now. It should be after Nop and Grant. It should be 434 to 373. A little bit of lag on our internet here at the hotel getting that updated, but yeah, there we go. It's on the screen now. Did Jesse miss Queena? Or no?
Oh.
Wait, what happened?
Oh.
I don't see what Jesse did.
He played VOE. So I think Jesse hasn't spotted Queena. Has he?
Stilo.
Yeah, I think he must have missed Queen.
Oh.
Or, well, he doesn't want to give up lots Queen. So he's obviously done the maths. He thinks that BOE works out better.
It's a strange endgame, but Jesse will still get the win. 448 to 411 is going to be your final, I believe. Ooh. So 3 straight losses for Dave Wiegand, and a tournament that appeared to be over is now anything but.
Yeah, we still have a race just yet.
All right, I'm going to go talk to some directors about some pairings, but I'm 99% sure we're going to see David and Will back here in just a
Yeah,
minute.
that seems
So,
really likely.
I'll see
for our
y'all
next
soon.
round. And Paul's already covered what we would otherwise ask as far as any swing point, how we feel the players played, and I'd agree. Jesse had a pretty solid game there. Other than a little bit of discussion about what they could have played on Ramanet versus, say, Telemann. Pretty solid throughout, and then maybe a different placement on Wax, but I'm not sure that would have changed the outcome. Alex says, good night. Thanks for the broadcast. Appreciate you tuning in, Alex. I hope you sleep well. Mind Game says, I think Dave still wins. Will be tough to lose all 4 remaining games. Yeah, mathematically, I think he's doing okay. Let's see what else. We do still have 1 round of coverage. Just for those of you who are not sure, we have 1 game left before we sign off for the evening. Perfect time management has also been commented on. Dave literally with 0 seconds left. And Jesse Day with 9 seconds only.
Yeah,
unfair.
Dave has been low on time in all 3 games, so it's been a bruising 3 losses for him. He'll be looking forward to just getting this last game played and get to bed and recharge for the next day. Still in a great position to win this tournament.
Yeah, Dave happens to be my roommate, or I think more accurately, I am his roommate, given that he had a spot in his room at the last minute. So depending on how this next round goes, there will either be celebratory beers or perhaps commiseratory, depending on how things go. But I think there will be beer involved after this next round for sure. Scott mentions Jesse Day might not have seen the Stilo outplay actually. I think that's quite possible. Maybe he played Bo expecting to have another turn to put down the cue in either one of the spots. That's possible. I'm not sure.
Wait a minute, change gears here.
I think maybe with the low time, it's possible he just didn't see Queen up.
Yeah.
On that note, while we wait for the little mini break here and the next round of coverage, the last of the day, we're going to pause our live coverage here from Chicagoland. Jesse and Paul very temporarily signing off. We'll be back in approximately 10 minutes for the final round of the day. Stay tuned. Thank you. We are back in Chicagoland for the final round of coverage on day 4, live from Chicagoland. It is Jesse and Evan Squinchy joining you on site, and we have Sam Rosen joining us once again remotely to provide his expert insight into this final game. Welcome back, Sam.
Thanks for having me back, Jesse. Glad to be
Also,
back. Go
ahead, Sam. Sorry.
Oh no, just saying, glad to be back.
Yeah, I'm happy to have you back. And then I wasn't aware, it was totally my fault, but Paul Gallen was not able to stay for the last round for our commentary, so he sends his best wishes to everyone. And we thank him for dropping in for the afternoon. It was really fun to have him, and we're happy to have Sam back now for this last round. Will be going first. Let's go and see the action here at board 1.
Oh, Will's probably going to find a bingo there with ornate and blank. Probably about 50
Seems
different
safe.
choices there. So another good start for keeping things competitive at the top of the leaderboard.
Wow.
So Dave's got it.
Dave has now lost 3 games in a row, and
Unless
he
he
doesn't want to
plays
lose a
ornates.
4th. This is going to get...
Nice.
Oh my God, he has sex scene. Oh. Dave has been entertaining us with these racks all day. This is incredible.
You gotta love it.
I guess when you're not on turn, especially the first turn of the game, you might as well entertain the live streaming audience.
But before we get to something a little bit more steamy from Team Wiggy, we are waiting to get the big old score to start at this game from William, who is
You just
going
wanted
on
to
an
sing his name
incredible
again.
run.
All right, looks like he's going to play Nortina. The E on the star, is that? Okay.
Ooh, I see we have someone new that hasn't been in the chat for a while. David Firstman, hello. It is nice to see you.
Oh, hey, David.
Hi,
All right, how's that
David.
score? 64-0? Yes.
Excess. It's new to me.
Success. Oh, nice. Or you could just play execs, right?
Of the valid plays, that's certainly one of the good ones.
Oh my God, you actually set up sex scene for like over 100.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Will's made a nice choice, not surprisingly, but he's taken away the no vowels next to double letter scores. An S would hook on, I guess, for execs or something, but at least he hasn't given Dave any easy plays, like to use the X for over 30.
Yeah, I think he's followed all the rules of how to play a blank bingo to open. Also, like duplicate the blank with another letter, so there's fewer floaters for 8s. Give him an N with the N on the board. I'm not sure how much that one really matters, but it's kind of a rule of thumb people use, I guess.
You know, guess it was probably between the Nortena or Nortenia and Ornator, or maybe if there was another one like that. Looks like he's lining up that choice of execs as a possibility that you mentioned.
You could play Cox's through the O. It keeps an E, which is a nice tile, but it's 7 points less, and 7 is a lot. Execs looks pretty strong to me. And Quackle's not anything better.
Though it does set up that, I mean, Will won't be able to, I guess only if there's a Z, it sets up that high scoring spot next to the EXE, like paralleling it on the left with the triple letter, but Will probably won't be able to make much of it with the rack he happens to have. So Cox's might be a bit more defensive.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I didn't know that what Cesar is saying is that Weekend is well known to steam, as in like tilt, like in poker, like when he has a lot of, when he's losing or drawing poor tiles, like play worse. I don't know if that's a serious
No.
comment.
Yeah, I
or
don't buy
not.
that
Yeah,
at all. I think
no.
he's one of the most level-headed, like, solid players there is.
I believe that's a little playoff of what I was saying earlier about something steamy coming up, given what Dave lined up on his rack.
If I were in the chat right now, I would type define projection. But that's just me. I don't know.
Big now.
Dave really taking his time here, over 3 minutes now, but it's a tough position. Looks like a Quackle Sim is actually saying that just Rex, just playing EX from the R is pretty strong. I'm kind of surprised by that. The defense is pretty strong, though. Your opponent is only going to score 36 points per turn rather than 44 with execs. So you give up some points now, but you perhaps save some points later.
Kanbatsu, welcome to the chat. Giving us the Enye letter, which of course doesn't exist in the standard English alphabet, but does in the Spanish alphabet. And technically with this word, you are correct. That second N in the word would be the Enye, so it would be norteña if you were to pronounce that word absolutely correctly.
Oh, and he does choose Rex. Wow. Quackle likes it, so who am I to argue? That's a nice play, I guess.
Yeah, it makes them board so much more. Yeah, nice job, Dave, finding that more defensive option.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
But chat's pointing out that it just so happens to give Will a better score because he's going to play he probably will line up Joram.
Nice. Yeah, that's the best feeling when you're like hoping your play isn't blocked, and then it turns out your play just ends up scoring more. Yeah, that makes Joram a pretty clear best play there. So Will takes an early lead of 103 to 26.
Wow.
And Dave has not drawn a bingo, despite his very strong lead.
As Jeremy points out, Korma was blocked, but as it turns out, Jerome scored very well, and it's worth having the lead that is perfectly synergistic. But it looks like he's pulled just fine.
Hold on, I'm just Googling what time is it in Singapore. It's 6:22 a.m. I'm wondering whether Jeremy is already up or still up.
He's a vampire.
Or he just doesn't sleep ever, yeah.
Ollie Nolip points out that Canoness is blocked.
Oh, yeah, Canoness, nice. Yeah, Sonances, also would have played, but Canoness would be the double-double.
Jeremy Hildebrand points out, so Norton X will make it in one day, question mark? Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a whole can of worms with what's going on as far as how they're approaching suffixes and grammatical gender in Spanish. There's been a lot of discussion around that. The X, of course, being the recent substitute for either of the vowels that you would normally see, but also the arroba, as they call it, the at symbol, is often used in writing at the end of words to replace an O or an A as well.
So Will's going to be happy to see that A, because he's got words like kite and kadi now through the A to use his Q. Is there anything else you should consider besides just a quick Q play? I don't see much.
Yeah, once you pointed out the Q plays, I think it makes sense to me to just try to, especially with the lead, to get rid of the Q and just make sure you have a decent rack to be able to, not get too slowed down as you want to maintain that moderate sized lead. But there may be a high scoring play that I'm not spotting.
No, I think it's just QAID looks pretty straightforward. Nothing else to consider really. It is QAID, right? Yes. Okay. Still got that blurry internet.
that Donna is making the interesting point about how it's amazing how the players are opening the triple word scores. I remember that surprised me, at least when I started playing competitively, how fearless people were about opening triple words. But Dave, playing words like cans, I'm guessing he's been doing that all weekend and will continue to.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're playing opponents like Will, who are just, top level players, they're capable of finding high scoring plays all the time in all sorts of places on the board, whether it's a triple or not. And therefore,
You might as well.
you might as well open more stuff because they're going to find high scoring plays anyway. Speaking of Will finding high scoring plays, I think he's got Nervure.
Yes.
Oh, no, that doesn't play, right? Because, I think it doesn't fit.
Yeti goes down, as was suggested by Lewis in the chat a little earlier. And yes, Donna, that's one of the nice things about Dave's play of Yeti is he does keep the S left over to hook Cade potentially, or Norteña a little later on. He hasn't unfortunately drawn a whole bunch more vowels, despite making a nice balancing play.
This is a gross position for Will. I mean, it looks like he's got a bingo, Nervure, but if that doesn't play, which it doesn't, then you don't have much. Like, what are you going to do? Play Irov for 13? It's not great.
Something like that might be
Comment.
that might
Go
be the
ahead,
best
Sam,
option.
sorry.
That might be the best option. At least that gets rid of the U and the V. It's not and his double E and R.
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Donna points out that he, as in Dave, has been the vowel king today. Yes, he has made a number of unfortunate vowel heavy draws today.
But he's also had some maybe he's just had some bad draws because he's had some constant heavy ones too.
Yeah.
Those games that he lost against, I think it was Will the previous time, and then Jesse, he was pretty constant heavy.
Yeah.
Anybody in chat? I don't think you're going to play review, setting up the P for
Yeah.
preview. That is insane, Scott. What are you thinking?
No.
Scott found the preview hook right after in chat.
Oh, okay. Never mind. He says, "Yep."
All right. So we've got people picking their stands. So it looks like Donna is rooting for Dave. She is solidly Team Dave. I was commenting to Will on his way to the washroom after the last round. He's like, "Yep, the stands are showing out in full force. We got a few of us in the running now." Commenting on the Jesse Day stands, starting to get a little bit louder.
So this is the stands are probably going to want to tune in for this must be the first game where Dave could clinch, possibly if the results if Jesse Day were to lose and Dave were to win this game.
I believe so. I think
I think it was possible last round.
last round it was definitely possible.
He would need Will to lose and for him to himself to beat
This
Jesse.
one
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but last round it was
My
possible.
mistake.
Yeah, we had to have a pairings break because the pairings might have shifted based on some Gibsonizing. And then the moment Will won, we unbroke and just paired him with Dave. All right, what's happening here? Nothing? Okay. Still waiting on Will to find his way out of this agonizing situation with no good plays available.
Jeremy says this tileback has been fairly awful for several games now. Yeah, I can't disagree for board one. It's certainly been a little bit of a rough go.
Big Dig Blue asks where Will is from. Someone has answered Will Andersonville, but since I'm coming from New Jersey here, I know Will's from I think the town was called Croton on Hudson or some town in Westchester County, New York, just north of New York City. And Scott's right that he does live in Pennsylvania. He lives near Lancaster in a town I can't remember the name of. But,
that's okay. It's actually there's an update now because he has moved again. He and Allison actually live in New Jersey now. But yes, Croton. I don't know if it was Croton Harmon, but Croton for sure.
Croton Hudson was right, I think. We can just debate this for the entire hour and just not watch Scrabble if you want.
Yeah. But yeah, Croton for sure. But now in New Jersey.
I think I think Will's wife got a job near Princeton, so they bought a house in that area. All right, so Irov
Will
is
is-
played with the 2 overlaps, not the 1 overlap version. Okay. And Dave's got a whole bunch of garbage. You can play Viae, V-I-A-E from the V. You can play Oni, O-N-I-E through the N in cans. So you can score 14 or you can score 8.
Strong.
Always strong. Exchanging is, of course, a thing that is allowed in Scrabble.
The S at least is a very well. Dave does opt for the exchange, and he keeps that S. So
Okay.
it's hard to score much without the S. I guess you could score to the triple word, maybe a QI word, and there's not that many options without an S on this board. So even though he's losing, at least he has that, to maybe bolster his chances.
I mean, if I'm
Unless he keeps drawing racks like what he's just drawing.
Jeez, yeah. Like if I'm Dave in this position, I am just sick and tired of the lousy racks I've been drawing all afternoon, and I want to just exchange them as fast as possible. But that's a little just like emotional impulse you might have. But again, like I've established, Dave is not prone to that.
Deputies.
Oh,
There is a
okay. Maybe
D for
he's- maybe he's
deputies.
drawn
I didn't
just
see
fine
the D. I didn't see that was in the bottom
yeah,
left.
none of us
there.
realize that he's actually drawn a bingo.
Although if Will plays something like Chem, then that would.
Ooh, yes, that is true.
That does seem like a fairly likely play given what's available on the board, but let's
Yeah.
have to wait to see first.
Yeah, Chem's the best play by far. The only good news is that Chem gives back a counterplay of Pine, making QI and HIE on the other side of it.
Chris Pine.
Huh?
Yes. There it goes.
Or Chicago pizza pie.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
end of the day.
Sure.
Well, both valid,
Italian beef.
both very valid options.
Tasty. I will definitely agree. Tasty. We haven't had deep dish, come to think of it.
Yeah, we intended to do that, and then it's never happened. Where did the week go? It all went by so fast.
Sure. Fast. Yeah. It's been interesting for sure. Fast in one sense, and yeah, it's been quite interesting.
So it looks like Pine's the best play, and yeah, he's going to play it pretty quick. Good work there. It is down by 64 here, 184 to 120. And we'll see what Will has in store for us here.
Will he play niggle, like to annoy, to the triple word? If he wants, it does open up some possibilities for Dave, but in that sort of fearless spirit, he may just want to keep scoring and make use of score 30 points. That's the only way I see to be able to do it. Though maybe there's some 9-letter word through the NE or the AR.
So the 6 tile plays at the bottom of the board rather than the top because you have the L hook to make Axel.
It was Ligger and Linger. I believe.
Yeah, score a little more. You can play leg in or Ligger, and those are both 41. Looks like Will is looking at niggle though. I think he's looking at that top part of the board and considering playing up there. Yeah, and he is indeed reaching for those tiles to open up the top. Interesting. And we've been talking about playing Fearless Scrabble all day. That's kind of been a theme we've been touching on. And Will certainly does that here. Turns out he had nothing to fear because Dave is drawing terrible. Oh, just kidding. He has a bingo. I didn't see it. Who can spot Dave's bingo? I mean, I'm sure Dave, that's who.
He's put it back in alphagram order. Yeah, outguess.
Yeah,
indeed.
Scott finds it in chat. Outguess is the valid 8-letter word here for Dave. So I retract my statement about Dave drawing terribly.
He's still got to find it. And we got to put in the human factor, even for someone as amazing as Dave is at Scrabble, given he has had 3 consecutive losses.
It's a hard one to find. The GUESS, it doesn't seem like the most natural sort of combination of I don't know the linguistic term, but of letter combinations, I guess. And there's the OUS suffix that he's got arranged on his rack, so he might be thinking about that first, like a misspelled studious or something. Not that there's a D for that, but alternatives like that.
Yeah. OUS being one of the more common affixes or suffix in this particular case that he's going for, looking to jog his memory.
Boy, if you don't find this bingo, there is a big drop off to the next best play. Like, it is a huge equity sacrifice to play anything else. And especially at this score, down by 99 points, he has to find this.
Must be hard though. It's last round of the day, fourth day of the tournament, and like you said, it's after 3 losses in a row, and he might be getting frustrated with different clunky, 6 vowel racks and things of that nature.
Definitely.
So
this is round 28. I think everybody's pretty tired at this point, including me. I don't know about you, Jesse.
It's definitely taken some full attention here.
Oh. Both reacted the same way. Yeah.
Oh, he's going to kick himself for that.
Yeah. Sue is a nice non-bingo play because it's kind of opening up some more possibilities for you next turn. But yeah, score it's 15 instead of 68. That's got to hurt. All right, so Will's in a pretty commanding position on the scoreboard right now, up by 84. And it looks like he's going to fairly quickly make his play. Drib? Yeah, okay. I got that blurry monitor again. All right, Drib for 27. Yeah, Will's in a pretty strong spot now. Oof. Dave's got UW. I mean, do you fish again? Ugh, this is painful.
Yeah,
that was the perfect time for and we were talking yesterday about uwu, the slang term. So this would fit right there with the U and Eruv.
Yeah, no open C. Yeah. Outscrewed. No uwu.
Well, if you fish the W, then Crusette is a really interesting 6-tile stem to fish with. Hits a lot of bingos. I don't know, though.
That's interesting. It's you don't score much. You just get 6 points or something.
Exactly. Yeah, you can only get a 6-point play of war with your W.
Yeah.
Strong, as Mr. Rusumov would say.
Le soleil se couche, triste. The sun is setting, sad, says Kusimov.
I don't think the sun is setting on this one just yet. Let's not count out Dave Weekend.
Scott says
Although,
Will has a bingo.
Is that gold tail? Yeah, Will's got gold tail lined up. Or not lined up, but he will see it, I bet. No, go away, resign gang. You're not welcome here. We got people playing for $10,000. Their spreads matter. Sorry to say.
Resignations. No.
All right, so Wud is a sad play, and it is not going to block Goldtail either. Oof, just
Yes.
rough.
It's sort of the alternative you brought up about playing like the W for war is interesting. Maybe it would have had a Cruets. It's sort of unusual to keep the U, but would have had a good balance between the consonants and vowels. And meanwhile, as you predicted, Evan's Goldtail immediately or nearly immediately being played by Will. So he, despite not arranging it, on his rack, he saw it.
Mm-hmm. David's drawn a bingo of his own, though.
Smoke him if you got
Smoke him
him.
if you got him, says
Yeah.
chat. Yep. Yeah, cigarettes is the bingo that David's drawn, and it plays in two different spots,
Yeah,
with the higher one being
the better. Yeah.
through the eye and niggle up top. 76 points for that. I would expect to see that one fairly quickly from Dave.
But meanwhile, Will has drawn a bingo of his own.
Oh, my
Finding
lord.
Peonies can be spelled in this sort of obscure spelling of, I think this is the flower peony,
Yeah,
and you could play it with soup.
Yep.
that'll be a GG.
Wow. Yeah, so cigarettes does come down. And so Dave is going to get within 100, but that being within only 100 will not last for very long. Yeah. Peonies is going to be 82, assuming Will finds it, and I think he's going to.
Yeah, Will's lining up peonies. He's just scary good.
And there it goes. Will's going to take the lead 400 to 218.
Jeez.
And if he holds on to win this game, he's going to be 18-9 after starting the tournament 4-7. Let's just take a moment
Phenomenal.
and reflect on that. From 4-7 to 18-9.
Providing quality content for the Standersons with this outstanding performance. Will's already 18-9. Yeah.
Well, he'll be 19-9,
Yeah,
I guess. So.
19-9.
15 out of 17, not too shabby. I guess that's what inspires stands of not just Dave and Jesse, but also Will.
Yeah.
We already established that the stands of weekend are called the Wiggets, right?
Yes.
What do we call the Jesse Day stands?
Ooh, that's a good question.
The Daniacs? The I don't know. Oh, the J Hive.
That works.
I don't know. We'll workshop it. It's
the
fine.
JD Hive. It's almost Beehive. So hobo to keep
Oh,
things
Dayman.
interesting.
There you go. Day
The Dayman.
Sailors. The Bon Jovi Roadies. What are you talking about, Scott? That makes no sense. Oh, it's because of the hair. He looks like John
Yeah.
Bon Jovi. Okay, yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
terrible. No,
The Daydreamers. Ooh, that's pretty
that's good. I like that.
That's very good.
That's clever. Daydreamers.
So okay,
Does
we've got
Will-
it set then.
Yeah.
We've got the Wiggets, we've got the Standersons, and we have the Daydreamers. And yes,
Is Will drawn Zeal for 94? I think Will has drawn Zeal for 94 in the top right corner.
Oh, oh
oof.
my.
Ah,
Yeah, it's going to score more than Dave's. Dave's has a bingo, but Zeal will score more than the bingo.
Yeah. Jeez.
I don't think Dave is buying beer tonight.
I
I think Will is.
don't think Will is buying beer either. But I
think it means you and I are buying Dave beer.
Yeah, probably.
Or we're being good friends and being like, get a good night's sleep, man. You could use it.
Yeah. I have a feeling he's going to want to go to bed early, so I will probably have to as well.
Looks like Will's going to find Zeal. Shocker.
Scott in the chat is saying he might consider blocking the triple. It'd be a sacrifice of 40 points, so a lot to sacrifice, but maybe worth considering when you're already winning by 150. He's going to opt for scoring 94. Usually hard to fault someone for scoring many points. So.
Yeah, Zeal puts him ahead by 240, so I think you can just
fine.
let him triple.
Yeah, that's fine.
Also, he's not going to triple. Although it wouldn't be the first time we'd see Dave triple through an H. No, that was Austin. Excuse me. It was Austin who had Tashist through an H in fourth position.
Yeah.
All right. A waiter is going to come down, and it's not going to be nearly enough. A waiter's going to empty the bag, too.
Yeah, definitely a tough afternoon for Dave.
Dave's going to draw the blank. He's going to draw a pretty good rack. It's almost like fathomer or half tone through the H, but not quite a triple.
Gertrude suggests luck box. Well, yeah, like Dave would say that he definitely was pulling very well early, and I think Will probably did the same version of that a little bit later on. Obviously, both are extremely good players, but also very skilled and a little bit of luck helping as well. Will decided to do the little gambit and wait a little bit of time.
Yeah, so these are the final racks. The bag is empty, and Dave is not going to win this one. It's going to be an 0-4 afternoon for Dave Wiegand. Just a brutal day 4. He was in a commanding position to win this tournament, and he still is in a good position, to be fair, but a little closer, as both Will and Jesse Day are going to have a chance to catch Dave. I am keeping an eye on table 2, where Jesse is currently playing Evan Borowski. I think Jesse needs to win to stay alive, because if he finishes the day at 17, he will be 3.5 behind Dave.
Yeah. We're about to find out
wait a
how
minute.
many people are in the race.
Let me refresh this. Hold on. Maybe I'm just completely getting this information right now.
Should have 28 rounds.
Yeah, that's what I just realized.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Okay, so Dave is 2.5 up. So even if Jesse loses, he's still alive because he's 2.5 back from Dave. Okay.
So we're about to find out just how many people are in the race. It looks like Eldar, realistically, is the only other person who has some shot still.
True. Well, and Borowski, if he wins,
Spread.
well, if he wins like 3 in a row by hundreds, yeah, I mean, we'll see. The round 28 games are about half of them in the room are over, but we're still waiting on Day Borowski, and we're still playing out the string on this one with Will and Dave here in the end game.
Yeah. Donna says, Will seems perfectionistic. Well, Will plays a pretty high caliber. It's pretty rare to see misses from Will of any kind. His word knowledge is basically second to none. I wouldn't even say second to Nigel, unless you're getting up to like maybe 11s, 12s, 13s.
Will's, talking about Will?
Yeah, Will's word knowledge is insanely good.
Oh,
Nigel is still Nigel, but I mean, like, for words that are realistically playable most of the time, he's extremely good. So yes, perfectionistic is a reasonable word to use.
and it may be fair to, at least in my experience, I feel some top Scrabble players have a perfectionistic streak. I think nothing inspires memorizing tens of thousands of obscure letter strings as much as perfectionism. So I think that's a insightful comment that maybe there's some not to psychologize any but myself, and maybe there's some perfectionism going on in at the top levels of the Scrabble arena.
I think that's fair.
That's very fair. And Donna, yeah, Dave will absolutely still make a good showing. He's still very much commanding the lead of the field here. Regardless, he will place quite well. First is still looking very good. It's just a question of by how many games he'll be up at the end of today. And that'll make tomorrow be very, very important. Vertilobe says he, as in Will, streams on Twitch occasionally. You'd like him. He plays lots of different word games. Yes, he does. Will is a very entertaining streamer. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend watching and having a good time. I believe he streams as Wanderer 15. I think the same name as he uses in most of his word games.
That's right.
Have you all seen him stream Boggle or Scrabble Cubes, and that game that's something similar to Boggle?
Yeah, I've watched him, and actually someone has written in this channel correctly that he does stream on this very channel, the Scrabble Twitch channel, which makes sense, given Will's connection to Scopely.
Yeah, he actually works for the company that makes this channel, so.
Yeah.
He is the Scrabble expert manager for Scopely. I believe that's his title.
Listeem asks, what time are games tomorrow? The same time? Yes, the final 3 games will be played starting at 9:30 a.m. local time tomorrow. So that will be 7:30 a.m. Pacific time and 10:30 a.m. Eastern time.
I think it's the, wait. So the opposite of that?
7:30 a.m. Pacific time would be 9:30 a.m. Central time, and then 10:30 a.m. Eastern time.
You're right. Sorry. Time zone math is hard.
I'm a flight attendant.
I know.
My
Of
job
course.
is to
Yeah,
do
I
time
know.
zones.
Why would I ever do that?
Literally, my job is to tell people how many hours there have been of change between time zones every time you land. Dr. Earth asks, are these videos archived? I do believe they are saved to this Twitch channel for some period of time. Our producer might have some insight. Perhaps you can let us know behind the scenes, but I'm pretty sure these get saved to the channel for at least some time.
Yeah, and I believe we're planning to put them on YouTube as well, but that might take a little bit of time.
So our producer has confirmed, yes, for a month they are kept on this channel. And then as Evans has mentioned, there are plans to put the footage on YouTube, so they will be a little more permanent. Our producer has clarified, generally I edit into individual matches sometime after. That's fantastic. I'd love to hear that.
You love to see it, literally, on YouTube.
Jeremy asked for the unseen tile pool.
There is none. The bag's empty.
The bag is empty.
That's an easy one.
This is explaining, perhaps, I was starting to wonder why Will was taking so long, if it was just the perfectionism, but the bag being empty makes more sense that he'll be thinking about, how to maximize his score with a perfect knowledge of Dave's rack.
Yeah, Will's got to be like 1,000,000% sure there's no triple through the H for Dave. We have computers, so we know that there is none, but for a human, it's hard to be confident of these things. But yeah, it turns out there is no bingo at all for Dave. There's nothing you need to block. And the best play is just to score points with Kudo, which Will eventually does figure out. Kudo is the correct play. Well done.
Pony.
To clarify for...
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, just about Netdonna as saying Will might be running out the clock. So this may have been mentioned earlier, but there's just a point penalty for going overtime. So if Will were to run the clock beyond 0, he would only really be hurting his own score. I guess the only benefit would be psychologically having Dave have to sit there in a game that he's losing by 107. Probably not worth hurting his own point spread.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then Ponybur says, "Do here, is there a point limit to win the game?" As is mentioned further down in the chat, no. There is technically no limit to the points that you could score in a game. You play out until one of the two players has used their last remaining tiles, and at that point, the other player would have to show the tiles they have left, and that is doubled and added to the score of the person who has used their tiles first.
I'm watching carefully for a result from table 2, still nothing. So we don't yet know the fate of Jesse Day here. He might have a chance to win the tournament still, or he might not.
Joho asks, is there a known record high call-in score in a tournament game? That's a good question because it would depend on the metric. I'm trying to go back to think. I believe once upon a time there was a slightly different version of the way you would play tournament Scrabble games where the idea was to collaborate to make a maximal collaborative score. And I believe that was Phil Appleby with another player some time ago where it was 1,000 plus for a combined score. I just don't recall what the record high call-in score is for a more traditional competitive match as we play nowadays. I don't have an immediate answer for that, but there would be a quantified answer for that somewhere. I would imagine the Westbo website. Yeah.
I see MMCR is asking, what plays do you think Dave is considering right now, and do you think he knows he's out of luck? He definitely knows he's out of luck. I mean, there's no coming back from down 200 points at the end. And he can't get a bingo of any kind. There's no play that uses all 7 tiles. So really all he can do is just score as many points as possible with the letters he's got. So I'm sure he's looking at words like he's got forhent, Forhent, through that H in the top left corner. And then at the bottom, he can play words that form the words oak and none, things like often or soften.
He's not going to score any. He won't maybe get a high game. What's the word? Record in this game, but with his score. But the spread may still matter for him because there's some other players with the half points like David Eldar and like Evan Borofsky, and well, especially David Eldar. It's possible his spread could overtake Dave, so he might want to just make sure he's finding some of those plays you mentioned, Evans.
The chat has pointed out Webb with an 850 point game would be the current record. That sounds right. That's triggering my memory bank in some way. That's very likely the current one. And that's the players going out formally there to conclude the final round of the day on day 4. We'll have a final score for you shortly, but this will be Will Anderson's win.
So it's just phone. I'm trying to get caught up here. Phone and then phone and vet. Got it. Okay. It's a G. Okay. Very important to specify that blank. It's gath. Okay. Not path, not math. All right. So your final score is going to be Will Anderson 553 and Dave Wiegand 382. And with that win, we're going to have Will improving to 19-9.
Wow.
Meaning he's only 1.5 wins back from Dave Wiegand with 3 games still to play. Will is very much still alive with a chance to win this tournament. And Jesse Day is at 18 wins, and we are still waiting on a result from Jesse's 28th game. So Jesse's still in the mix as well. He's going to be either 1.5 or 2.5 back from Dave, depending on his results. So looking like a 3-man race. David Eldar is also 3 back, and so I guess it's maybe possible for Eldar to win out. We'll have to take a look at that and do some math and whatnot. So it's still an open tournament here. We were thinking that Dave was going to run away with it, and now perhaps not so much.
Yeah, it's definitely still a few people possibly left who can win besides Dave, but Dave's still in a let's be fair, a very strong position.
For sure,
regardless
yes.
tomorrow. But it will come down to the last couple of games here before we can crown a champion here at the World Cup. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get that result in from Jesse Day's match before we can go off the air here. And if we know anything about Jesse, he's probably going to be one of the last in the room done. So just to review one more time, Nat, Donna, and everyone else who's still wondering, it will be 9:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning that we start the broadcast for the final day. That is 7:30 a.m. Pacific Time, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be back to provide the commentary and coverage for the final 3 rounds of play. Jesse and Evans signing off, as well as Sam Rosen. Thank you for joining us, Sam. I hope you have a wonderful evening or morning wherever you all are. We will see you tomorrow for the last day of coverage. Take care.
See y'all.
Bye.